Welcome to another Ice Guys Betcast. Ian Cameron, Tuesday, April the 26th. We are live and we are ready for another exciting night of NHL hockey. Our final Ice Guys Betcast of the regular season, as the 7 p.m. Eastern games have just, or pretty much across the board, just getting underway. We see opening puck drop in a lot of various venues right now. We are ready for a huge Tuesday night. And I say huge. We always sometimes make too much of a big deal out of it, but I don't think you can understate how big this night is for a lot of teams across the NHL in terms of positioning, in terms of playoff implications. There is definitely a lot that is at stake tonight here on this Tuesday night. So we're excited to be here for another Ice Guys Betcast, our final one of the regular season. Like I said, our final betcast of the regular season. Looking forward to it. Thanks to everyone for joining us. There's still room on the betcast in terms of joining us, so make sure if you want to join us on the betcast, make sure you send me a DM and we will get you on the betcast at some point tonight. So make sure you join us. We've got the betcast, our final one of the regular season, going on tonight. So just to recap, here's the games that are going on. We've got a bunch that are just starting here at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Carolina taking on the New York Rangers. It's almost a must for the Rangers. And by the way, we do have a goal already to report. Just now, the Tampa Bay Lightning on the board with a 1-0 lead over the Columbus Blue Jackets. So that did not take long for the Tampa Bay Lightning to strike. Lightning strikes. It's like that old Lou Christie song. Lightning strikes me again. See, I'm dating myself. Who the hell knows that song other than me, really, when at my age in the mid-30s? Only I would. But Tampa Bay on the board with a 1-0 lead over the Columbus Blue Jackets. No, seriously, do a YouTube search. Search Lou Christie Lightning Strikes, and you'll see that song that I was talking about. It was a great song from back in the 60s, actually. I remember hearing it all the time when I was growing up. But good start for the Lightning already on the board with a goal to take the 1-0 lead over the Columbus Blue Jackets. So keeping our eyes, of course, on everything that's going on tonight in the NHL on this Tuesday night. And it looks like everything just about is underway right now in the NHL. We actually don't have the Hurricanes Rangers underway just yet. That's the one that has yet to start in that with that one. By the way, if you haven't, there's some books that have still got the player props on the board for that Carolina Rangers game. I've talked about Seth Jarvis here repeatedly for the Carolina Hurricanes now that he is on that top line for the Hurricanes, and he is delivering the goods for Carolina on that top line. So even though I like the Rangers in that game, you know, if Carolina is going to get a goal tonight or someone to produce a point, score a goal, it's Seth Jarvis right now playing alongside Sebastian Aho and Andrei Svechnikov on that top line. So definitely that is a good player prop there. It is still on the board because that game is not started yet. Carolina and the Rangers. It's the only 7 p.m. Eastern time game that is yet to start. So definitely if you want to get on that, you can. It is the only, like I said, the only early game of the 7 p.m. games that is yet to begin as of right now. So keep an eye on that. Again, we've got everything else underway. Like I said, Tampa Bay already on the board with the lead over the Tampa Bay Lightning. And the Blue Jackets have just tied it up on a power play goal. So there we go. We've got 2 goals on the board, both of them from the very same game, the Blue Jackets and the Lightning. 1-1. The score there in that game, and we are just 3 minutes or so into the opening period of that one. So 1-1 score with the Blue Jackets and the Lightning. Kucherov getting the goal, by the way, from Stamkos, and there's Nick Paul getting a point. That's what I like to see. We've got Nick Paul to score a point tonight, already a cash there, and I've got him to score a goal as well. And, of course, he had 2 against Florida in the victory. We've got Ross Colton, who I also mentioned in terms of player props for Tampa Bay tonight in this game. Those are just 2 players that we've been repeatedly betting with a little bit more value, betting those players than, say, looking towards the likes of Kucherov and Stamkos and Point, where you're just not going to get a good enough price. Bjorkstrand with the goal for Columbus on the power play to tie that game up at 1-1. So it looks like we have got all the action so far from T-Bay, where it is a 1-1 there. All right, the Hurricanes and Rangers, by the way, if you missed the opportunity, to get on Seth Jarvis, at least before the game. There are some books that do offer live player props, to score goals, et cetera, et cetera. So you can always jump in on it during the game. That is definitely an option for you. So keep an eye on that and make sure you see if you can find a book that offers in-game goal scorer props. If you can still jump on Seth Jarvis. But that Canes-Rangers game is now underway. They're in the opening minute of the first period there. We've got zeros across the board in all the other games right now. Islanders Capitals, by the way, they're also just in the opening minute. Everything else we've played pretty much 4 or 5 minutes of the opening period in every other game. We've got Detroit Toronto, they're scoreless. We've got Edmonton Pittsburgh, they're scoreless 4 minutes into the opening period. Florida Boston zeros through the first 5 minutes. Devils Senators, same thing, about 5 minutes into that game. And it is scoreless between New Jersey and Ottawa. And, of course, like I said, Islanders, Capitals, Canes, and Rangers, both of those games just got underway. So they're scoreless just a couple of minutes in. So that's where we stand there in terms of the early games that have just dropped the puck already. We've got certainly a huge night in terms of later on what's at stake. And obviously Vegas-Dallas is, arguably the headliner tonight in the National Hockey League. The imperative nature of that game is significant without a doubt. By the way, let's just recap and run through what I'm looking at for these early games, what I'm on, I should say, for these early games. If you missed the daily Ice Guys show earlier today, shame on you. I probably shouldn't be saying anything. It'll force you to watch the daily show next time. But I'm a nice guy, so I will tell you what I recommended earlier on the show today. I'm on the Rangers money line -115. I'm on Tampa team total over 4.5 and Columbus Tampa over 6.5. So obviously that's off to a good start. 1-1 already there. Edmonton money line against Pittsburgh. I just thought it was a good price. Mike Smith has won 8 in a row as a starting goalie. He's playing well. The Oilers playing well, really outside of the bad clunker they had against Columbus. So I thought Edmonton was good value there. Looking toward them at a plus price in Pittsburgh. What else did we take? We took Ottawa -140 against New Jersey. I just think New Jersey looks like they're running out of gas. That was a horrendous effort against Detroit, getting shut out by the Red Wings at home. They're battling the flu bug running through the team as well, New Jersey. So I'm on Ottawa there, -140, and also smaller bet on the over in that game. And Islanders Capitals over 5.5, -120. I'm on Detroit puck line +1.5, +160. Detroit Toronto over 6.5, -120. So that's pretty much where we stand in terms of what I've got for sides and totals pregame for all of these early games as of right now. So that's where we're at. We'll keep our eye on everything right now. Florida, by the way, on a power play against Boston. So an early man advantage opportunity in that game for the Florida Panthers. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on it. Toronto with some really good pressure right now in Detroit, but unable to break through just yet. Still scoreless between the Red Wings and the Leafs. Senators with some really good pressure early in the game as well against the Devils. But that game still scoreless as well in Canada's nation's capital. And of course, we've got Hurricanes and Rangers. They are also scoreless at the moment in that game. So again, we'll keep you keep you up to date best we can on everything that's going on. So at the moment, we've like I say, we've just got the 2 goals with Columbus and Tampa Bay at the moment. But we do have Florida on the power play with an opportunity to get the first goal right now in that game against Boston. And we'll keep our eye on that. And later on tonight, in terms of what we've got coming up, we've got all the rest, the next swatch of games. They're both at 8 p.m. Eastern. Calgary, Nashville, Arizona, Minnesota. And then a half hour after that, it's probably the most important game of the night in terms of, a team, basically their season's on the line, essentially, in a game of that magnitude. Talking about, of course, the Vegas Golden Knights and the Dallas Stars, which will be coming up at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Looks like Pittsburgh is about to go on the power play as well against Edmonton. First power play of the game going to the Penguins there. Florida, Boston scoreless still in that game. And it looks like the Panthers are going to end up coming up empty on their power play chance, down to about 20 seconds or so left in it. They had a good first unit on the power play, had some good zone time, couple of shots that were turned away by Linus Ullmark. And Jimmy Murphy's not kidding. Linus Ullmark has played some just outstanding hockey for the Boston Bruins for the better part of the last 2 months. I mean, what he has been able to do for the Bruins has been very impressive. And he was good on the first part of that power play. And then Florida actually had a couple chances shorthanded after that. And the second half of the power play really didn't do a whole lot with it. So we'll see what the Panthers can do here. Oh, just as I say that, that the Panthers' second half of their power play was not going well. They have just scored. Florida on the board. Panthers 1-0 over the Bruins. And it looks like it could be I think it looks like it's the defenseman here, or a defenseman here for the Panthers getting Forsling. It could be him. Good call, Cheshire Cat, because I'm trying to see that. Yep, Forsling. It is indeed Gustav Forsling for the Florida Panthers, and that's the one game I actually backed off with player props because for some reason I was not sure if that game would be high flying or not, but. Definitely Gustav Forsling is a guy to really keep your eye on for this team because he's now on the top defensive pair alongside Mackenzie Weegar for this group. He's actually been pretty good offensively of late. Now, the last 3 games, he's been held without a point. Detroit, Toronto, and Tampa, the last 3. Obviously, now he's on the board with a goal and a point here to start this game to get Florida out to a 1-0 lead. But before the last 3 games, this is a guy that had 4 points in a 3-game stretch against the Islanders, the Red Wings, and the Jets. He had a 2-point game on April 9th against Nashville. He had a point against Buffalo. He had 2 points against New Jersey to begin the month. So he is definitely someone that's definitely picked it up a little bit this month in terms of offensive production. So Gustav Forsling with the 1-0 goal for the Florida Panthers. So they are on the board with the early lead there. As I said, we've got 1-1 Columbus, Tampa Bay. We pretty much have zeros everywhere else. Detroit, Toronto, scoreless. Hurricanes, Rangers, scoreless. Oilers, Penguins, scoreless. Penguins on the power play, but they just took themselves off the power play. A penalty for Pittsburgh with the man advantage means now we will have some 4-on-4 hockey for about the next minute and change between the Oilers and the Penguins. So 4-on-4 hockey coming up there after Pittsburgh takes a penalty with the man advantage. We've got the Islanders, Capitals scoreless, Devils, Senators scoreless as well. And that's where we're at right now for these early games. Again, if you want to join us on the Betcast, we've got Alex joining us in a bit. We've got Josh Lucero, I believe is how you say it. He requested the link. He'll be joining us a little bit later tonight as well. We've got Peyton Clark on the Betcast with us. Melissa. Oh, by the way, I didn't send the link to Melissa. Holy shit. That's slip up on my part here. We'll fix that right now. Melissa Cunningham said she wanted to join us tonight. She has not been on a Betcast since giving birth. So she's ready for an enjoyable night. She's passed off baby duty apparently tonight to Mr. Cunningham. So there we go with Melissa being able to join us on the Betcast. So again, if you want to join us, just send me a DM or an email bobano350@gmail.com. You can do it that way as well. And I will definitely send you the link to the Betcast, and we will get you on board it throughout the course of the night. No question. So Betcast underway. We've got lots of early games. So definitely don't have to wait around too much. We've got lots to keep us going here in the early part of the night. Let me just see what we've got right at the moment. Still 1-0 Florida, still 1-1 Columbus, Tampa, and nothing else to report just yet with the other games at the moment. The Leafs, Red Wings, Capitals, Rangers, Penguins and Oilers, Devils and Senators, and all of those games right now currently scoreless at the moment. So that's where we're at right now with those games. So we'll see if we have any more scoring updates in the meantime. But right now, pretty quiet at the moment. Calm waters, if you will, across the board at the moment. But I'm keeping an eye on Edmonton, Pittsburgh, because now the Edmonton penalty just ended. So it's a brief 40-second power play right now for the Oilers. in this one against the Penguins. We'll see how it goes here. No live bets just yet. I'm waiting. I'm looking to see something. I'm looking to see what's how the play is going, the flow of play right now. Nothing much that I'm eyeing at the moment. Detroit, Toronto scoreless through the first. Like, I'm definitely going to be interested in a goal before the first period in that Toronto game. We're just going to wait to see if that comes down to a bit of a better price than minus 150. I'm kind of targeting, the usual, even money. If I can get a plus price with that, I will absolutely pounce on it at that point, because Detroit putting up zeros for a period is not always something I'm really ready to bank on. So we will see if maybe we get that playable to the point where we could look at it over 0.5 in the first period at a good price. Right now, it's down to minus 140 because we're at a point now where there's about 12 minutes into the first period, 8 minutes left in the first period of that Red Wings Leafs game, and it is still right now scoreless in that one. So we're still waiting for a goal, but we're getting into a potentially a playable range right there with the first period over, just to get a goal in that Red Wings Leafs game. That one is flying by. There's been very little stoppages. Pace has been very good. So definitely excited about that. On a great stop right now by the Detroit goalie there, Nedeljkovic. Made a huge stop right there to keep it scoreless. So the Leafs with some good zone time, some good pressure in the offensive zone as well. So, but nothing to show for it just yet. For the Leafs. Nedeljkovic, Campbell. By the way, Nedeljkovic versus Campbell is the goalie matchup in Toronto. It's Bobrovsky, Ullmark with Florida, Boston. It's Blackwood, Forsberg with New Jersey, Ottawa. Merzlikins and Vasilevsky, the goalies for Columbus, Tampa Bay. Pyotr Kochetkov. Let's see what the young kid's made of for Carolina. He's in net for them. Igor Shesterkin for the New York Rangers in that game. Smith and DeSmith in the Oilers-Penguins game. Mike Smith for Edmonton, Casey DeSmith for Pittsburgh, the Ilya Bowl, Ilya Sorokin for the Islanders, and Ilya Samsonov for Washington. Those are your goalie matchups in these games that have already gotten underway. So we'll see how it goes here. But right now, no live bets, but we will have some. Rest assured, we absolutely will. But right now, it is all quiet right now. In terms of the live betting action. Columbus, by the way, going back to the power play against Tampa Bay. So they are trying to take a first period lead on the road in Tampa Bay. 1-1 the score in that game between the Jackets and Lightning. Looks like we're back to even strength, by the way. Oilers and Penguins scoreless in that game. That game I kind of figured could be a little bit lower scoring. Edmonton, after giving up 5 goals against Columbus, they've got Mike Smith in net, who, by the way, I mentioned the numbers earlier today on the Ice Guys show. I mean, it's got to be said how impressive they are. 949 save percentage and a 1.75 goals against average for Mike Smith of the Edmonton Oilers in these last 8 games that he started, all of them victories. Just very, very impressive for him during this stretch. And, there's going to be some kind of leveling off at some point. It's Mike Smith. That's number one. And number two, you're not going to keep up those numbers forever. They're not sustainable. Toronto's really buzzing here. I think I might be doing a disservice if I wait much longer. I'm jumping in. Toronto, Detroit, goal in the final 5:30 of the first period, plus 140. I am in with that. Leafs and Red Wings, goal in the first period, 0.5 plus 140. And just after I locked it in, the Leafs are just absolutely swarming the Red Wing net, and somehow Alex Nedeljkovic keeps it out. Just an incredible, incredible flurry of chances there for the Leafs. One of the shots hit Kerfoot, I think, on the way to the net. But it somehow stays out, and it's still scoreless. But I'm officially in at plus 140. Leafs and Red Wings, goal in the first period. So we got 5 minutes and 19 seconds to get something done in the first period there with the Red Wings and Leafs. Hurricanes going to the power play, by the way, with the that game against the Rangers. So keep an eye on that. And we've got ourselves a goal and 2. Wow, we've got. I'm just looking around. I got the Islanders are on the board with a goal against the Washington Capitals. Islanders up 1-0 on the Capitals, and the Edmonton Oilers are on the board as well with a 1-0 lead over Pittsburgh. So pretty much simultaneous goals here in these 2 games. Islanders, and then right after that, we see the Oilers end up getting on the board against the Pittsburgh Penguins. So 1-0 Islanders, 1-0 Edmonton, leading Pittsburgh. So there we go with some goal action in those two games. Let's just see who. I'm just looking at the replay here of the Edmonton goal here. Oh, there we go, nicely done. And it's Bouchard. Yeah, that the 12th goal for Evan Bouchard. He has been one of those finds for the Edmonton Oilers that has really bolstered this blue line. I think that Islander goal actually might be looks like it's going to be reviewed here. This goal for the New York Islanders. So hold the phone on it. It's not official just yet. So it looks like, Evan Bouchard with the goal for the, as Alex B. Smith says. Alex will be joining us shortly. By the way, we got Cheshire Cat joining us in a few minutes as well. Cheshire Cat's on his way. We got Josh Lucero coming up. Peyton Clark was going to be on with me from the beginning of the Betcast tonight like he was last week, but he is running behind work. Apparently was a bitch for him today, so he's going to be joining us a little bit later, but he will be on the Betcast. No question about that later on tonight at some point. So Peyton Clark will be with us. Alex will be joining us momentarily. We've got Cheshire Cat. We've got Melissa later on, and plenty more, I'm sure, throughout the course of the night. So that's where we stand. Hurricanes, Rangers. Looks like the Rangers are going to kill off this Carolina man advantage, which, by the way, talk about one of the reasons why Carolina has not exactly had a great month, over the last the last few weeks. It's because the power play just hasn't been as great. And now, look, Shesterkin, a couple of nice saves on that penalty kill for the Rangers, but there's no doubt that he's been very good in between or the power play has just not been the same, rather, for the Carolina Hurricanes of late. So right now, still scoreless, Red Wings and Leafs. We've got our eyes on this intently because we are on Toronto, Detroit. There to be a goal in the latter stages of this first period. New Jersey, Ottawa. We've got 7 minutes to go in the first period there. That is scoreless. And so we're pretty much looking at situations where we've got every game's got a goal except for 4, because they have indeed taken away that goal for the New York Islanders. So it is still scoreless with the Islanders and the Capitals. The Islander goal waved off. So no score with that game. 10 minutes left in the first period. Devils, Senators scoreless. Red Wings, Leafs scoreless, although they are just absolutely buzzing the Detroit net and all over Detroit in their own zone. Just haven't been able to finish anything off just yet. But the Leafs certainly not for lack of trying at the moment. Florida still up on Boston, 1-0 with 7 minutes to go in the opening period of that game. And let me just see how the flow of play is in this game. We'll take a look, see who's got the edges right now. Yeah, Toronto 0.88 to 0.28 goal expected goals, 4-1 high danger chances, 9-3 scoring chances. So this period's going exactly as it is. The only problem is Toronto has not been able to find the back of the net just yet, but they are all over Detroit right now. Florida, Boston, pretty even, actually, first period, even though it's 1-0 for the Panthers. Devils, Senators. Devils are actually having the better of the play right now. 0.78 to 0.49 goals, expected goals, 11-3 for New Jersey in terms of the scoring chances. So very, very impressive start for the Devils, even though they have not found the back of the net yet, but they've actually outplayed Ottawa a little bit. Surprising, actually, that's the case. The Blue Jackets are actually outplaying the Lightning a bit, 0.49 to 0.23 in expected goals early on in that game, 2-1 in high danger chances favoring Columbus, 6-2 scoring chances favoring Columbus as well. We've got the Rangers having the better of the play early against the Hurricanes, 0.4 to 0.17 expected goals, 3-1 edge in high danger chances, 4-2 edge in scoring chances. And Edmonton, Pittsburgh, pretty even. 0.76 to 0.74 expected goals for Edmonton. They're actually down 4-3 in the high danger chance category, and they're down 5-4 in the scoring chance category, even though they lead 1-0 in that game over the Pittsburgh Penguins. So that's where we're at right now in those games. And now we've got Washington right just after the goal was called back for the New York Islanders. We have the Washington Capitals getting on the board and leading 1-0 over the Islanders. So What a swing of momentum there. Islanders look like they take the lead. That goal ends up getting waved off, and now Washington has scored, and this one will stand, and they lead the New York Islanders 1-0. 9 minutes to go in the first period. We have the over 5.5 in that game, so I'm happy about that. We've got basically Rangers and Hurricanes scoreless. Edmonton, Pittsburgh 1-0. Columbus, Tampa still 1-1. Florida still up 1-0. Devils and Senators scoreless. 5 minutes to go in the period. I'm going to jump in on that too. Plus 120, a goal for New Jersey, Ottawa before the end of the first period. These haven't been going well, by the way, for me. I remember I bet a couple of these early in the betcast last week, and they didn't go too well. 2 weeks ago they did, and I remember I got one in the final seconds of the opening period with one of the games, like 2 seconds left, and there was a goal to cash one of those. So that's where we're at right now. We've got Devils and Senators now plus 120 to be a goal scored, for there to be a goal scored in the final 5:20 of the first period. And we're on that same bet with Detroit, Toronto, although we're down to 2:14 to go there. So we're running out of time. The Leafs have been all over Detroit. They just can't find the back of the net right now in that game. We've got pretty much a lot of games right now at intermission, although we just got back to action with New Jersey, Ottawa. New Jersey on a power play right now with about 5 minutes to go in the first period there against the Ottawa Senators. So that's where that stands at the moment. And that's where we're at. I hate to do this, but it's just me right now, and there's no one to hand it off to right now. I'm waiting on Alex and company, but I got to run. I got a little washroom break. It'll just be a minute. Be very fast. We'll be right back. More Betcast coming up. All right, we are back. Yeah, the show does stink when it's dead air. I agree with that. I hate when it's dead air. I hate when I have to leave like that. But hey, we had to nature calls. By the way, my alcoholic self calls as well. I had to get some beer. I forgot to get it before the betcast began, but now things are normal. We've got our pint of beer with us. We're all set to go here in the live betcast here, and we got some updates. By the way, apparently the people didn't wait for me to return before the scoring took place, but we have 3 goals since I left, and one of them by Tampa. Let's start there. They're up 2-1 on Columbus. They scored a power play goal. They're up 2-1 on the Jackets, and we had a quick back-to-back goals for the Boston Bruins. How about that? To erase a 1-0 deficit and take a 2-1 lead over the Florida Panthers. So Boston is up 2-1 on Florida. Eric Howlett, Taylor Hall getting the goals for the Florida Panthers, or the Boston Bruins against the Florida Panthers. So back-to-back quick ones, and they are now up 2-1 on Florida. Steven Stamkos on the power play. Kucherov and Hedman getting the assists to make it 2-1 Tampa Bay. And I've already got a couple point props that have cashed for me in that game. Nick Paul got a point on the first Tampa Bay goal, and I've got Nick, and we have an Ottawa. See, we have an Ottawa goal, folks. Yeah. Well, I have Ottawa money line, and we cash because unfortunately Detroit-Toronto scoreless at first intermission, so we did not get the first period goal at plus 140 in that game, but we did get it plus 120 with New Jersey and Ottawa right before the end of the opening period. Senators take a 1-0 lead on the New Jersey Devils, and that game is now at the first intermission. 1-0 Ottawa, and now we got a few games now at first intermission. Ottawa leading New Jersey 1-0 after the first period. Let me just get the scoring play here for you. I did not see the goal because that's not one of the games I had on at the moment. Shabbat from Tkachuk and Stützle on the power play for Ottawa with 17 seconds to go in the opening period with that 1-0 Ottawa goal. Great stuff. Yeah. So there we go. We actually are profitable for the night because the first period goal live bet for Detroit-Toronto was plus 140, and the New Jersey Ottawa first period goal live bet was plus 120. Cashed one of them means profit, so we're off to a plus start with the live bets here tonight on the betcast, which is great to see. Carolina Rangers scoreless. Carolina back on the power play for the second time in this period. So 2 power plays in this period for Carolina. We'll see if they can finally strike with one of them. Tampa Bay leading Columbus 2-1 after 20 minutes. Detroit-Toronto scoreless after 20 minutes. 1-0 still for Edmonton, leading Pittsburgh after 20 minutes. Still in the first period, Florida now trailing Boston 2-1. 1-0 Ottawa leading New Jersey after the first period, and it is 1-0 Capitals leading the Islanders. Not anymore. The Islanders have tied it. Islanders have just scored against the Washington Capitals, so we have ourselves a 1-1 tie. Islanders and Capitals with about 3.5 minutes to go in the first period in that game. So it is 1-1, Islanders and Capitals. I'm on over 5.5. I did not bet a side in that game. I'm just on the over with the Islanders and Capitals. Like I said, a big premise of this bet is the Islanders. Ever since they got eliminated from the playoffs, we have not seen the Islanders really play great defensively. They've kind of let go of the rope. The commitment to team defense, which is usually a hallmark of these teams, coached by Barry Trotz, just has not been there. The last few games since they got officially eliminated from the playoffs, and you're definitely seeing that right now. So it is currently 1-1 Islanders and Capitals. Florida, Boston. You know what? It's just jumped up to plus 160 with the Florida Boston. I'm going to jump in on that. I'm not even going to wait around because Florida's actually going on the power play, and I know they are always dangerous and a threat. Actually, they were going to go on a power play. Doesn't look like it. It is it's still even strength there. My bad. But I'm going to jump on that plus 160 right now with the Florida Panthers. That's a good price. And to me, you're going to get too cute. So Keegan, I agree with you there. I don't want to get too cute right now with this price. I mean, right now you could get greedy and say wait, and maybe wait for a better price, but plus 160 is good enough. For a team that can just lightning strike and quick strike offensively like they can, that are never out of a game, yeah, plus 160, a good price. And the Rangers are going on the power play now for the first time in this game. So this could be a big momentum swing. Carolina gets 2 power play chances in the first period. They cannot cash in on either one. And now here's the Rangers right before the end of the first period, less than 2 minutes to go. And here they are getting a power play chance and a chance to capitalize with it. So we'll see if they are able to take advantage here with the man advantage, unlike the Carolina Hurricanes, who are unable to take advantage of it. So we'll keep our eye on that as the Rangers are about to go on the power play in that game. That's where we stand right now. So we've got pretty much everything at intermission except for Florida Boston's in the final minute of the period in that game. Islanders Capitals with about 1:40 to go in the first period, and the Rangers with about a minute to go in the opening period are going to finish the period on the power play. Live bets, Detroit, Toronto. Yeah, there's no over 4.5 minus 140 is what we're looking at right now. The Toronto team total, good call there because they had all the pressure. 3.5 now plus 125. I really could see it opening up. I think there's a pretty good chance that happens. Do I get greedy and wait for? I'm going to wait for the first minute or two of the second, and I'm just going to see if I can just squeeze out a couple, maybe another, dime or two out of the price. Maybe get it up to plus 150, plus 160 even on that team total. I mean, I definitely. I'm going to take my shot that we don't get the Leafs right away, like the first minute of the period scoring a goal. And if we don't get anybody scoring a goal in the Leafs in particular, you can get the team total by plus 150 if you just wait it out for a couple minutes. And same thing with the 4.5. As soon as I see a plus price on that, the full game total, that is 4.5 with Detroit and Toronto, I'm going to look toward the over live because so many of these Toronto games this year, I've lost count how many times we've seen a Detroit or a Toronto home game, especially against an inferior team, start out scoreless or 1-0 after the first period, and it still ends up being like a 4-2 hockey game, and it goes well over the 4.5. So the 4.5 is definitely a target right now. I'm just going to see if I can get a plus price on it and take a chance that there's a scoreless minute or two to begin the second period. So that's where we're at. Hurricanes Rangers, by the way, have reached the intermission scoreless in that game. And same thing with the Islanders and the Capitals. They are going to get to the first intermission tied at 1. So no further scoring there. So that's it. Everything's at intermission. And that's where we stand right now. I'm actually going to take a couple-minute break here in just a sec. But before we do that, I want to run down these 2 games that are about to begin. We've got the Coyotes and Wild. There we go. Coyotes and Wild and the Flames and the Predators both starting. Florida scored, by the way. My goodness, they somehow, yes, they did. Right before the end of the period, they have tied it up 2-2. Panthers and Bruins. It looks like a power play goal here for the Florida Panthers in this game. A little beat the clock action right here, if you will. The question is it going to count? Yes. Oh, clearly in before the clock expired. No question about it. There was about 0.4, 0.5 seconds left on the clock in the first period when that goal went in. So no doubt about it. No question. That is going to be a good goal. It beat the clock, and it is 2-2 with the Florida Panthers and the Boston Bruins here. Although, as I say that, are we looking at something here? I don't know. What could they be looking at here? That's the question. Brandon Carlo paying the price for taking that penalty. Yeah, there's nothing to look at. It's a good goal. Yep. 2-2. That's Florida, man. Don't you dare take penalties against that team. Absolutely lethal They are 5-on-5 power play. It absolutely doesn't matter. They can absolutely make you pay, and they have done that here. A huge momentum killing goal for Boston. I mean, they just got the 2 goals and to take a 2-1 lead after falling behind, and then they give one right back in the dying second, literally the dying second of the first period, with Sam Reinhart there potting his 32nd goal of the season. Claude Giroux getting the lone apple on that Sam Reinhart goal. So it is 1-1, or sorry, not 1-1, 2-2 with Florida and Boston after 20 minutes of play. Calgary, Nashville, I'm going to take the draw in that. I'm going to look toward a draw in that game rather than a side. I think that's a plausible draw bet. Nashville's in a spot here where if this is like 2-2 in the third period with 5 minutes to go, just get that thing home. Don't make any mistakes. No risk taking. Get a point, and take your chances in overtime or a shootout. So plus 310 for the draw with Calgary and Nashville is appealing to me. As far as the total, I'm going to wait to see in game what develops, and then we'll go from there. And as far as Vegas-Dallas goes, I'm on Vegas minus 110 in that game. So Nashville props, by the way, Duchesne, Forsberg, Johansson at home. They're the guys that get it done. Don't overthink it. Calgary, Lindholm, guys like, Lindholm is a good look. Dylan Dubé is a good look for the Calgary Flames. Dylan Dubé is starting to percolate again for the Calgary Flames. He's always one of those guys, like late in the season, he starts to really, become an impact player offensively. And he's definitely doing that. He's got 6 goals in the last 6 games for the Calgary Flames entering this matchup tonight against Nashville. So keep that in mind. He's been very good lately. You see him, again, 6 goals in the last 6 games. He had a 2-goal performance Saturday night against the Vancouver Canucks. So Dylan Dubé for the Flames, a good value prop, in my opinion, to score a goal, collect a point, all of that good stuff. Those are props to look at in Calgary, Nashville. I like Vegas against Dallas minus 110, although I don't love it. It's just I trust Vegas just slightly more than Dallas. Prop-wise, 2 on each side, as I mentioned on the show today. Roope Hintz and Joe Pavelski for the Dallas Stars. No need to overthink it. Who have been the guys that have stepped up in big games and scored big goals for them all year? It's been these two, Hintz and Pavelski. Way more than I can rely on Ben and Sagan most nights. And for Vegas, never mind Eichel. He can't. He's not getting it going. He hasn't shown up in a big game lately. Pacioretty's kind of been erratic. Stone has no confidence offensively at the moment. Never mind those guys. Let's look at Chandler Stevenson, who scored, I believe, in 4 straight games for Vegas, and he's been one of their best players these last several games for them. So Chandler Stevenson, and also I'm going to look at the guy they almost traded away, and he's been fantastic for the most part for Vegas ever since, Evgeny Dodonov for the Vegas Golden Knights. So Hintz, Pavelski for Dallas, Stevenson, and Dodonov props, whether it's goal-scoring props and collect a point. That's what I'm looking at as well for the Vegas-Dallas game. Robertson, yeah, Jax, but not so much lately. Robertson's hit a little bit of a cold spell the last little bit. And we'll see if he can get it. Actually, he's warming up a little bit right now. 5 points the last 3 games. He was in a bad cold spell, but he's warming up a little bit. I don't hate that. One thing I know about Robertson, though, is he's streaky, and he's starting to shoot the puck more. He's been doing that. He's had 3+ shots now for the Dallas Stars in 8 straight games. So he's getting the shots. He's getting the chances. No question. I don't hate that. He'd be next in line. I like Hintz and I like Pavelski very much, but he'd be next in line if I were to look at a third Dallas player. No question. And like I said, Stevenson and Dodonov here for Vegas. Definitely think they are both worth a look here in that game as well. All right. Looks like we are, let me just see. We're at intermission everywhere. I've given you my thoughts on the 8 p.m. Eastern games. We're going to take a little intermission, which is good because actually I was rushed like hell before this betcast started. I didn't even finish my fucking dinner yet. I've still got my plate over there, and it's I got to go heat it up, finish it off. I will be back 5 to 10 minutes from now. We'll be back in time, hope for the second period of these early games, and we'll be back for the start of the Calgary, Nashville, Arizona, Minnesota games. All of that about 5-10 minutes from now. So We'll take a pause, and we'll be back. Plenty more Ice Guys live betcast on a Tuesday night, our final betcast of the regular season. Plenty more coming up. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we're back here on the Betcast. We're all set now. We got food in the stomach, beer in hand, and we've got some action here in the second period of some of these games that are now underway after the first intermission. We thought we had a goal with Edmonton-Pittsburgh, but the goal was taken off the board, and it is still 1-0 for the Oilers leading Pittsburgh, so no goal there. But we do have a 2-0 goal for the Ottawa Senators very early in the second period. The Ottawa Senators strike quickly and extend their lead over the New Jersey Devils to 2-0 early in the second period there. So a quick start for the Senators coming out of the first intermission as they add to their lead over the Devils there in that game. And again, thought we had a goal for Edmonton. God damn it. I was frustrated seeing that call back. But nevertheless, 1-0 still for Edmonton. Batherson getting the second goal for the Ottawa Senators from Tkachuk to make it 2-0 there in favor of Ottawa. We are right around that period of time where we're going to jump in here now with Detroit-Toronto. Plus 110 over 4.5. I'm in on that. I'm going to wait for that. The team total's down to 2.5 for Toronto, and it's minus 150. I'm going to see if I can sneak out, 2.5 at, minus 110 or better. And then I will jump on that because, look, I mean, they've got 17 shots. They're all over the Red Wings. It's just, you would think a matter of time. We've seen this with the Leafs. Once they get one, usually they'll get a few more in bunches. But right now, 4.5 is at plus 120. I'm on that right now in this game, plus 110, I should say, plus 110 over 4.5. I'm going to jump in on that. And right after the chance, great save by Nedeljkovic on Matthews. Toronto actually takes a penalty. So Detroit is actually going to be going to the man advantage here. Detroit will be going to the man advantage here with a chance to take a stunning 1-0 lead. That right now they probably don't deserve it, but here they are in this game and a chance to maybe take the lead on the Leafs with this power play, even though they've been badly outplayed so far to this point in the game. So that's where we're at right now. It is, again, 2-2 with Florida-Boston. They are about to start the second period there. 2-0 Ottawa leading New Jersey. We are now underway in the second period as well with Columbus and Tampa Bay. 2-1 Lightning still leading the Jackets. Pittsburgh now on the power play, trying to tie the game with Edmonton. It is still 1-0 in favor of the Edmonton Oilers in that game. This could be a big swing. Pittsburgh scores a power play goal minutes after it was almost 2-0 for Edmonton. So this has the potential to be a pretty big swing in this hockey game. We'll definitely keep our eye on that. Rangers do have a brief power play coming up at the very beginning of the second period in that game between the Hurricanes and Rangers. So we'll see if they can capitalize with that. So good stuff all around as we look at the board here. By the way, I just lost the price on Dylan Dubé to score a goal for Calgary. The one I got was plus 500. Bet 365 at plus 500 on Dylan Dubé to score. That's a terrific price for that. For 6 goals in the last 6 games for Dubé. What a price that is. Absolutely outstanding. Johansson plus 375. I mean, some of these prices. I mean, even Matt Duchene's at plus 160 for the way he's been popping in the goals on home ice. That's absolutely a good price right there. So good options there in that game especially for Dubé, plus 500. I mean, my goodness, he's got 6 goals in the last 6 games. What a great price that is. All right, so Detroit going to the power play now, coming out of this TV timeout. So all of a sudden, it's a big kill for the Leafs here. They need a big penalty kill because to be down 1-0 with how much they've dominated would be thoroughly disappointing. Let's put it that way. Thoroughly disappointing it would be. No question about that. All right, so in terms of Arizona, Minnesota, by the way, that game is now underway. Wild and Coyotes. I'm on over 4.5 and for Minnesota and over 6.5 in that game. And I'm on, as I mentioned, the draw plus 310 with Nashville and Calgary. Those games just now getting underway at 8 p.m. Eastern. So those ones are underway. We'll see how they play out in Minnesota and in Nashville. So that's where we're at there. Nothing really new to report right now in the Carolina Rangers game. Although the Rangers are going to another power play. The one just ended, and now they are going to another power play. Columbus still trailing Tampa 2-1. Toronto just had a shorthanded chance, but nothing comes of it. So it is still scoreless there in that game. That 4.5 now is down to 3.5 in most spots. The Toronto team total, by the way, 2.5 minus 130. I hope we get a plus price. That would be amazing. Really, really hoping for that. We'll see if it indeed happens, where we get maybe a plus price on that team total involving the Leafs. We'll see if that ends up, because it's down to 2.5. We get a plus price on that. That will be awesome to see. Pittsburgh, by the way, has just tied the game with the Oilers 1-1. So it is 1-1 Edmonton and Pittsburgh. Penguins are on the board in that game. So there we go, 1-1 with the Oilers and the Penguins. 2-2 Florida and Boston. 1-1 Islanders Capitals. Second period just underway there. Still 2-0 Ottawa. Still 2-1 Tampa. Scoreless with the Rangers and Hurricanes, although it is a second straight power play opportunity right now for the New York Rangers in that game. Arizona, Minnesota, Calgary, Nashville, both just underway. So that's where we stand at the moment. And like I said, Pittsburgh's just tied it with Edmonton at 1-1 there in the Berg with the Oilers and the Penguins. And looks like we'll just get, I'm just trying to see a replay of that Pittsburgh goal. Just for a second here. But yeah, it was right at the end of that power play, essentially. Right, the power play was just seconds away from expiring, and they ended up getting that goal to tie it up 1-1. So that's where we stand there, Oilers and Penguins. Jeff Carter getting the goal from Matheson and Kapanen, and we have ourselves a 1-1 tie there between the Oilers and the Penguins in that one. So a pretty well-fended game, actually, all things considered there with the Oilers and Penguins so far in that one. Rangers, good pressure, good offensive zone time on the power play. Nothing yet, though, to show for it. Calgary's about to go on an early power play in the first period against Nashville. It is still 1-1 Islanders Capitals, still 2-2 Panthers and Bruins. That's good to see. Oilers answer back. Oilers right back. Just seconds after Pittsburgh ties it up, the Edmonton Oilers regain the lead, 2-1, leading the Pittsburgh Penguins. That's what we like to see with an Edmonton plus 130 ticket in our pocket. Response. That's what we like to see. And we saw it right there from the Edmonton Oilers. Very, very well done. Quick strike, rebounding quickly after that tying goal by the Penguins. And Evander Kane. And I said it, you just got to take him to score and get a point right now. Really, it's that simple. He is absolutely just beyond on fire at the moment. There's no fire hydrant that can put him out right now. He has been just a terror lately for the Edmonton Oilers. And once again, he's finding himself on the scoreboard, finding the back of the net for the Oilers, and he gives them a 2-1 lead in the second period. By the way, for Evander Kane now, he now has 6 goals in the last 4 games, and maybe counting because this game's far from over. 6 goals in the last 4 games for Evander Kane, and a whopping 7 points in those 4 games as well, including tonight. So it has been an absolutely piping hot, scorching hot scoring streak, goals and points for Evander Kane. Hey, say what you will. Problem guy, hard guy to root for, tons of issues, off the ice, in the past. I get that. Really, really hard to wrap your arms around him and embrace him and say, hey, let's root for Evander Kane. I get all of that, 100%. I see people on people come after me on Twitter because I say something nice about Evander Kane and the way he's playing. You have to separate the way he's playing from his personality. Does he have issues in his personal life? Yeah. Is he a douchebag at times? Yeah. Is he the nicest guy in the world? No. I mean, we're not disputing any of that. What I am talking about right now is this is a guy that is playing outstanding hockey. So put everything else to rest. The personal issues, whether he was gambling in the past, I don't give 2 shits about that. I'm talking about the player, the hockey player.
You fucking
about what he is doing on the ice right now. And
Can right now,
Evander Kane is playing outstanding for the Oilers. So people that give me grief for, complimenting his game. I'm going to compliment his game. He's playing great. I mean, this is not about his personal character. This is about his hockey. This is hockey, his work, what he's doing in terms of his job, his career, and what he's doing right now is lighting it up in a big way for the Edmonton Oilers. Speaking of lighting things up in a big way, he lights up our betcast every Tuesday night when he's joining us. Cheshire Cat, what's up?
Hey, could you hear me? I was like backstage saying a bunch of stupid shit.
All right. And then, I got to turn up my speaker. There you go. I can hear you a lot better now.
Yeah, was it low? I mean,
yeah,
I can do things to make it louder if you want.
Absolutely.
Is that okay? Anyway,
no, I hear you good. I hear you absolutely.
Dubé scored?
Did he score? I know Calgary just went on the board. You got to be shitting me. He did, huh? He did.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster, that guy.
Plus 500, man. Plus 500. Yeah.
I've been cashing with him for like a month. He's amazing. I like that kid. He's good. Very good shit.
Yeah. There you go. Plus 500. Yeah, let's go. Dylan Dubé, plus 500 goal scorer prop.
I better put that on.
I wish I'd taken the first goal. Yep.
I do that.
All right, Rangers. Come on. You're getting 1 million power plays here. It's time to cash in on one of these son of bitches. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. Our good friend, and I know he enjoyed being with you last Tuesday, Peyton, on the Betcast. He's supposed to join us, but apparently work is making him work overtime or some shit. But he'll probably be on a little bit later. He was hoping. He loved being on the Betcast last week.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Yep.
I'm all about it. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hear you good.
I'm doing like the
elderly. It wasn't you.
Thing.
It was me. Yeah, it was
my like the elderly. Hey, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah. We can hear you. And he starts shouting at him. Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
All right, we have a goal for Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has increased their lead against the Columbus Blue Jackets. 3-1 in favor of the Tampa Bay Lightning. 12 minutes to Stamkos again. My goodness. Don't let him heat up right before the playoffs start. 39th goal, second of the night. 39th goal of the season, second goal of the night for Steven Stamkos.
God, I love Dubé.
Isn't that great? I mean, my gosh, didn't even have to wait 5 minutes. He's on the board for Calgary.
Dude, he's done that
it's time to ride that guy.
Times.
You know how streaky he is, and right now he's in one.
Yeah, he's on it right now, man. He's been doing that though for like the last month almost, it seems. Yep. He's been just right away. In false Cheshire Cat fashion, we could see and hear him.
That's kind of funny.
But can you?
John's got a good sense of humor. Yeah.
What is hearing? It's only a sensory experience. Okay, I'm done.
Who's that? Is that me or? Yeah, that's mine. I think I can hear the Bruin game. There we go. All right, shut up, Jack Edwards. We don't need to hear you. There we go.
Coyotes live dog? No.
3-2 Boston, by the way. They've just scored as well. 3-2 Boston. They've taken the lead on Florida. So 3-2 Bruins. Not a good night defensively so far for the Boston Bruins, but 3-2 now. They lead Florida in that game. Getting the go-ahead goal, it was doesn't look like we have. I totally missed the goal. We'll have to see if I can find it on replay here. Who got the Boston goal? DeBrusk? I think it might have been DeBrusk. Yeah, I think it was.
Kane has been pulling his weight. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with him.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Devils scored, by the way. It's 2-1. Yeah, DeBrusk goal. That's what I thought. DeBrusk.
DeBrusk?
Yep.
Hey.
Zetterlund assist. Yeah, don't forget about Fabian Zetterlund. We struck gold with him that first or second game. He was on that top line. Remember that? Against Arizona. Scored one of the goals early in that game. Yep. So 2-1. New Jersey back in it with the Senators. 2-1 Oilers over
Nolan
the Penguins.
Foote. Is this Cal Foote's brother?
I believe, yes. Pretty sure.
Oh.
Pretty sure they're brothers. Yeah. Pretty sure that they're both the sons of Adam Foote. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, okay. Son of Adam Foote. Brother of Callan. Yeah, Callan Foote, Nolan Foote. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
Cal
a baby.
Yeah.
He's only 21.
Yeah. Yeah, Cal and Nolan are brothers, and they're both the sons of Adam Foote was a great defenseman. for the rain for Colorado back in the day. Really, really good. Undervalued piece of those great Avalanche teams back there. Carolina, by the way, on the board. Carolina 1-0 leading the Rangers, and if that score holds, you might as well give Carolina first. The Rangers are sunk if they lose this game in terms of any hopes of being first place in the Metro. So it's 1-0. Hurricanes leading the Rangers. That is the latest update there. It is still somehow scoreless between the Red Wings and the Leafs. There's just no ability for these teams to finish right now.
I hate how the Red Wings have been doing that. Seems like they've been keeping teams scoreless. I noticed that they did that with the Lightning.
Yep.
And the Lightning were playing in Detroit like a month ago or something. Yes, it's also true that Tampa Bay was like not really firing on all cylinders, but I've noticed that they've done it a few other times too. Seems like every other game or so they can keep teams like pretty close. Just the last month anyway.
Yeah. Detroit just had a great chance, and Campbell snares it with the glove. Roger Doria, thank you for the kind words. I have nothing to say about anybody with Wager Talk. They're a good group. They're all good people that are the handicappers there. I am sorry to hear that you had a chance to be there, and I don't know, it didn't work out. I'm sorry about that. There's some things business-wise that I don't like what they do, but no, everybody that like the cappers that are on that site, they're all good, really good people. Most of them I've met. Most of them I know. Brian Leonard and Teddy and Andrew, it goes without saying. I have not met Carmine, but Andrew says nothing but good, and he seems like a nice guy, Carmine. So good stuff. And hey, like I said, the good handicappers there in terms of the people. It just didn't fit for me, because they don't pay for content, and I demand that if I'm going to do content, I'm going to do shows. I want to get paid for it. So that's the difference. But nevertheless, great to have you, Roger. We appreciate it. Great stuff. And like we say, we don't have any updates yet. The Carolina, I believe, scored the latest goal. 1-0. They lead the Rangers. That's where we stand right there. 2-1 Ottawa, 1-1 Islanders Capitals still in that one. I'm eyeing some potential live betting opportunities. Detroit and Toronto. I mean, we've got the Leaf team total now. What is it at? 2? I'm going to take it at 2.5, plus 130 right now. Plus 130 Toronto team total over 2.5. That's what we're at right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way. There's no way they're going to hold them under that.
Yeah.
You would think.
And Nedeljkovic gave the puck away and almost got caught out of his net. And so near miss again for the Leafs. It's just one of those nights where, swarming and tons of chances, but just can't find the back of the net right now for the Leafs.
I've noticed that there's a couple teams that have like the ice seems to get chunky when they play there. The Red Wings are one of them. I was wondering, do you think there's like some sort of cheat mechanism that you could do to break up the ice and make it harder for other players to skate?
Well, definitely there's some ice surfaces that when it gets to the latter part of the period, the ice really gets, chewed up. And it's just difficult to make plays, difficult to make crisp passes, finish off, around the net when the puck's bouncing on a rubber road, so to speak. Yeah. And you get that in certain buildings. Toronto's not terrible with it, but certainly the New York, like Madison Square Garden, is known for horrendous ice at the end of the period. Warm weather buildings, like Arizona, especially in the playoffs there. Arizona won't see playoffs, but, the warm weather like Florida, Tampa Bay.
You don't know that.
Yeah, Florida and Tampa Bay in the playoffs. Those buildings, and the longer the period goes, the ice gets terrible. And it's because it's so damn hot outside. They try to keep it as cool as possible, but it's not easy.
Have teams ever done that before? Like tossed sand on the ice or something to try to get an advantage over the other team? I don't know. Or salt.
That might be just going a little bit too far. You're going to say competitive imbalance. That's what the other team's going to cry about. Yeah, if you were to do something like that. Look who's here. It's our old friend. We haven't seen her in forever. The new mom, Melissa Cunningham.
Hi guys, I've missed you.
Yeah, how are you? How are things? How's the life as a mom the last couple of months?
It's busy and and you don't sleep much. But I do find that the best research I do is when I'm at night with him. So
I know you get to cap the card
awesome.
more. Like
it keeps you honest,
so much
right?
spending it with the kid, it's capping the card.
Right, exactly. So I've been trying to do that. But this last week is always weird. I kind of hate betting this week actually, because you never know what's going to happen with these games.
A minefield. Very, very much it is a minefield.
I was thinking that last night, and I was like, when I looked at it today, I was like, I'm just gonna go with what I've been doing a little bit.
Yeah.
I wanted to steer clear of the Rangers and the
Canes.
Rangers and the Canes. Yeah, that one kind of freaked me out, but
I saw a lot of people were on the Rangers, I think, today. It seemed like
I like that side. I like the side of the Rangers, but I didn't really know what it was going to look like. And I still think the Pens can come back and win this game, honestly.
Yeah, this is a game I've been watching. I'm with you, Ian. I would have bet the Oilers pregame. I think
I just thought it was a good price. Yeah, with them at a plus 130 off a bad game. Mike Smith on an 8-game win streak. And there's a little bit more at stake for Edmonton. Not that Pittsburgh doesn't want to finish third in the division, but you're still going on the road to start game 1 next week. It's not like this is the be-all, end-all for Pittsburgh trying to get third in the division, whereas Edmonton's trying to lock down second in their division, which does give them home ice. So it's very big for Edmonton, and a little bit bigger, I think, for the Oilers, in terms of incentive in these last couple of games than Pittsburgh.
The Penguins changed their lines too around. Like Raquel was on Sid's line, now he's not, which I'm not very happy about.
Yeah, it's that typical late season line juggling that coaches do. They want to tinker, they want to experiment before the playoffs start.
Yep, exactly.
Don't even get me started on Vegas with that shit. I mean, you guys probably see what I've been tweeting out. I've been tweeting out all sorts of crazy shit about Vegas, but it just drives me nuts, like what they're doing.
Austin Matthews, goal lead, 1-0. There we go. And I jumped on it over 2.5 for the Leafs at a plus 130. Yeah, there we go.
The reason why I like the Pens today is because they were coming off a loss too, and they're playing at home.
Yeah.
And honestly, Sidney Crosby has been going off like the last 10 games. He's been on fire.
He's got Raquel with him.
Yeah. Raquel was a great pickup. Really was.
I like him. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the game I have on now. Beautiful. For the only bet that I'm in right now is I'm on Ottawa, the Senators as well.
Do you think there's going to be some regression for Smith at some point? I was thinking today maybe it would be it.
If you've watched the balance of Mike Smith's career, the only answer is yes.
Yeah, I thought today would be a perfect day to see it.
Yeah. But right now he's feeling it. Like he's got the Fountain of Youth thing going right now. Yeah.
He's going down to the Amazon and getting stem cells.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's doing something. I mean, this has actually been a very impressive
wild goal.
Stretch. Yeah,
Hartman.
Minnesota.
Hartman.
Yay! I love Hartman.
Actually, I am on wild team total over 4.5 in that one.
Me too, Melissa.
Nice.
Yeah, we're on that as well. Yeah, we're on that as well, and over 6.5 because look, Arizona's good to give up 4 or 5 minimum. They chip in 1 or 2, you're looking good. Copp injured again for the Rangers, worth noting. I saw that too, John, just a second ago. I wasn't sure who was hurt, but it looks like, it was Copp again. So, that's unfortunate because he had the hat trick against the Islanders. He left that game to injury later, missed the last couple. Now he's hurt again. It's unfortunate. Good player.
Yeah, really good.
Yep.
Is it the same injury? Just like injured?
We'll have to wait and see on that. Oh, great stop by Campbell. Detroit almost tied it. This is the beer, Troy. It's always out of a mug. I don't drink beer out of a freaking cup or a can. Beer, actually, out of a can once in a while. But usually when I'm at home, I either pour it out of the bottle or pour it out of the can into a nice pint, which is chilled in the freezer, by the way, so it's nice and cold. Yeah. Cheap stuff tonight. This is not my craft beer. This is just old-fashioned Labatt Blue.
Oh,
yeah.
It looks like Tommy's got a question for you, Ian, on Avs Blues first period puck line for the Avs. I personally am not touching that game because
I like St. Louis. What evidence, Tommy, do you have of Colorado giving a shit here down the stretch? What evidence? They've lost 4 in a row. They're resting guys. They've locked up everything. First seed in the West. I know they're back home and they were on the road and maybe get a little more excited to play at home, but the first game of this losing streak was at home to Washington, so they did lose at home. And St. Louis
Theodore?
is 12-13, and they want to keep pace with Minnesota for second in the division, which is important because those teams, I don't trust the team that doesn't have home ice advantage to win that series because they're both so good at home, Melissa, St. Louis and Minnesota.
Yeah. The Blues are going to be I'm probably going to ride with them for the playoffs.
Yep.
I think
No, don't say that. Oh.
I don't know.
The home ice is huge. They both
is.
need it.
It really
They're both
is.
great with it. Yep.
I was just gonna say another prop for this next game would be Theodore point. His point prop is -105.
Yep.
He's great. I like that you mentioned Stevenson. He's been great.
Yep.
You don't know what the guy is gonna do with the lines. The coach.
Oh, he's a madman, Peter DeBoer. He's juggling his lines period to period. Even the other.
He's an idiot, man. I'm sorry to say it, but he's just kind of like, what
you
are
got
you
Golden
doing?
Knight fans on your side, Cheshire Cat. You're good.
No, what are you doing? He's got a lot of talent on the team, obviously.
Yeah,
but you wouldn't think it.
That's gonna be frustrating. Well, are you on the total at all, Ian, for that game? I'm on the full game 5.5.
I'm not. I'm going to wait to see how it plays out because I could see it being 3-2. I could see it being 4-3.
I'm curious what's going to happen in the third period. Like, obviously, if Vegas is down 2-1 or 3-1, they're going to probably pull their goalie. I'd expect because they need at least a point.
Yeah, it's going
to survive, right?
God, what are they doing?
You know what a live over is going to be worth looking at? It's if Dallas is leading in the third period because Dallas winning in regulation ends the season for Vegas. Knocks them out. So if they're down in regulation, they're going to pull the goal even earlier than normal.
But I think the Preds losing right now helps both of them, right?
Yes.
The
definitely.
Preds are still not clinched. There's many scenarios.
Vegas still has to get their 2 points tonight, as far as I'm concerned.
So I'm curious, like if it's 2-2 going into the third or 5 minutes left, is Vegas satisfied with 1 point, or are they going to pull and say we got to get 2 with the expectation that Dallas is probably going to beat the Ducks and they're probably going to beat the Yotes? That's the other scenario.
That's each coach plays that kind of scenario differently. Some will say, let's just get the win in overtime, even if they do get a point. And then there will be some people that probably have to look at it realistically and say, we let them get a point, and we're still if they get a point, Dallas, the best that Vegas can get is 2 points back of Dallas, with Dallas having 2 essential layups on paper, that is, against Arizona and Anaheim to end the season at home.
Yeah, so it'll be.
I would pull the goalie if it's tied.
I would too. Yeah, that's why I kind of was like looking at third period over, maybe, or that's why I think
third period over could be a good play in that game. Really could be, depending on again the score at the time.
What do we do now with the Knights in the third period? If they have a lead.
If they have a lead,
you just
then
hammer the Stars.
Knowing them, they'll protect the lead tonight because remember they've had that terrible game against New Jersey. That was a costly loss, and it's going to look even more costly tonight. Seeing where they're at. But then they bounced back. They beat Washington the next game. So they're a weird team like that.
Wait, the Knights?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, they just gave up 2 goals the other night against the Sharks, right?
Yep.
And then they did the same thing against the Devils.
I was like, bizarre. I went to bed because I can't stay up for these West Coast games. And I'll get up at like 1:30 and I see like my Flash app and I'm like, what happened to Vegas?
Yeah.
It's like terrible. Yeah. If I was watching that live or if I had Vegas puck line, I would just be livid.
Yeah, you'd be beside yourself.
All the lines at the end of the game. It was one of the most bizarre things I've seen. I was like, what are you doing? Like
shame.
Some of the guys they don't have chemistry with each other. And some of the guys are like, just getting healthy.
Yep.
It's like they had no chance when you do that.
Yeah.
You just keep putting out what works. And from like this season, some of those guys work so hard to get them to this point to even have a shot for the playoffs.
Well, it looks like
and now all those guys are never even talked about. They just talk about like
Carolina adding to their lead.
Scored. Yeah. Canes were a dog tonight, right?
They were slight. Underdog, just about plus 100, but still slight dog.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, and they are up now 2-0 on the Rangers, which is trouble for the New York Rangers because even just 1 point, but especially 2, is going to give this division to Carolina here tonight. They will be the first place team in the Metro, and right now they're up 2-0. Let's give a little nice tip of the cap here so far tonight to Pyotr Kochetkov for Carolina, who might have to play game 1 of the playoffs next week for the Carolina Hurricanes, because these two old geezers in net for the Hurricanes, they basically heal faster from injuries than a 70-year-old man at this point. I mean, it takes them longer than a 70-year-old man to heal themselves from an injury or something. I mean, Frederik Andersen has been a historical forever. It takes him to come back from an injury. And it's not much better for Antti Ranta. You know, they're both hurt right now for the Hurricanes.
Yes.
So it could be Kochetkov's net
Ottawa.
next week for game 1.
Ottawa goal looks like. Yes.
Yes, they did. Indeed. Yep. Ottawa extending their lead on a power play goal against the Devils to take a 3-1 lead in that game. It is still 1-0 Minnesota. It's 1-1 Islanders Capitals. It's still 2-1 Edmonton leading Pittsburgh. Penguins are on the power play, though, so a chance to tie it there. Still 3-2 Boston leading Florida. 3-1 Tampa leading Columbus. 2-1 Carolina leading the Rangers. And still 1-0 Calgary leading Nashville. And after the second period, 1-0 Toronto leading Detroit. So you're all up to date.
Hopefully the Wild don't just sit back here like what they did when they played.
They're not known
the Canadians
to do that typically, but on the road a little more. But at home, they usually like to light it up.
Light it up. Isn't it Kirill's birthday too?
Yeah,
I think Terry
right,
sent me a tweet saying it was his birthday.
Well, Terry would know for sure.
I think it was yesterday.
I need to track that shit more often. The birthday,
the birthday
players,
stuff,
because they seem to like the NBA too. I mean, their player props hit when it's their birthday. They want to put on a show. They want to dominate. They want to have a big game. That's a thing.
Oh, it looks like they're going on the power play. The Wild.
Yep, they are.
So,
indeed. Yep.
You have no hesitation on taking the Blues at all? Like, you think it's kosher today? I don't.
At that price,
crazy price.
At that price,
every time I bet on them,
it is
totally
Bennington, and it's a matter of who's going to break him because he's been playing well. But so we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Are you on the Blues too?
No, I'm on nothing.
Nothing there for
nothing.
I'm
I
like
am on St. Louis.
being
That's
very
my best
low volume lately, and it's weird. Like, well, yesterday I was on the full game over for the Blackhawks, and after the first period, I was like, "Sweet, this is gonna hit in the second period."
And then one goal.
Boring game.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
I think I watched the first and third period.
Oh,
there were a bunch of chances in those two periods, but the second period,
I didn't watch it.
A low event. I don't know. They forgot to come out in those games or in that period. Second period was just not much was going on either side there. But anyway, we spent 10 seconds too long talking about Flyers Blackhawks last night.
Is the guy who got called up for the Coyotes who scored last game, is he playing again tonight? Do you know? What's his name?
Yeah, let me just double check on that because they've really gone through just so many different combinations.
What
let
is
me
his
just
name?
see about that.
Amama?
Yeah, Boko
Yes.
Amama.
Yeah.
He's on the fourth line tonight with Galchenyuk and Janik.
I was looking for a goal prop for him, but the books didn't have anything on it. But
same.
No, NHL first NHL goal in his second game against St. Louis last game for Arizona. So great to see that. That guy really worked. Had to go through different levels of hockey to get this far. And,
right.
It took a while for him to finally get the call up, and he was supposed. Is he not in? He was supposed to be
not in. Let's see.
Supposed to be on the fourth line tonight for Arizona. Maybe he's not. We'll find out the official game sheet.
Oh, you know what? I don't think he is on here. I wonder why.
That's a shame.
Yeah, I wonder why they went. Oh wait, no, he's on there.
He's got to be. He's on the fourth line.
He's got -1, so yeah, he's on there.
Yep. Yeah, I figured he's playing tonight because they got him listed on the fourth line. Yeah, let me just see. Yeah, they got him there. Yep.
Yeah.
Arizona. There it is.
The Penguins are showing a little push here, but
yep.
I still think the Oilers are the better team, personally.
Speaking of the Oilers, they're off to the second intermission there. So second period over.
I'm going to probably flip to the Vegas game because that's probably starting soon.
It is just underway. They just dropped the puck there. And so huge. This is like a playoff game in the regular season, this game. Huge game right here. Yeah. I'm going to use the Vegas feed. I like my guy, Dave Gosher.
Yeah, I can't wait till you do the announcers show, Ian.
Oh, the big rankings in the off season. Yeah, I'm just going to, and I'm taking my time with it because the way I'm going to do it, and for those of you that didn't see this on Twitter the other day, I'm going to rank all 32 local television play-by-play team broadcasters. You know, every team has their own local television broadcast. I'm going to rank the play-by-play guys 32nd to 1st for every team. And I'm going to incorporate different factors will go into my evaluation. Excitement level, enthusiasm, how well you call the game, the rapport you have with your partner. You know, are you entertaining? Do you engage the viewer doing the game? Are you annoying? Are you over the top? You know, that might take something away from you. You know, all kinds of things. Your knowledge of the game, staying on top of everything that's going on, injuries, developments during the game, all kinds of awareness, you know, being able to decipher rules, all that stuff. I really factor in a shit ton of different things, and it's all going to go into the final grades for all these broadcasters.
Wow.
And lifters. Yeah.
Just right away.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and get a penalty out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem. There we go. So it's right now, I'm just trying to see. We got nothing really to update. 3-1 Tampa after the second. 3-2 still for Boston, leading Florida 3-2.
Devils just scored.
Devils just scored, yes. And the New York Rangers just scored. The New York Rangers are on the board against the Carolina Hurricane. Huge goal for the New York Rangers, you know, right before this, 3 minutes to go in the second. Big goal for New Jersey, too. You know, just a few seconds left in the second period for the Devils getting that 3-2 goal. So they have got themselves certainly right back in the game now against the Ottawa Senators. And for those of us that are, got Ottawa, and a lot of us do, Ottawa money line here, we're definitely
Nolan
a
Foot.
little more nervous now.
Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Just saw it was Nolan Foot. I didn't see any props for him. Or that other guy that's really young.
I mean, holy crap. Promoted on Friday. And he's played 2 games. He didn't get a point over the weekend. He played in both games for New Jersey over the weekend against Detroit and Carolina. Didn't get a point, but certainly having a better night tonight against the Ottawa Senators. So now 3-2. Kreider with the Ranger goal. So it is 2-1, as I mentioned there. Carolina still leading, but the Rangers back in it. Finally doing some damage against Mr. Pochetkov in that game.
I was just going to say thanks, Bobati. I didn't see that it was Kreider.
Yep.
Kreider got the New York Rangers goal.
Yep, he did. And Dallas, by the way, early power play chance against Vegas in this game for Dallas. Early power play against Vegas here with that game just underway. As far as how long are we going to go tonight, we're going to go till the end of the St. Louis, at least that's my plan, the end of the St. Louis, Colorado game. Because that's really the last pertinent game of the night. I mean, Seattle, Vancouver's finished. San Jose, Anaheim, San Jose, they're just playing for exercise. So we will not be staying on for the very late games tonight. That is for sure. That's definitely not going to happen. Those 2 late games, Seattle, Vancouver, Anaheim, San Jose, will be off the air after Colorado ends. That's my plan right now. So probably around midnight. That's how long we'll go to tonight. Midnight or whenever that Blues Avalanche game ends.
As far as the Sharks and the Ducks game, I don't know. Good luck.
I like San Jose there. I did actually bet San Jose there, believe it or not.
You bet it?
I did, just because of the fact that I think Anaheim is not mailing it in, but just don't trust them on the road after the Getzlaf night. You know, now they go on the road for some meaningless games late in the year. And look, they didn't even play that well against St. Louis in Getzlaf's final home game. They got completely dominated. Now I don't trust them going on the road. San Jose is actually putting up a fight down the stretch. They spoiled Vegas the other night.
It was kind of epic. No. Like, if I'm being totally honest, it was kind of epic, and I kind of like to see it.
They could be in a flat spot too, San Jose. Let down after beating Vegas, but I think I trust Anaheim even less to show up in these last couple road games. San Jose is the only way I would go. Oh, back to 3-1, back to a 2-goal lead for the Carolina Hurricanes. They are back up 3-1 now on the New York Rangers. So just when the Rangers get back in it, Carolina adds to the lead. 2-on-1, and instead of passing, Teravainen shot it and froze Shesterkin and beat him. And Shesterkin just not threw his stick down, but like just dropped it in like frustration that, man, I should have had that. That's what that looked like to me. Shesterkin thinking, man, I should have had that. Teravainen with the goal. Yep.
Sweet.
Double T. Now, Jarvis, did he get a point is the question. He's on that line with Aho and Teravainen. And we have him to get a point, and we have him to score tonight for the Hurricanes, which we've been betting a lot. You know, we've been on these Seth Jarvis props a ton lately. But, yep, Teravainen has made it 3-1. Yeah, Shesterkin was not impressed with that. I remember I've been upset with his defenseman who kind of screened him too and trying to block it. Yeah.
I saw the number for Teravainen and it was ridiculous when I saw it earlier today. It was like plus 280 or something.
Yeah, that's a good price for him. You know, it's a top line play. Trocheck and Shea got the assists, by the way, on that Teravainen goal.
I thought it was a really good price.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it right now.
Yeah. The tough situation for the Rangers there. They got right back in it, and then a turnover in the center ice area, and it ends up in the back of their net. Not what you want to see, to be sure, if you're them. No question. So that's where we're at right there with that. All right, so 2-1 Edmonton, 3-1 Tampa, 3-1 Carolina, 1-0 Calgary. They're on the power play, though, late in the first period there. 3-2 Ottawa after the second. 1-1 for the Islanders and the Capitals after 2 periods. 1-0 Minnesota leading Arizona. Minnesota on a power play, though, to start the second period. So keep an eye on that. And nothing else to report. It's 3-1 Tampa after 2 periods. It's 3-1 Carolina late in the second. It's 1-0 Toronto after 2 periods, and it's 2-1 Edmonton leading Pittsburgh after 2 periods. Yeah, there's no Brent Norris. Good point. I'm watching this Vegas-Dallas game. It's obviously the most important game of the night, and the crowd's into it. You know, crowd's been pretty loud so far. It's a big game, and Dallas is off to a good start. They've had control of the play in the Vegas zone. They're out shooting the Golden Knights 5-1. Again, only 6 minutes in, but it's the kind of start you want for Dallas. Not the start you want if you're Vegas, who obviously it's curtains for them if they don't win tonight. It's that simple. I'm just hearing that Antti Raanta is actually backing up Kochetkov tonight, that's really a good sign. That means Raanta actually, his injury might not be as bad as we think. It means he if we get to game 1 next week, he might be available to start for them.
Do you have futures with Carolina?
Yeah. Do I have futures? Yes, I do. Preseason, I did take them to win the Eastern Conference and to win the Eastern Conference and to win the Stanley Cup. I just thought, you know what? They've had so many years where they've made deep playoff runs. One of these years, maybe they're going to get over that hump and get the job done. And look, they haven't played their best hockey at all here in the final month, but that really shouldn't negate what's been, for the most part, a terrific season. You know, a terrific regular season for them. They've played well. It's just a matter of, can they really pick it and ramp it back up again here down the stretch? That's going to end up being the question mark. So we'll see if that's indeed the case. But that's a good point in the chat by someone there about this Calgary game. You're right. It's chippy. It is a physical, chippy affair. There's been, some scrums after the whistle. There's been some fights already here tonight. So lots going on in that regard here with the Flames and the Blue Jackets. Not a whole lot of love lost here with these two teams. And look, this could be a first-round series here with the Predators. They're starting to look like it. The animosity, the hatred, it's building up it looks more and more like it could be Flames and Predators in the first round. We got a commercial, by the way, Vegas, Dallas. So they are in the first TV timeout. Really, everything's at intermission right now, except for Calgary and Nashville, which is in the final minute of the first period of that game. But everything else right now, we're looking at pretty much at intermission or about to. I mean, Rangers and Hurricanes are just about to hit the second intermission with Carolina leading that game by a score of 3-1. So that's where we're at there right now. And again, St. Louis, Colorado is the next game up, and that will be at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. That one gets underway. So plenty still going on, but a lot of these games. Let's see if there's some live bets that I'm looking at here in some of these games.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Devils,
I think the
Senators.
Leafs.
Yeah.
I know that you've already bet it, but
Yeah.
I don't hate the over 3.5, over 3.5 goals.
And
I
even
think
money.
Yeah. I may wait a minute and see if we can get a little bit better. Like
I've
plus
already
money.
got the Leafs team total over 2.5 at plus 130. So
yeah,
but I also have over 4.5 at plus 110. So do I?
what I like,
bet it at 3.5, and I see a 3.5 at plus 100. I am tempted by that.
yeah. Well,
I'm going
what
to
I
take
see right
that.
here,
Yeah, I'm going to take that plus 100.
what I see right
over
here is
3.5.
I can. What I like doing in these spots is like with the even numbers when it gets up to plus money,
drinking.
I'll jump on it. So it says third period totals 3.
Yep.
It's plus 170. So I need 3 goals in the third period. I definitely think that can happen.
Yep.
So
yeah, I agree.
I'm going to put a small little bet on that.
Over 3.5 plus 100. I like it. I actually am going to bet it myself as well. Even though I've already, so I've boxed. I don't want to say I've boxed myself into a corner, but we better get an outburst here in the third.
Yeah,
I have
I think
Leafs
we
team
will.
total over 2.5, and I have full game over 3.5 and 4.5 right now.
So I'm just taking. Yeah, I mean, this would basically be like the full game over 4.
Yep.
Over 5, I guess is.
I'm
what I would
taking
have to
Rangers
do.
plus 2.5 minus 130. Rangers plus 2.5 minus 130. I don't trust them to win the game,
I'm
but this
playing
is all out for the Rangers now here in the third period, because if they lose in regulation, you give the division to Carolina. So this is balls to the wall, all out. You're at home. You're down by 2. You lay it all out on the line here.
They've had a lot of comeback wins. I think they could do it.
They've had some good
for
third
sure.
periods. I remember they were down against Boston at home. They came back and they got it to within 1, and they lost, but they almost tied it. Like they were within and they got a review. The goal got reviewed, and they said it was no goal. So you're right. Rangers have been in this spot before, down going into the third at home, and they've had a good third period. So Rangers plus 2.5. If you really want to get not take a risk, but if you really want to get adventurous, Rangers are sitting out there at north of plus 900 on the money line right now. If you really feel like they could come all the way back and win, but I'm going to be a little safer. Plus 2.5 here, minus 130. Maybe a little sprinkle too on the plus 1.5, but I'm not going to go as far as to go plus 900. Plus 1.5 for the Rangers is plus 180. That's a pretty good price.
Am I talking enough? Do you need me to talk more right now?
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I'm
I'm one of those
chilling.
people that, it seems like I'm talking forever and ever and ever, and yet I'm still going. Yep. I mean, there's no off switch for me, unfortunately. Yep.
I don't mind it, man. Obviously.
Yep. Gift of gab. I don't know how I got it, but I did. Yep.
Oh, I was gonna tell you that campaign joke that you made earlier on the NBA pub was actually really funny. It made me laugh, man. I know you said it was really corny, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You're like, yeah, speaking of pain,
yeah,
campaign for the. Yeah. I'm like, all right.
Yep, that was good. It's pain watching that guy play basketball this series for the Phoenix Suns. I'm just being honest. He's been awful.
Yeah, man. He's been
sport.
Really
that's
bad.
Another story. Yep. There we
hey,
go.
Are they gonna get? Do you think they'll play Aaron Holiday at all?
If they get desperate, yeah, I wouldn't put him out there, but
you wouldn't. Seems like I don't know. Is he bad?
No, he just hasn't had many minutes. He just hasn't been on the floor as much, and now you're going to put him in a important game 5. I don't know about that, but anyway, that's basketball.
Yeah, that's basketball. Get back here.
There we go. We got Melissa back. Melissa, live betting wise, is there anything right now with these games that are all about to start the third period? Is there anything you're maybe looking at?
Actually, let me look at some lines. I think what's the live over or the total for the Penguins game?
It's 5.5 plus 115 live
right
now. 2-1 going into the third.
I like that.
That might be a decent one. That's the only game I've been watching, so I know the pace was going back and forth.
Yeah, the pace has been good in that game. I'm trying to see if the how the Penguins. We're going to find that out right now. Recently, in terms of third periods, how they've been trending. Of course, we thank all year Chris Otto, by the way, has been constantly very upset, and he's always DMing me before a betcast saying, "I wish I could be on tonight, but I'm driving or I'm coaching some."
He's in Florida, I think. He's on
vacation this week. Yeah. But it's usually I'm driving somewhere. I got a coach tonight, and don't feel bad, man. Just betcast, you come on when you can come on. It's I get it. It's weeknight. Not everybody can come on the betcast. It's the way it goes, but it's all right. Chris, we got you. As long as you show up at least a couple times in the playoffs, it's all good. And I'm sure, playoffs now starting. Yeah. Our playoff betcasts, which are also, by the way, going to be on Tuesday nights throughout the playoffs. Playoff betcasts every Tuesday night. Maybe once in a while we'll add one on a Thursday, but for the most part, they'll be Tuesday night. So yeah, right now what I like is Detroit, Toronto over 3.5. Melissa just mentioned she kind of likes Edmonton, Pittsburgh over 5.5 live. I'm going to look maybe toward, if it was 5.5, I would have jumped on. No, but it's 6.5 with Columbus and Tampa. So I'm leaving that alone. Florida, Pittsburgh. I'm going to add on with Florida plus 225 right there with the Florida Panthers. I can't shy away from these plus prices with this group, and with their offense, they're never out of it. They are trying hard to win that President's Trophy. They've never won it before in the history of the franchise. Jimmy Murphy was saying on our show today that, this is something that's never happened before for the Florida Panthers winning a President's Trophy. I think it's a bunch of rubbish trying to win that.
Alex.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
There he is, Alex B. Smith.
We need the live first period bets.
Yeah, well, I had a couple of them. I put some in the chat, and then had to kind of redo my lights a little bit. Lights were kind of bothering me, so that's why I wasn't on until just now. So I've been watching the show, but now get to join in. So
yeah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't think you were coming on to like 7:20 Central anyway, Alex.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what is it? It's 7:50.
7:50.
That's okay. I didn't think you were coming on right away anyway. So anyway, all good. It's good stuff. What's going on with you? What are your bet? What have you bet? What are you looking to bet? What's going on?
So it's been kind of rough. I'm 1-3 so far on the live wagers. I had Florida Boston first period over that cashed. But
Sorry.
Who scored? No. Oh no.
Oh, and then Ian, I tailed you on the Leafs and Red Wings that first period over a half a goal and the 4.5 on the over.
Yeah. All right.
So
there we go.
So 1-1. And then I had Wild first period over, which
there you go.
They should have had like 3 goals in that first period, but they only got 1. So
one.
They're on like 4 power plays, it seemed like.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Sometimes there's those nights you have all kinds of chances and territory, like the Toronto game too against Detroit. All kinds of chances, territory, and the puck just doesn't go in certain nights.
I also have Pittsburgh to score next goal minus $1.20.
Yep, there we go.
That's just one thing I get.
All right, so 2-1 Edmonton there. That game is about to begin the third period. Old school, old-time hockey in the first period with Calgary and Nashville. Very rough, multiple fights. They're kind of like two teams that kind of know they might see each other in a week in the first round. Yep. Which was good to see. I like it. The animosity has turned out. I think Goodbranson was in a fight with Jeannot. Oh, we got a goal for the Leafs. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Wonders never fucking cease. John Tavares gets a goal. It's been a while.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. One more for the Leaf team total. 2 more for over 3.5. Come on back. Maybe get us this over 4.5 as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Still lots of time. We know the floodgates can open in these Leaf games. We've seen some really goal explosions in third periods with this team.
Well, not just the Leafs, but Detroit too. I mean, we know Detroit can give up goals.
Yeah, Nedeljkovic. Once he melts, man, he melts.
Yep.
He goes downhill real quick.
Yeah. And that could be the goal that opens it up for Toronto.
Yeah.
Right now he knows, we're down 2-0 now. Now we're really tough. Yeah.
It's okay. I got it, guys. I got it. I'm just going to clear the puck. Whoops.
So there we go. 2-0 Leafs. Only 4 minutes into the third there, so there's plenty of time left. Like I say, I'm on the Rangers plus 2.5 and plus 1.5. I don't have the guts to go to the money line, but I'm going to go with plus 2.5, plus 1.5 Rangers down 3-1 going into the third. This is the first place on the line right now. Rangers. They lose in regulation. Hurricanes are essentially your Metro champs.
Vegas has been pretty dominant.
Yep. Lightning on a power play. Edmonton-Pittsburgh, by the way, is underway. I'm not involved in anything live there just yet. I know Alex is on Pittsburgh to get the next goal, which would tie the game there. 3-2 Boston. I'm on Florida plus 225 there. So there we go. Oh, the young hotshot defenseman in the box for Detroit, Mo Sider. So it's going to be a power play for the Leafs there. 1-1 Islanders Capitals going into the third. 1-0 Minnesota leading Arizona. What's that Minnesota team total? It's 4.5. They didn't really lower it at all. They didn't lower it at all. That's kind of surprising, but
4.5 is pretty decent, though.
Pretty decent, but that's
so we locked in pregame.
I already have a 4.5 pregame.
Yeah.
I wanted to hope. I was hoping maybe 3.5. It would have dropped too.
Yeah.
I'm eyeing that. I'm eyeing that for sure. Minnesota team.
The storm is coming.
Yep.
They know it.
Yep. Vegas, Dallas, very slow. I expected a slow start in this game, to be quite honest. I don't bet many unders, but to me, an under 1.5 kind of made sense in that Vegas-Dallas game with all that it's at stake with those two teams tonight, and they're getting off to a pretty, tidy defensive start on both sides. A lot of block shots too, by the way.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult to get pucks through. Very, very playoff. It's looking like a playoff game tonight with the Golden Knights and Stars so far.
Yeah. I was just trying to get Florida to score next goal at even money, but it's not going through yet. I guess did that period just end, or is the third about to start?
Florida.
Yeah.
That one is probably about to start pretty soon.
Oh, okay, all right. Because I was saying it locked up kind of weird, but then it kind of reopened again. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're just about to be underway there, third period with the Bees and the Panthers.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll keep our eye on that for sure. By the way, they're underway now. Ottawa, New Jersey in the third, 3-2 Ottawa.
Noah's asking a pretty good question. He says over 2 in the second period.
Yeah, that's not bad.
For the Wild, for the Wild and the
that's not bad. I would play that.
Yeah,
I would play that too.
And the
total for the whole game is 5.5, minus 105.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
I like that, Noah. I like that. Over 2, and I really do like that. That's good. I mean, I'm going to actually, to avoid even money or slight, play in any sort of price, I'm going to jump on that 2.5 at plus 150. Yeah. I'm seeing for Minnesota, Arizona second period.
Yeah,
because again, this is an Arizona team where they give up one more. You could see Minnesota score like 3 more in like a 10-minute span. I mean, that's what happens with Arizona. Did you see what Calgary? Remember, there was a Calgary game against Arizona a couple weeks ago. Yep. It was like 0-0, 1-0 after the first, and then just boom, 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 boom. Calgary just assaulted them with like 3 or 4 goals in a row in rapid succession.
I do remember that.
Totally could see that with Minnesota here. So
from what I saw in the first and second, I think Oilers were the better team. So I don't have faith in the Penguins to come back alive.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Why are you on the Penguins?
No, I'm not. But I need Crosby to do Crosby things.
Yep.
Oh.
I need him to do some scoring and helping some people score, helping people look good.
Leafs are on a power play, by the way, so all kinds of chances here. Again, it's a shooting gallery on Nadal.
There it is. There's 3 for the Leafs.
There it is. Yep, indeed. Is it Austin Matthews? It's number 60.
Wow.
60 goals for Austin Matthews.
Go Austin Matthews.
And it's 3.
But seriously, that is impressive.
Good call by Andrew. Andrew said earlier today, take Austin to score 2 goals. Yep. There we go. If he did that. Yep.
It's pretty cool, man.
First 60 goal scorer since who? Stamkos or Ovechkin?
I believe so. Boy, when this guy gets 1 in a game, I mean, he scores in bunches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, Matheson took a penalty?
Yes.
Does that happen? Oh, what an idiot.
Yep. Yeah, Pittsburgh penalty, Oilers to the power play. Yep.
Hey, that team total cash, Ian.
Yeah, the 2.5 is the winner. Thank you.
Yeah.
Plus 130.
Thank
you. Could you imagine that, Alex? Like midway through the second, I got an over 2.5 plus 130 for Leafs team total.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
We should watch the Wild. Maybe that happens with the Wild.
Yep. So there we go. That's a win. But we got over 3.5 and 4.5 Red Wings Leafs full game total. So we need both of those next. Yep. We have a chance to go 4-0 in this game. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Someone asked about any first period overs. I like in the late games. No. Late A black.
Blues is my best bet on the show today. St. Louis plus 150. Going for the gusto there against this Colorado team that's just looking to get the playoffs going next week.
The only thing I like on the Blues are player props.
Yeah.
I can't trust them.
Binnington is the issue.
I still
right?
can't trust them.
Yeah. It's still not easy. You're right. He's been a little bit better lately, though. I will say that. But
they gave me the Blues.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, I was right, by the way. Steven Stamkos in 2011, 2012, the last 60 goal scorer before.
Good call. Excellent call. Yeah. I'm terrible with that stuff, remembering that. Who's the last this, who was the last that, especially when it's like more than 5 or 10 years ago.
He had 60, and then Ovechkin in 07, 08 had 65. So
I thought it would be Stamkos or Ovechkin, your choice as to who's the last 60 goal scorer, but yeah, Stamkos.
Oh, Oilers 3. Did that happen already?
I looked away from that, and I've got that game right in front of me, and I looked away. Yeah, there it is. Boom. Oilers.
Whoa.
Yep. Power play goal.
Shit.
Power play goal for the Edmonton Oilers. So, again, good. This team, a nice response again from them tonight, considering what happened against Columbus. And
Hyman. I feel good when Hyman scores.
Zach Hyman is going to prove how valuable he is for this, how valuable he was to the Leafs last year when he plays for Edmonton this year. He's just such a great playoff guy. I mean, he goes and gets the loose pucks. He's ferocious. He's a pit bull. He goes to the front of the net. He clears out space for his line mates. He's just a great player, especially at playoff time.
And an outstanding human being.
Unlike you're talking about unlike Mr. Kane? Yeah. Yeah.
No, I didn't say it.
People giving me just shit for just saying, how well he's playing. Like, this guy's is still a jerk. He's still I'm not talking about that anymore. I'm talking about his hockey playing ability. And Evander Kane is one hell of a hockey player right now.
He is. Yeah. Yep. He's been on fire too.
So what do you want me to say? I mean, we can't just focus on his flaws as a person, as a human being all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Every once in a while, you got to give him a break. I'll give him a break right now.
Everyone, including Jay Woodcroft and McDavid, and they all say he's been a model teammate. He's been terrific. He's gotten along with everybody. No issues. No incidents off the ice.
Man. Maybe he's really grown up. It took me until like my late 20s, early 30s to really understand what it meant to respect other people. So, I think he's in that window. He's probably understanding what that means now.
Leafs are flying right now. I'm shocked it almost wasn't 4-0 just now. Yeah. The floodgates are, yep. I've got over, by the way, I've got over 3.5 with Toronto as well. I forgot about that. Over 3.5 team total and over 3.5, over 4.5 full game. So I was right when I said I'm hoping to go 4-0 with live bets on this game. 1-0 with 3 pending, though.
Yeah.
Islanders, yep. Good call, Melissa. Yep. 2-1 Islanders.
Some wild goals, though. Maybe that's another one to hop in live if they don't score in the first 10 minutes here.
Yep.
The wild team total. Even though we're already on 4.5.
Man, it was getting to that point, too, where I was considering 4.5 over for Islanders Capitals. We're not going to get that now. 2-1. Still 3-2 Ottawa, but New Jersey's got a power play, so it's a
oh boy.
What do they call sweaty bum time for New Jersey and Ottawa? Yeah, for those of us on Ottawa. Although I do have the over there, so one of them would hit if New Jersey, but I'd prefer Ottawa. I think I'd put more on Ottawa than the over there.
Than the over, yeah.
Yep. All right, Toronto's just unbelievably just wearing out Detroit here. It's like all in the Detroit zone right now. Man,
what's the odds on them to score next? Probably insane.
Insane, yeah. Not something I'd be betting, that's for sure. Next goal for Toronto is actually, you know what? Because it's the third period here, fourth goal, Toronto's only
minus 110.
Wow.
I'm taking that.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'll jump in on that.
Yeah. It's because 10 minutes to go. They're in a situation where they may not pull the goalie now. Detroit down by 3. So that's why the price is so relatively dirt cheap. But, man, I mean, I can't see Detroit holding them off for 10 more minutes with the way the swarming is right now.
There's no way.
What a shot that was. That was a great goal for Matthews on his 60th. There was no fluke. It was a terrific bullet corner of the net shot. Top corner, yeah.
Wait, so what are you guys doing?
Toronto next goal.
Nice.
Toronto to score the next goal.
Toronto score next
110.
goal. Yeah, -110.
Yep.
That's so easy.
Oh, the Knights just
We hope
scored.
so. Yes, they did. Just saw it.
Wow.
Right. Just turned to that game and just saw it as it happened right here. Nice move. Well done by the Knights there, and they are up 1-0 on the Dallas Stars, and it is Will Carrier. It looks like getting the goal.
What's it? Carrier, huh?
Yep. Carrier, our wayward song. Yeah. 1-0 Vegas. Will Carrier with the goal for
Senators
the other
scored?
Carrier.
Yay, Ottawa.
Or no, Carrier. So, did he pass it over? Or no, he passed it. Oh, I thought it was going to be
Stutzla?
Stevenson. Stevenson almost had it, and I've got Stevenson to score in this game. No, Carrier tried to center it to Stevenson, but it went off Ottinger.
Do you have
before it
Stutz
got
on
to
the score,
Stevenson
Ian?
in the net. No, it was Carrier. Tried to get the pass to Stevenson, and it hit Ottinger.
The fucking Kane scored again.
Yeah.
Jesus.
4-1. Yeah. So that's not
Whoa.
good for my +2.5 there. That's 4-on-4 early third period goal. And I
It's
really
really
worry
annoying.
about the Ranger bets now because that could be the goal that takes the wind out of their sails completely. 4-2 Ottawa. Shorty for them.
Who is it?
Dang,
Yep.
I was
We
thinking of doing Vegas to score first, but
No.
did not.
Short-handed goal. God damn it. That's a backbreaker for the Rangers.
Yeah.
That first minute. Yeah, terrible to give that one up.
The Rangers probably just want to play the Penguins because they own them.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
maybe that could be it.
Maybe.
Just
They're
conspiracy
probably like,
theories. You
"Eh."
got to ask them, but sometimes we can't. We got to just play Dr. Fraser Crane with these
Yeah,
guys.
right. Because I
Yep,
think
figure out
if
what they're doing.
they were
Yep.
to win, they're playing the Bruins or the
Yep.
Capitals.
The Stutzman.
Yeah, Stutzla. That's the second goal tonight.
Stutzla.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got two.
That's the way he talks too, because he's got that Austrian/German
I'm the
accent.
Stutzman,
Yeah.
yeah. I play hockey
Very good.
for
That's not
Ottawa.
bad there.
Stutzy.
It's not bad there. Not a bad
Do you guys
accent.
want Vegas to win, or are you guys more?
Yeah, I'm on
Out of
Vegas.
the
I am
out
on
of the
Vegas.
three,
Yeah.
though, like personally, who would you rather see in the playoffs? The Preds, the Stars, or the Knights?
The Knights.
I'd prefer Preds or the Knights before Dallas. I know that.
I know. I
Yeah,
hate Dallas. I
yeah.
do not want them in.
Yeah.
They just annoy me.
Yeah, kind of a.
They
block,
do annoy me
to
too.
be honest. Yeah.
They annoy you too. I don't know.
But
what.
the Preds annoy me as well.
Yeah, the Preds
So
annoy me
Dallas
too.
is such a great overtime team. I wouldn't mind seeing them in the playoffs, honestly.
So you can get your
Get some
draws.
draws, but
Devils
other
scored.
than that,
No.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, in
Devils
Nashville,
scored right back. There's your over.
Yeah.
4-3.
Ian.
There's the over. Now hang on, Ottawa. So the over's cashed, but now hang on, Ottawa here.
all right.
This shit's
Yeah.
going to overtime. Just reeks of it.
Yep. There we
Man,
go
the
again.
tell-
The old two teams out of the playoffs philosophy comes to fruition there.
Yep.
Over. High scoring.
Chester, what app do you use? You're like way ahead of me.
Oh, I'm watching a game, and then I'm also checking out scores and shit on BetMGM.
Oh,
They have
by
everything,
MGM. Okay.
Yeah, they
I was gonna
updated.
say I
everything
literally
really-
just got the alert on Devils right now.
All right, so 3-0 Toronto over Detroit. 1-0 Calgary leading Nashville. 4-1 Carolina. 3-1 Tampa. That game's been not much going on in the third. Still 3-1 with 8 minutes to go in the third there. 3-1 Edmonton. 3-2 Boston with 14 minutes to go in the third period. 4-3 Ottawa leading New Jersey in the third. 2-1 Islanders leading the Capitals. And still 1-0 for the Minnesota Wild against Arizona with 12 minutes to go in the second. And it's actually a 5-on-3 coming up for Arizona.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Let me see what that. I want to see the stats of that Arizona-Minnesota game because I know for a fact it's been pretty lopsided so far in this one. Let me just see. Actually, you know what? It's actually 7-2 Coyotes for scoring chances. 0.64 to 0.19 for expected goals for the Coyotes. Coyotes have the edge here right now. 4-1 danger chances, Coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Interesting.
Coyotes is scoring next. Everything's locked, so something might have just happened.
Yeah, 2-man advantage right now for Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
Briefly. Yeah, briefly.
Wait,
And then
okay.
it'll be up. That's it. 5-on-3's over already, so it'll be 5-on-4 for a minute and a half. And we are indeed on Toronto to score the next goal of this. There's still lots of time left, 8:30. We're all on them, minus 110. Score the next goal of this game for the Leafs.
Maybe the Wings pull their goalie.
Hopefully. I'm not sure about Blashill with the 3 goals down, whether he does it or not. I know Cooper
Right.
does, Everson does, Bednar does. It's a handful of coaches that will. Not sure about Jeff Blashill, though, for Detroit. 3-1 still Edmonton. 4-3
switch. So why do you like this play-by-play guy for Vegas? Why is
Who,
he
me?
like one of your favorite? Yeah. Why is he
Just
one of the
incredible enthusiasm and excitement. That's why.
Okay.
Very good. And a good broadcaster voice. Like I say, he's definitely top 10. He's probably in the, I would say probably the 8 to 10, just off the top of my head, because I do have guys higher up than him, but he's very good. Dave Gosher, for Vegas.
How low do you have Randy Hahn on your list?
Oh, Randy Hahn's bottom half. I know that. I don't think I would have him as low as you.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I know Alex will be interested in the Randy Hahn position of that 32 broadcasters, 32nd to first, worst to first, worst to best. Yeah.
That's pretty. I'm actually interested to see that list. That's pretty cool.
And like I said earlier on the Betcast, I'm factoring in enthusiasm, excitement. Do you get into the game? Do you know the rules?
Right.
Do you have great camaraderie with your partner? Do you make it engaging, entertaining for the person watching? All that stuff.
Oh,
Say what you will
Oilers
about
scored
Foley,
again.
and Chicago knows this. The rapport he has with Edzo in the Blackhawks booth the last couple of years. I mean, you can tell they're like good buddies.
Yeah,
they're just
definitely.
back and forth, and they're cracking jokes, and that's a plus. That gives you a better rating in my book when you
that's just the nature
shit,
of Pat Foley, because even him and Dale Talon in the 90s, like they were having a blast during those games. You can tell, even though the Hawks were awful for most of those years, but they had a fun time.
4-1 Edmonton. They've just scored again.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
4-1 Oilers. Great performance from them tonight.
Yeah.
Terrific game.
Yeah,
Bounced
they really
back.
did.
Wow. Connor
Really did come
McDavid,
out.
power play goal, 4-1. Yep. This is Casey DeSmith too. Sometimes,
He fucking sucks, dude. He sucks. I don't care what. I know you try to defend him sometimes, but he sucks.
He played great against Nashville. It was a TNT game. I remember it on a Sunday afternoon. They only come back and won that game because he kept it close right now. And Jackets just
Okay.
made
Oh,
things
all
a
right.
little interesting
Sorry.
in Tampa. 3-2.
I'm shitting on a guy that's already down. But I've had terrible luck with him.
Yeah, I distrust him more than I trust him. Casey DeSmith.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
That's where we're at in terms of my opinion there on him. And 4-1 Edmonton, 3-2, like I just said, Columbus on the board against the Lightning. So we got ourselves a one-goal game there. And the Islanders have added to their lead, 3-1. They now lead the Washington Capitals.
Damn.
The over 5.5 is still puncher's chance there with 11 minutes to go in that Islander Capital game. And by the way, if you want to jump in on that, it's 5.5 plus 150 right now.
Shit. Tampa
5
Bay
over.
just scored right back.
Really?
Wait, it's
Yeah.
is it 4-2
Wait.
or 4-1?
It's
That was weird. I just got an alert for 4-2, and then I just went back to 4-1.
4-1. It is 4-1. So the Columbus goal got called back. I'm just seeing it. Columbus goal got
Yeah.
called back.
Yeah.
Devils
And then
scored.
Tampa just scored right now. I'm seeing
No,
it. Yep.
Devils scored?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Wow.
They're not
That's
going
not
away,
good.
man.
No,
They fight.
aren't. No, they aren't. So that's not good there. 4-4 Devils and Senators.
I might bet no goal rest of regulation.
Bad goal there.
Oh, here's a breakaway for the Leafs. Engvall. Stop by
Oh, come on.
No.
And I had a Engvall prop too. Oh my God, and I got Toronto to score next, like you guys do. Oh
Damn.
man, that's
It's just-
all right.
okay,
6
they'll get
minutes.
it.
Still time.
Yeah, 6 minutes is a lot of time.
Might need him to pull the goalie though, if it gets to minute and a half, 2 minutes left, and it's still 3-0. And I wouldn't want to go 1-3 on this game. Live bets, that is.
Man, what is going on with the Wild? That's what I want to know. They just sitting back?
doing a lot of nothing. Yeah.
They really
Yeah.
are. They look totally flat as a pancake right now, especially in this period. They haven't really pushed been aggressive on the forecheck, any of that shit. I haven't seen it out of them here. It's like and that's sometimes, the problem sometimes is you really do sleepwalk. And when you think of the games they played some barn burners lately,
Yep.
right? Nashville, and they played St. Louis a bunch of times.
And they get Arizona at home. Like, you can sleepwalk through this game and still win it probably.
Yeah, they are. Terry, your team's sleepwalking. I don't
Sharangovich.
appreciate it. So, 4-4.
Inzaka. Fuck yes, dude. Yes.
A lot of 4-1s right now. We've got Edmonton, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Columbus, Carolina Rangers all at 4-1 right now. 5:07 to go for the Leafs to try to get the next one here, 3-0.
What am I sourpuss about, MDR? I'm not being a sourpuss.
No, he's not.
Oh, about DeSmith? I don't know.
Oh, Boston on the power play. This is a big power
shit.
play right now for the Bruins because they get a 2-goal lead. That's going to put a lot more pressure on Florida, and I've got them live money line Florida as well.
I do too. I got them live money line and the score next goal. So.
Yep. So this is big penalty kill here for the Panthers. 3-2 with 10:40 to go in the third. Washington on the power play, trailing 3-1. And if Capitals score on this power play, I'm telling you, it's at that 5.5 with the over that I thought was in big trouble. It was 1-1 going into the third. It's very much alive if the Capitals can score here. Wilder going on the power play, by the way.
I feel like they're always on the power play this game.
Yeah, it's like their fifth one of the night.
Yeah, this is indeed their fourth power play coming up. Yep, fourth power play coming up here for Minnesota.
And they had a 5-on-3, you said?
No, Arizona had 5-on-3.
Yep. Oh, gotcha.
It didn't score. Oh, it's so sad.
Yeah.
No.
What's going on with that?
I don't think I've seen a team score a 5-on-3 goal this year. I'm sure it's happened, but I can't recall it.
Who is it against the Penguins? They were playing someone on us, and they had 2 5-on-3s actually. Yep. They had 4 guys in the penalty box.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember what game it was. Ooh, was it against the Bruins maybe? It was against someone because I remember they were winning the game, and then they against the Capitals, I think it was. Yeah.
Great save right now. Just a second ago on the Boston power play by Bobrovsky. Great save.
Oh, the Predators scored 3-2. Too. They tied it up.
Yep. Just a second ago. Yep. Nashville.
DeSmith has been great if you bet on the Oilers.
I was going to say there's a caveat to that when you started off saying DeSmith.
I don't think it's fully his fault though in this game. I don't think the Penguins came out to play. I don't think they cared.
It just means more to Edmonton. Plus, Smith's on a roll. They're off a bad game against Columbus. There were a lot of things that added up to me liking them here. Plus 130 tonight against Pittsburgh. But
I feel like all those things I could have made a case for the other side. I don't know why. But I didn't take their line. I just I thought they would be able to get some scoring. It was stupid.
I'm going to do it. I'm jumping on Minnesota team total right now, over 3.5, plus 120. I'm not waiting around. This could explode at any minute with this team. I don't trust Arizona to just be 1-0 down for the rest of the game, 2-0.
That's true. Yeah.
So I'm taking it. Plus 120. Minnesota Wild team total over 3.5. Let's rock. Let's see if they can unscrew the champagne bottle here and make it rain. All right, big penalty kill for the Panthers. They've killed it off. So
nice.
Still 3-2. 9 minutes to go in that one. So Panthers still down 1. Plenty of time, for them to try to equalize. Did you take any draws tonight, Alex, at all?
No. I had nothing pregame tonight. Everything I was doing was live. So.
It's live. All right. I'm on I took Calgary Nashville draw, believe it or not, plus 310 before the game, and that's 1-1 now. So not bad. We're in a decent spot there with that.
You get plus 140 for no goal rest of regulation in Devil Senators.
Yeah,
that's kind of like a draw. I might play that.
Yeah, that one's been a shootout. Definitely, if it was a game where points are at stake for both teams, East versus West, that'd be a great bet right now.
Oh yeah,
no goal in the third. These two teams and the lack of defense we're seeing a little trickier.
Might keep going. I don't know. Well, plus money is pretty much going to be gone soon. So
yeah. If you want to bet that, though, bet it now. You're right. The price is only going to get worse. All right, so winding down here with Detroit, Toronto. Good save, Campbell, off the face-off, but we need Toronto shots. We need Toronto chances here.
Yeah.
We need an empty net.
Well, we're going to see that. Toronto, the next time they go down the ice and in the Detroit zone, if Detroit doesn't pull the goalie, it means they're probably not pulling him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down by 3. If they don't pull him the next time the Leafs end up in the Red Wings zone, it ain't happening. He's waved the white flag if that's the case. Yeah.
3.5 minutes to yeah, definitely, yeah.
See, the problem is Toronto now all of a sudden can't get the puck out of their zone. Come on, get the puck out of your zone here. There you go. We can't see if he's going to pull the goalie unless you get the puck out. There we go. They just barely got it out, and they don't get possession.
Tampa game ended 4-1.
Oh, okay.
Son of a bitch.
4-1. There we go.
Actually, I didn't have anything else on that. No. So.
Yeah, I went 0-2 there. The team total fell short. I forgot it was 4.5 that I had there. It ended up with 4 in the full game over. And Jack Roslovic finally doesn't score for Columbus.
He did get a point, though.
He did get a point, though, which I did have. So there we go. But the goal scorer prop does not get there with Jack Roslovic, who's been insane coming into tonight.
It's funny. I'm glad I didn't play any draw bets tonight because the 2 I liked were Islanders, Washington, and Carolina Rangers.
Yep.
So.
I'll be right back.
All right, 2 minutes to go. Toronto does have a face-off in the offensive zone, but running out of time for them to pop one here. And still 1-0 Minnesota. They've been at even strength for the last few minutes. Still 3-1 Islanders. It is St. Louis, Colorado is about to get underway. I'm on the Blues there, plus 150. We'll see how the pace starts. I didn't get involved with the total, but I might look at. I am definitely interested in a live over.
I might look at a live first period over that possibly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's the thing, John. Carolina all over the Rangers. That 4-1 goal was the killer there for them in terms of getting back into this game. I mean, that first minute.
Damn, these games are going to come down to the last minute.
Tavares almost tipped it in just wide.
So intense.
Yep. 150 to go. Can the Leafs give us a last minute? Here's a breakaway, Leafs. Not a good effort by Nylander on that breakaway, though. Backhand that was easy for the goalie to read it right at him. Man, they've had chances to get this 4th goal.
Damn. The Islanders score again?
Oh, Predators scored.
Yes, they did. Nashville has indeed just scored a minute ago. And the Islanders, did they? I don't believe. Did they?
Yeah, it's 4-1.
4-1, yep. You're right, they did. Nashville definitely did because I'm watching that game. Yeah, I don't have the Capital game on at the moment. I shut that one off. I don't know if I've even had that game on at any point tonight. Capitals Islanders. Wow, another shot off the face-off for Toronto. Stopped by Nadev. They're getting chances though. Minute 38. They're trying to get one more.
Do it.
I just happened to flip over and check the White Sox Kansas City score. Jesus.
There's apparently the hitters forgot those are shitty pitchers tonight on the mound for those two teams.
I don't know what the hell's going on with the Sox.
What the fuck? You're right. That's like it was 0-0 last I checked. Yeah, it's so 6-0 Royals. Holy shit. Well, I see. I'm going to be pissed if I lose this over because I wanted to take Kansas City. I'm all about fade Dallas Keuchel right now.
Yeah,
but I thought the White Sox would frickin' hit Lynch and get something here against the Royals, and they've been skunked so far.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Lurie Garcia's in the lineup, so that explains a lot.
Oh, Yankee team total over cashed. All right, there's things to like here. Blue Jays first 5 innings cashed. All right. Marlins are up. Yes, I like that.
What's happening in basketball? I didn't even look.
I
don't even follow basketball, but I make bets on it.
Yeah, we'll update that. I know it's a hockey show, but there are, briefly. Oh, Miami's leading Atlanta 86-78 in the 4th. Minnesota leading Memphis 79-68 in the third.
I might take Memphis live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, though, this Minnesota team has just given Memphis way more freaking fits than anybody thought they would.
Yeah.
Although we know they're a good team, but it's just
Yeah.
the way Memphis was playing. It was thought that Minnesota would still pretty tough time with them, but they've had a nice series.
I've been really impressed with the Pelicans.
Yep.
I like that dude. What's his name? The real wiry looking guy. Ingram.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Ingram's been terrific.
Yeah.
For the Pelicans, no question.
He
No
looks really
question about
wiry
that.
to me.
Yep. No, he's been good. No, that's it. Toronto wins 3-0. So
Fuck.
fall short with Toronto next goal. Had chances, had two breakaways and didn't score on either one.
Yeah.
Stupid Detroit couldn't even attempt to try and win.
Yeah, couldn't even pull the goalie.
Losers.
Yeah. Way to compete hard and try hard right till the end there, Detroit.
I'll fade you hard next game when you're
you're getting faded.
even if you're plus
hard.
500.
Yeah. 2-1 Nashville.
Wrong kid died that day, Dewey.
So I guess if you had -2.5 on the Leafs, you hit that.
Yep. Yeah, 60 goals for Austin Matthews, the big headline coming out of the Toronto-Detroit game.
I'm not impressed with the Penguins.
Trust me. I don't think they're going to win. They're going to be out in first round.
I don't know. I'm all of a sudden in the camp where I'm worried about them winning a round in the playoffs. Pittsburgh.
100%.
I don't think they will.
Yeah. And Tristan Jarry, he's still got that horrendous series against the Islanders to try to bounce back from.
Fucking.
And maybe coming off an injury, too. Yeah.
That was so gnarly.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I was not very impressed with Jarry in that closing game last year against the Islanders.
Love that rant.
And then he put him back in the net. I can't even believe that. I couldn't believe that game.
I have been bitching about that the whole season, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he didn't get pulled in that. He had nothing. It was clear to anybody with a functioning brain cell that he had nothing in that game against the Island. And they were down like 5-2 at the time. And he called the timeout. I'm thinking, okay, call the timeout, get his ass out of there. It was Maxime Lagacé was the backup that day for Pittsburgh to Jarry. And so I thought, all right, here comes the timeout. Jarry's finally going to get his ass pulled like he should because he's got nothing in this game. In a game we got to win or your season's over. And then the timeout's end, they all skate back, and there's fucking Jarry going back into the net. And I'm apoplectic at that. I can't believe it. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What's he got to do to get? And I'm screaming when I'm watching this at the time. What's he got to do to get pulled from this damn hockey game? Do you want him to give up 8 and then you'll take him out? Oh my! I couldn't believe it. And then the rant the next day just brought all those feelings back out again. Yeah. Man.
Does anybody know who scored for the Rangers?
4-2. Let me just double check who got the goal for them there. It was a deflection goal, says John Massey, because I shut that game off too. It's disgusted me. Trouba. It looks like getting credit for the goal. Jarvis got a
over that live over 5.5 for the Penguins game.
Way to go. Melissa's over 5.5. She recommended it. Did you bet it?
No.
4-1 Islanders.
But I recommended it.
Yeah. That counts too. That does. I always say I'm an idiot. I didn't bet it, but it counts. Hopefully someone did. Someone heard it that you liked the 5.5 there. So good stuff there. 5-1 Edmonton. Great win. Great game for Edmonton. Edmonton has given me hope that they can win a first round with the way they're playing right now. With Evander Kane dominating, giving some support to McDavid and Draisaitl. Yamamoto is Hyman now. The defense is playing better. Mike Smith's playing the best hockey of the season so far. Lots to like.
Crapitals. I've never heard that nickname. I don't know why, but that's making me laugh, MDR.
1-0 still Minnesota. Yeah, this is just one of those games where
it's got to be like when they played Montreal and they just were like
park the bus.
Satisfied.
Yep, park the bus.
Annoying.
Just get the win. That kind of mentality. Yep.
Don't they understand that we have over 4.5?
Yeah, really. Come on.
This Ottawa game is probably going to overtime too.
No. I do have over 5.5, but again, the Islanders just scored into the empty net. I can't imagine now Washington.
Fucking Coyotes just scored.
Did
Yes,
they really?
Yes, they
Yeah.
did.
Well, you know what? Now maybe the Wild need to step it up.
Yep.
Maybe they come
Arizona.
out in the third and
1-1. How about that? I never in a million years would have thought 1-1 tie in Minnesota. There's not in Arizona, where Arizona's at least showed a flicker of, life at times. This is in Minnesota. This is, the tough place to win for a road team. And now here they are 1-1 with the Minnesota Wild. All right, let me see if I can find a replay of this Coyote goal. What are you doing, Marc-Andre Fleury, giving up a goal to the Coyotes? Come on, man.
By Strawman.
isn't it like the
Anton
Wild
Stroll.
play
What the
really
hell is
bad?
with this guy scoring now? I think there's multiple games or something with him scoring a goal. He's a stay-at-home defense. Jumped into the play here is what he did. Look at him. Took the pass.
Crazy.
Oh, what? That was a great shot. Wow. Bullet shot. Top cheese. Yeah. Yep. Far corner, right under the bar. Good shot.
Be mad at
1-1.
Terry. I don't know where Terry is.
Yeah, Terry hasn't been on the Betcast for like a month. This is like a record for him.
Is Terry in here?
No.
No.
I'll probably
He's
be
in
back in the playoffs, but yeah, maybe
He might be in the garage.
Yep, he might be.
I feel like whenever you guys have the Betcast, the Wild seem to always lose or something was like the joke.
Yep.
Oh.
All right, we got Florida and Boston coming down to the wire here, so we're keeping an eye on this right now. We're getting to the nitty-gritty. Yeah, 5-1 Edmonton. The two finals, by the way, are Tampa 4-1, Toronto 3-0. So those games are both finals right now. So Tampa Bay, Boston, even if they win, they don't gain ground on Tampa Bay. It's still a 3-point cushion between them and the Bruins. So it's looking more and more like we're going to see Toronto-Tampa Bay first round. It's even looking more like it after tonight, even if Boston hangs on here. And by the way, Andrew Burnett's pulling his goalie already here for the Panthers and the Bruins. So here we go. Florida already attempting to
In regulation?
Yep.
Should we try in reg?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah,
Well,
it could be kind of interesting.
yeah, 4-1 it ends the final, Islanders and Capitals. But yeah, Florida, Boston.
Oh, shit, didn't work. Didn't
No.
work.
No.
Boston just scored.
Empty net.
It's a big win for Boston.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, it's a big one.
So 4-2 for the Boston Bruins leading the
A lot of dogs
Florida
then,
Panthers.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Edmonton was a dog. Well, Carolina was a slight dog. Nashville was a dog leading. New Jersey, is tied with Ottawa. Islanders, that was surprising to me.
Preds and
That's
Knights.
surprising to me, too.
Yep.
All dogs.
Knights, slight dogs with Vegas, but they were dogs. Arizona, of course, is a
Obviously a
massive dog, and they're 1-1 right now with
I cannot believe that Wild.
They're hanging in there.
no, they
I
are.
want the
They are
blue
indeed.
Even more.
And look at that. Look, it's an empty net goal. Let's not go crazy with praise for Brad Marchand.
Oh, no.
For Christ, he'll take a goal in any form right now. And he does snap his 11-game
annoying.
goal-scoring drought. Again, let's not go crazy with showering him with praise and accolades. He snapped his goal-scoring slump. It's an empty net goal.
He missed the empty net the other day,
Yeah.
too. It was
We
pretty
should just
funny.
celebrate that he actually hit an empty net.
Totally did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
loser.
But hey,
Fucking loser.
yeah, it's a goal. It's
So-
something to maybe take the piano off his
Well,
back at least.
so glad you're
momentarily.
on. This is exciting.
Okay, so the Rangers
I'm
plus
excited
2.5.
that you're on.
Plus 2.5 is still alive for me in that game. They're down by 2. We just don't need a Carolina empty net goal there. Keep it at that, or hopefully the Rangers tie it. Oh, by the way, we're going to have a late third period power play for Ottawa in this 4-4 game with New Jersey, and it's going to carry over into the 3-on-3 overtime. So this is a golden opportunity for the Senators coming up. 4-4, 43 seconds to go, so we're going to all hope for the best here for Ottawa. Big opportunity here with the power play.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to jump off.
Up, calling it quits. Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm sitting here. I'm not really adding to anything.
What about the late games? What do you like before you head off? What do you like in those games?
In the late games,
yeah,
I like a lot of things that the Kraken are doing right now, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but I like that dude Beniers.
Yep,
he's been
Matty
killing
Beniers.
it.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Take that guy to score and points every game right now.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Yep. I agree.
And I also like I like Dries. I've noticed that he's been doing pretty well for the Canucks. Is he an older guy or is he younger?
Who again for the Canucks?
Dries.
Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, I know who you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been good lately. He's been noticeable.
Or Dries.
Dries. No, Dries is how you say
okay.
it.
Yeah.
No, he's been good lately for the Sheldon, right? Sheldon Dries, I think is 28-year-old center. Yeah. No, I mean you look at him here. He's been 2 points in the last 4 games for the Canucks. Got a goal against Arizona. For me, Vancouver's a tricky team tonight. They're talking like they're still alive. I don't buy into it right now by any stretch of the imagination. That so I actually like Seattle first period money line.
Okay,
First period team. They beat Dallas and Minnesota in the first period. Their last 2 games. Flames have tied it. Yep. Calgary has tied it with Nashville. And by the way, we're going to OT with New Jersey and Ottawa, going to overtime.
I cashed that no goal in regulation.
That.
Very good, Alex. No goal in regulation of that.
Plus 120.
Okay, so we need in this Rangers game with 1:15 to go, no Carolina empty net goal. Anything but that. Because we do have plus 2.5 and we have plus 1.5 with the Rangers. Anything but an empty net goal. That we don't need. And Boston's going to beat Florida 4-2, it looks like. But the problem is, again, they don't pick up any ground on the Tampa Bay Lightning because of Tampa's win.
So I like those two guys to get a point. And then I like Lind to get a goal.
Cole Lind, that's not a bad under-the-radar decision.
And then Bonino and Zegras for the last one. And I think that's about it for the last game. Otherwise, I don't really know. The last 2 games are tricky. They're hard.
Yeah. They just showed the Bruins 2-1 goal on the Nesson broadcast. They're showing a replay of it. They actually showed in the broadcast booth camera of Jack Edwards. And man, does he look psychotic when Boston scores a goal. He's like, back to back. And he's like, looks like he's punching the camera or something. Yeah. Yeah, that guy is a little batshit crazy. More than a little, yeah. Hope he's okay health-wise, though, because Jimmy said it. He sounds like he slurs his speech all the time now.
Yeah.
It's concerning. Still 1-0 Vegas, by the way. That one is really grinded to a halt. 1-0 Golden Knights, 8 minutes into the second period there. That over is going to get interesting. If I see it slip to 3.5, we might be taking that with Vegas-Dallas just because of the way the game is shaping up and points and, teams are going to be aggressive at the end. Yeah, 4-2 Boston. It's a final there. Rangers have called a timeout, down 4-2 with 1:10 to go. Calgary and Nashville 2-2. Remember, I'm on draw plus 310 in that game, so I don't mind that being a 2-2 game right now. We're in overtime now, just underway. By the way, overtime with the Senators and the Devils, 4-4. We're all on Ottawa, aren't we? Most of us are. Yep. Now we're hoping for good things here with this power play chance that they have. I know
Ranger score.
Yeah. There we go. Huge. Here
they come.
Plus 1.5 is now at the moment winning. Plus 2.5 should be good now. For sure. I mean, even if Carolina were to pop
I
an
would
empty
hope
net goal.
so.
Yeah. Right.
Like worst beat of the century.
Lafreniere getting the goal, and it is 4-3. And you know what? 1:02 to go. They're going to have a puncher's chance to pull the goalie again, tie it up.
Just telling you, Lafreniere is coming alive, man.
He is.
Just in time for
let's
the
calm
playoffs.
down with the bust talk. I couldn't believe some people with that. He's a bust already saying that about him. We let the guy develop a little bit. My goodness, we can, not all the number 1 picks overall are just amazing right away. Can't all be Matthews or McDavid. from that number 1 overall spot. Sometimes it takes time. Yeah, third period over is definitely a consideration for me with Dallas and Vegas. So here we go. Let's see how this one goes here. Rangers going to pull the goalie again. They got the puck. 28, about 30-plus seconds to go. They pulled the goalie again. All hands on deck for the Rangers because, if they lose in regulation, it's Carolina, your Metro Division champions at this point in time. But Rangers working the puck around, trying to get some kind of shot away. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. No, it looks like Carolina cleared it out for the time being. Rangers back up the ice. It looks like there's a stoppage in play here. Yep, about 12 seconds, just a little over 12 seconds left. So 4-3 there. Ottawa comes up empty with the power play that they had in overtime. So it is still 4-4 Senators Devils as overtime continues.
All right, guys, I got to hop off. I'm going to go attend to the little one.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. We got our
Thanks
playoff
for having me
betcast.
on, though.
No problem. Thanks for joining us. We got playoff betcasts the rest of the every Tuesday starting next week. So
Tuesdays, though, I always joke that I always have losing days on Tuesdays. You should do it on a Wednesday because Tuesdays I always lose for some.
You know what? That's funny because the reason why we always did Tuesdays during the regular season is because of obviously the way the schedule is. There's way more games.
That's probably why I always end up doing way too many games than I should.
Yeah, playoffs we can be a little bit more, adventurous, and you can pick other days of the week because most playoff nights, Monday to Friday, it doesn't matter. There's going to be like 3-4 games a night every night.
Yeah.
So I think I might be able to mix it up next week.
Yeah.
More than just Tuesday night.
Well, I should be able to hop on and get on a couple of those. So.
All right, good
I'm
stuff.
on maternity leave till August, so.
There you go. Yeah, enjoy every minute of it, right?
Awesome. All right, good luck rest of the night, guys.
You too, Melissa. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Bye.
There she is, Melissa Cunningham, with us on the Betcast. Good stuff there. All right, so we are just it is a final, by the way. Carolina hangs on 4-3, but the good news is cash plus 2.5, cash plus 1.5 with the Rangers in both of those games. So great stuff. And Ottawa scores. Yes.
Nice.
There we go. Ottawa Senators.
Nice.
5-4.
I jumped in on them at overtime.
Yeah. 5-4 overtime victory for the Ottawa Senators as they finally put away the New Jersey Devils after coughing up a 5-4 or 4-2, I should say, lead in the third period. But the Senators get the win with the 5-4 victory over the Devils. Great stuff indeed. 1-1 Arizona, Minnesota. That's your puzzling game of the night right now, I guess you could say, with what's going on there. And by the way, St. Louis, Colorado, that game is just underway. Blues and Avalanche. It's the second of the doubleheader tonight on ESPN. That game just underway, and it is obviously scoreless, but we will keep you guys up to date on what's going on there in that game in the Mile High City. Again, I'm on St. Louis. It's just I thought it was a great plus 150 price to get that with St. Louis playing for second in the Central. Lots at stake still for them. Home ice is so important, Alex, in that series against Minnesota. Definitely. And Colorado just looks like they're going through the motions during this 4-game losing streak, just hoping to get these games over with and make the playoffs. Like I said to Jimmy, I know the President's Trophy can still be won. I don't think they're showing that they're that interested or that they care too much about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, and why would they? You look at the track record of President's Trophy winners over the years, not really exactly. That's been kind of a kiss of death for some teams over the years. So.
Yeah, no question. So that's where we're at there. 2-2 Calgary, Nashville. They're down to the final minute of the third period, or second period, I should say, in that game. 1-1 Arizona, Minnesota. And that one has about that third period is going to begin pretty soon. I'm not adding on with Minnesota. I'm already stuck with them at team total at over 3.5, plus 120. All I can hope for is they get an explosion in the third, which they could. Yeah, they could go 2-1, 3-1. They get an empty net goal late. There's your 4 goals. It's possible.
Definitely. Yeah.
I'm not giving up on that just yet. It's just we need them to get going a little bit. That's all. But it's definitely still within the realm of possibility here for any first period plays. I think Alex is interested in an over in the first, but I'm
looking with Blues Colorado. I want to see watching kind of that following that pace of that game, might jump in on the over.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting to see if indeed we get that. No question. All right. Yeah, that one's just underway. A couple minutes in with St. Louis and Colorado. I got to get my feeds now. Vegas Dallas is on the main screen for me now. That's the main event treatment in this imperative game for the Vegas Golden Knights that they do lead 1-0. This would be huge for the Golden Knights, Alex, to not only win but win in regulation. Do not let Dallas get anything out of this game. Get to within 1 point. And then that way you end up putting on some kind of pressure on them. Although Dallas has just tied it. Just as I say that, I see the goal go in. Dallas Stars tie it up. It is 1-1 Golden Knights and Stars with 6 minutes to go in the second period. And remember, Vegas is absolutely officially eliminated with Dallas winning in regulation tonight. And Dallas winning in regulation tonight would actually knock out Vegas, would knock out Vancouver, although they're already out as far as I'm concerned. And it would also clinch a spot for Nashville if Dallas actually wins in regulation tonight. Dallas and Nashville would both block up the wild card spots. Grab over 5. MD. Yeah, I mean, if it's 5, you're going to get a bit like a 4.5 is minus 240 now after that Dallas goal. I'm not touching that. There's no way I'm doing that. But 5 at even money, I could see you going about taking a shot with that. No question. It's definitely better than the 4.5 because you're getting a better price. There's no question. If you missed it, by the way, earlier today, I want to talk about this. We've got exciting shit coming up in the playoffs. We got a ton of guests. I can't even believe how many. Working hard to try to get a good collection of people to join us here on the Ice Guys Playoff Betcast. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to see Carl Alsner, Derek Roy, Daryl Bootland. I mean, it's going to be a great collection of players joining us. AHL, ECHL, former NHLers. No question, going to be a great group joining us throughout the playoffs. No doubt about that. We're going to have some of our old favorites. Brett McLean's going to be with us throughout the playoffs a lot. We're going to get Danny Ehrman back on during the playoffs. We're reconnecting with Grant Arnold, who we saw last year on the show with us. Vito's going to be on, of course, on the weekends like normal. And, of course, the big kahuna, I guess you could say, on our Sunday playoff preview show this Sunday is Bobby Ryan. We're looking forward to that. No question about that. It's at noon Eastern time on Sunday. That's going to be our official. Usually we do 2 playoff preview shows. We do one for the East, one for the West. We're going to do it all on Sunday. We're going to take Saturday off. I need a Saturday off. I could use a Saturday off.
Yeah, you do.
and I'm going to take the Saturday off. So the way the schedule is going to be this week is we'll have our Wednesday, our Thursday, and our Friday shows. And by the way, Brett McLean with us on Friday, our regular season finale this week. He'll be joining us on Friday for the final regular season show. We'll be off Saturday, and then we'll be on Sunday with the big, huge Ice Guys Stanley Cup playoff preview show. Series prices, analyze every series, give a Stanley Cup championship prediction, Stanley Cup final, who we think is going to be in there. And then, of course, Monday will be the first day of the playoffs. We're going to have games. We have game 1 starting on Monday. So the playoffs are here, and we're excited. We got lots of plans, lots of guests coming up. Can't wait.
Yeah, people are asking about like times and different things as far as games go. I know the Wild and Blues, that's the only like series that's like nailed down. And for sure, that's going to start on Monday. Obviously don't know where because they're still battling for points. But I think that's going to be the first game of the playoffs, from what I heard.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to, Monday is the first day of games. Tuesday, of course, it's probably going to be one of those deals where half the series begin on Monday, game 1. Right. Half begin on that Tuesday.
Maybe even some might even begin as late as Wednesday, possibly.
Yeah, definitely. Don't rule that out. You're right.
Because NBA playoffs are going on too, so you got although I don't think. Let's see how many teams are splitting buildings this year. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a lot.
No.
Yeah, you got Colorado and Boston come to mind offhand.
Dallas, if Dallas Stars get in with the Mavs, if they keep on going.
Yeah.
Yep. Which they should. I think the Mavs are going to beat the Jazz. I think the Mavs will be playing in the second round. Stars are probably going to get in, although you never, lots of time left in this Vegas-Dallas game. But if Stars win, and especially in regulation they're in. But even if they win, period, overtime or a shootout, they really put themselves in a good spot. So this is huge for Vegas. Like By the way, St. Louis is going on the power play against Colorado. 5 minutes into the 4 minutes into the opening period there. So early power play chance for the Blues. See if they can capitalize on it. This Blues team, I mean, we're finding out, Alex, don't take too many penalties against St. Louis. They can make you pay for it, and they are as dangerous as it gets with the man advantage. I think, guess what? They just showed Colorado how dangerous they are with the man advantage.
Just trying to get in on that.
St. Louis Blues 1-0 lead. Wow, just like that. Man, my words are prophetic.
Yeah. I was trying to get that first period over in time. I couldn't get it in. It was minus $1.25.
Oh no, waved off. Goalie interference penalty.
Oh really?
Oh wow.
Okay.
Took the goal away. Yep.
All right.
Took the goal away. Yep.
Got
penalty to St. Louis. Yep.
All right.
Yep. And I think there was a contact with the goalie. So nope, no goal. No goal, St. Louis. You got a chance to get in on it now, and it's actually a penalty to the Blues.
Maybe everything's still locked, so I don't know. They might keep things locked because it's if it's being reviewed. So.
Yep, takes them off the power play. So 4-on-4 coming up. We've got intermission, Calgary, Nashville. I'm staying pat with everything there. I'm rooting my draw on at plus 310. Yeah. Live draw is plus 165. Live draw is plus 165 if you want to jump in on that with Calgary and Nashville. 1-1 Arizona and Minnesota. I'm going to stick tight with Minnesota team total. By the way, if you want to tail me on the Minnesota team total, it's 2.5 with heavy juice, though, minus 175. So, you don't want to lay that kind of a price. I would say shop around, see if any books offer a live 3.5 at a really good plus price. And we'll see if that is indeed the case there in that game. And I'm on Seattle first period against Vancouver, and I'm on San Jose against Anaheim. So there you go. That's everything that I've got for the latter games. We're staying on till probably the end of the Colorado game. Then I'm calling it a night at that time for sure. Right, at the end of St. Louis and Colorado, because the late games really are inconsequential. Seattle, Vancouver's out already. And of course, we've got nothing but playing for exercise as far as Anaheim and San Jose is concerned. So I ain't staying up on the betcast for those two games.
All right, here we go. Over 1.5 minus $1.20 now with Blues Avalanche. So I'm jumping in on that.
There we go. And it's 4-on-4 hockey for the next, I would say, minute and 30. And then you're going to get a brief 30-second power play for Colorado. And we know those two teams, especially the way St. Louis has played a lot of first period overs. Even the Anaheim game, Anaheim did the scoring on those, the first period over in that game. 2-0 Ducks it was after the first in that. I'm going to jump on that too, but I'm going to wait, see if he can even squeeze out a plus price on that.
Yeah.
Just getting greedy, and I'll probably pay the price for it. How many times have I waited just a little bit or two? And nope, too late. But I'm going to try. I'm going to see if I can get through this first TV timeout, get to this first TV timeout scoreless. Then I'll hop in. Which is, dangerous when you're talking the Blues right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Been lighting it up. Oh, Arizona. Wow. First minute of the second, they lead Minnesota 2-1.
Whoa.
Wow. Holy shit. We've got a situation unfolding right now in Minnesota. It is 2-1 Coyotes leading the Minnesota Wild. Wow, that was
it would be typical Minnesota for them to lose to the Coyotes and that be the game to blow their chance of having home ice.
Yeah. Well, then they become a huge Colorado Avalanche fans. They already are, but
right.
Especially if they somehow don't rescue themselves here in this game against the lowly Arizona Coyotes. But wow, shocking turn of events here in this one as the Coyotes now lead 2-1 over the Minnesota Wild. Only a minute into the third, though, so keep that in mind. There's lots of time left for
Wild minus $1.15 live.
Yeah, they're minus 115 and they're down by a goal.
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah. Brief power play for Colorado, but nothing comes of it. So we're back to even strength in that game, Blues and Avalanche. Get us to that first TV timeout, and then I'm definitely going to be in on a live first period over, which Alex has taken already. Wow, Minnie just, hey, once in a while, you're not sharp. You can't get anything going.
Yep.
This looks like one of those games for Minnesota. They just can't get the engine revved up. Can't get anything going. And
you see that, like I said, the situation kind of called for that. Like all the close games and tight games they played and division battles. And, I mean, obviously this is a division opponent, Arizona, but, it means nothing, to them. And that's just kind of the way they're going through the motions right now. So,
yeah, it's tough sometimes to really get that maximum focus effort, and that ultimate A+ performance, peak performance on command. Michael, I remember they said that something along that stature about Michael Jordan in the documentary there, Last Dance.
Yep.
He could just usher peak performance on command any night. And then it could have a night where he's actually off, and then all of a sudden, bam, gets to his peak and takes over and dominates. That's what Minnesota needs to find right now. They're not finding it right now. All right, we're in that range of time now where the next stoppage in the Blues-Avs game is going to be the TV timeout.
Yeah.
So if we get to that point, scoreless, we're going to jump in on this 1.5 here with the Blues and the Avs at a which should be a plus price. Yeah, it's turned into a plus price now. Should I wait? Should I wait till this TV timeout, or should I? I think it's going to hit the TV. Yes, it has. There we go. TV timeout now. Blues and Avs. So now is the time. We're going to get in on that. Plus 130. Great price too. Plus 130. St. Louis, Colorado over 1.5. There we go. Mutual live bet here with Alex here on this one. All right. Updated stats, by the way, on the Wild game against the Coyotes right now. The Coyotes are still, believe it or not, holding the advantage right now. And we're in the third period of this game. 1.56 to 0.82. Expected goal advantage in favor of the Coyotes. 17-8 scoring chances in favor of the Coyotes. 9-5 high danger chances in favor of the Coyotes. It's this is actually not a fluky. This is not a fraudulent 2-1 Arizona lead right now.
Yeah,
Minnesota, like I said, can't get the engine revved up.
Yeah. Arizona playing well, and the Wild just aren't interested.
Yep. Blues team total is what? Over 2.5. Is it really that low? 2.5. Blues? Yeah, it is. Wow. They can't get to 3 tonight against Colorado. Colorado's actually given up goals lately. Winnipeg put a big number on them. So did Edmonton. The last two, albeit on the road, but they're at home tonight. But that looks cheap for a Blues team total now. 2.5 at damn near even money for a team that's 6-5, 3, 8, 6, 6, 4, 6. They had one game where they held to 2 goals against Boston.
Yeah.
In their last 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm going to take. I don't want to wait around because I know St. Louis could pop one and then opportunity lost. So I'm going to see if I can get a minute or two out of it.
The Grizzlies, if the Grizzlies come back? Yeah, it's the Minnesota Timberwolves 3-point lead, 5 minutes left in the fourth.
Yep, they are coming back indeed. I'm not shocked by that.
I grabbed Memphis live plus 4.5 and plus 215 on the money line. So.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Good stuff. We got Josh Lucero, by the way, joining us on the Betcast in a few minutes. He requested the link, and I knew he was coming on later on tonight. Peyton Clark was definitely going to be on with us, but again, he was behind because of work, so he was going to be on later. So we'll have him on at some point if he's still able during the late games. Again, we'll be on at least till the end of Vegas, Dallas, for sure, and we'll try to stick it out for the end of Colorado, St. Louis, as long as it's competitive, as long as it ain't a blowout.
Right.
And 99-98, yeah, timeout Minnesota. Oh, isn't it nice? Chris Finch finally figured out how to use his timeouts. Finally used one. Remember, he went a 21-0 run against his team the other night and didn't call one. I couldn't believe that. 3-1 Arizona. They've added to their lead. This is absolutely something else. 3-1 Coyotes. Can you imagine that building? I want to hear some sound right now. I want to get the sound put up on my stream here for this Minnesota game. I got to hear some sound. I got to hear some depression from these Wild announcers.
One of the Wild side, certainly back in the bubble when he was with Vancouver, the playoff series between the two teams.
I thought it was almost offside, but I think it's going to count. Yep, it will. It was nearly offside, but it's going to count. Yep. 3-1 Arizona.
Wow.
Don't sound too happy there, Anthony LaPenta, or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Minnesota. Sorry, Terry, but spoiler alert. Yeah, your guys will be probably mid-tier, probably bottom half, beginning of the bottom half of my announcer ratings. Minnesota.
Yeah, they're not that great.
Yeah, no, nothing special. Nothing to write home about. That was Antoine Roussel, by the way, with that goal. His 4th of the season for the Coyotes. Yeah, yeah, I mean, at some point, you got to admit, Marc-Andre Fleury's been not great here so far with the Wild. It's been okay at times. It's been good in a couple of instances, but there's been some struggles a little bit as well for him. That's been an issue, no question. And that goal was tough, but still, you slide it through the 5-hole, on a breakaway through the backhand. It's usually, if you're a really good goalie, you'd like to see yourself save it. Vegas wow,
scored with 2 seconds left in the period.
Yep, I'm just seeing that go in a second ago there in this game, Vegas and Dallas. 2 seconds to go. A huge goal. It's Stevenson getting the goal as well. Yeah, Chandler Stevenson goal prop cashes. What was the price on that too with Stevenson? Plus 425. Holy shit.
Nice.
Plus 425 for was it Steve? I better make sure I don't screw this up. Yep.
Yeah. Stone was crashing in front and he kept hacking away at it, and the puck came loose right in front of Stevenson. So
Stevenson, that's it. JAX. Yeah, Stone got the assist.
Yeah.
So Stone does get a point, gets the primary assist.
Stone and Eichel got assists on that.
Yep. Well, Eichel finally did something though, so that's good. About damn time. Wow. Big casher for me. I only put $50 on it, but boy, oh boy, I turned that into something. Yeah. I really liked it. I mean, I thought that was crazy. That's why I have $50 on a plus 425. I don't usually put that much money on a plus 425 goal scorer prop, but Chandler had scored in 4 straight games for the Golden Knights entering tonight. Yep. And he's been doing a whole hell of a lot more than Pacioretty, Stone, and Eichel during this game. Minnesota, I mean, now if you want, now you're getting some value if you like Minnesota, although they just scored. They just scored, so it's 3-2. Minnesota back in it. Eriksson Ek. There we go. There's a goal scorer prop too. Eriksson Ek, because this guy's streaky. Kind of went quiet for a few games, and then ended up scoring the last game and again. And they've scored again. Oh my gosh. Oh my fucking goodness. It's 3-3. You got to be shitting me. 2 goals in like back to back in a flash, and this one Foligno getting it. Marcus Foligno. Oh, there's the full game over.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden I need one more goal for my Wild team total. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Craziness in Minnesota. The XL. Oh, Foligno just swatted at the puck. One-handed with his stick. Swatted it like swatting a fly. And he puts it in past Vejmelka. He just swatted
at
it.
The replay, yeah. That's incredible.
It's like, get out of here, fly. Swatting it, and it goes in. That's bad goaltending by Vejmelka. Somehow you can't let that
Wild have won 9 games this year when coming back from multi-goal deficits. So.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So there's the over 6.5, just like that.
Yep.
And they're going nuts. Now the crowd's back into it. This is problems for Arizona.
Yeah. Definitely.
Crowd was dead as a doornail.
And a delayed penalty on Arizona too. Power play coming up. So.
Yep. Wow. Just look at the change in just 2 minutes. They go from 3-1 down to 3-3, and they're going on the power play and a chance to take the lead.
And they're still cycling well. Still no whistle yet. So there we go. Okay.
Yep. All right. We are at the end of the second. Vegas, Dallas, 2-1. Golden Knights, who definitely have themselves a playoff pulse, Alex, if they somehow can hang on in regulation specifically.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
They need it.
Yeah.
They need it because I said on the show earlier today, you win in regulation, you're 1 point back, and Dallas gets nothing, and you have to have that mentality to win in regulation, because you look at what Dallas has in the final 2 games. Could it become any more Dairy Queen soft serve final 2 games of your schedule than Anaheim and Arizona at home?
Yeah, just complete layups.
Yeah,
that's how the schedule works sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. So there we go, and so that's why it's just critical for the Vegas Golden Knights to not just win this game, but make sure you shut Dallas out of getting any points, which a regulation win would do that.
Wild now minus 175 to score next after tying the game up.
Absolutely. Wow. Look at the difference. And even when they were down 3-1, like the price on Minnesota was like plus 175. It wasn't even that spectacular.
Right. It was even money on like $1.15 when it was 2-1. So
yeah. And now it's minus 340. Look at that. It's almost right back to where it was with the full game money line. Yep. Wow. We got to catch our breath after that. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. What a sequence there in Minnesota. It goes basically 2-1 to 3-1. Actually, it goes from 1-1 to 2-1 to 3-1 Arizona, and then 3-1 to 3-2 to 3-3. And now the Wild have all the momentum. Trouble for Arizona now. Nashville on a power play, by the way, to start the third period. Calgary took a penalty at the end of the second. So it's a start of the third power play for the Predators. They're tied 2-2 as we try to cheer home the draw in that game. Still no score, by the way, with St. Louis, Colorado. 8 minutes to go in the first period there in that one. And they're at a TV timeout at the moment there as well. So we got all the games going now. That's nice now. We got 4 games going at the moment. We're not as frantic or frenetic trying to keep up with everything as we were earlier. And by the way, here we go. Cheers. Grizzlies have taken the lead, apparently. By the way, there's another guest that we've got coming. Actually, we've got the date confirmed for this person joining us on the Ice Guys show. I think he's going to be on next Friday, May 6th. It'll be one of our playoff shows first week. Oh, Predators score on that man advantage. Yes, they do. Just a moment ago, Nashville power play goal, juicy rebound from Vladar, great pass, terrific puck movement, and I think Forsberg finishes it off for Nashville. So it is a power play goal for the Predators to take a 3-2 lead on the Calgary Flames in the very first minute of the third period. So power play goal Predators to get things going there early in the third period. And again, Nashville, put them in the playoffs, obviously, if they win. If they win, they are in. They don't even have to worry about Dallas doing anything for them. Nashville is in if they hang on and beat the Calgary Flames here in this game. And now they are up by a score of 3-2 here in the early in the third period in this one. We live betting the Flames. You might be, Leon. I'm not. I'm just gonna sit tight with the draw here, which I still think could happen. Calgary's had a good effort. They've been dialed in. They've been invested in this game. If you're watching this game, you can tell they've been invested in it, Calgary. So I don't think they're going away here necessarily in this one. So 3-2 now for the Predators in that game. Again, we got the early goal from Forsberg on the power play with Duchesne and Granlund getting the assists on that Forsberg goal. Canucks in the crowd. Are they underway, Canucks? Yes, and they're not only underway, but Vancouver with the 1-0 lead. So not a good start there for the Seattle money line in that one as the Vancouver Canucks get the 1-0 lead on Seattle just 4 minutes in to that game right now. All right, we've got Josh joining us here on the Betcast for the I believe for the first time. Josh, what's up? We got all the games going now. That's nice. Now we got 4 games. I hear my voice in the background. So you must have my audio on. So mute the YouTube. Mute the YouTube video. Earlier. And by the way, here we go. Cheers.
Okay, this is my what's going on, guys? This is my first time.
Grizzlies have taken the lead, apparently. Yeah, I think you might have the Betcast YouTube stream on, so that's probably what we're hearing. You just
Okay.
close that and you're good. And then you just watch us through the StreamYard and you're good.
Okay.
There you go. I think you're good. There you
what's
go.
going on, guys? Yeah.
I hear enough of my voice. I don't need to hear it multiple times. I don't need to hear an echo of my own voice. It's very, very scary thought. How are you doing? Welcome to the Betcast.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing tonight?
Very good. So I think you're relatively new to watching and listening to the show, right? Am I not? Is that right?
Yes. I've been listening probably for maybe like a couple months now. I like to listen to different betting podcasts throughout the day, and I've been looking for an NHL one focused solely on that. And so I came across you guys on YouTube and been listening every day ever since.
We appreciate it. We're here every day. We're the only NHL betting show that's here every day. 7 days a week, that is. Weekends. We don't take weekends off. We have Vito to thank for that. Vito's been just an absolute warrior for us on the weekends, coming in and joining us. Absolutely. It's been great to have him on weekends. Alex and Andrew and Jimmy, of course, for the most part through the week. So it's been great. It's fun doing the show 7 days a week. It's nice to be able to say we cover every game. It's nice.
Yeah,
throughout
definitely.
the course of the year, no doubt. By the way, some scoring updates. 2 of them. Vancouver is already up 2-0 on Seattle, so they have not wasted time. Vancouver 2-0 lead early on the Kraken. 5 minutes into that game, and Anaheim, San Jose scoreless. St. Louis, Colorado scoreless. Colorado is on the power play, and Calgary has just tied it up again with Nashville. 3-3 is what we're looking at there with the Flames and the Predators. The over is cashed in that game, and now we're back on pace as well. In terms of we're back on pace in terms of the draw cashing in that game. Plus 310 I have with Nashville, Calgary, the draw. So how big of a hockey fan have you been, and favorite teams, and what's that all about?
Yeah, so been a hockey fan since I was a kid. Born and raised in Denver, Colorado, so definitely an Avs fan.
Very good. Good time to be an Avs fan. Yep.
Yeah, definitely. Got that game on in the background. During this season, I've became more of a committed hockey fan over the last couple of years, committing to watching more than just the Avs or whatever. So pretty big into it. I love the NHL playoffs. NHL playoffs, man, they're tough to beat or whatever. Some great high intensity games every night.
You ain't kidding. And I've said that to everyone that'll listen. How on earth you could say that the NHL playoffs are not exciting, or you couldn't be bothered to watch them? I mean, you have no fucking idea what you're missing out on. None. Zero.
Right.
It is just an incredible playoff run every year. I mean, the games are just so intense. It's some of the best sports you'll ever see is an NHL Stanley Cup playoff season. It's like that every year. And there's no doubt I can't wait for this year, especially this year, because really East and West, there's really not a lot of standout dominant teams. You know, I think you could maybe say Florida in the East to a certain extent, although they lose to Boston tonight, and their defense can still sometimes be a little sketchy. And Colorado is about as good as it gets in the West, but there's even still a couple of doubts about them because they haven't been past the second round in any of these years. And then other than that, it's basically a free-for-all, guys.
Yeah.
Wide open,
Right.
there for the taking with all the other teams.
Right. And I also tell my friends and whatnot, like in the NHL, that's like the only place where I really see sometimes NFL wild cards, but them 7-8 seeds in the NHL, they make deep runs.
Yep.
Definitely more often than NBA teams. And
Yep.
so the winners can really come from anywhere sometimes.
There's definitely truth to that. There's no question. You get a few more upsets. You know, you get the lower seeds making a little bit of more noise when it comes to the playoffs in the NHL compared to the NBA. By the way, the Coyotes are on the power play. Minnesota, and they just took the lead on that power play. Arizona 4-3. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Coyotes respond. They took a punch and they punched back against the Minnesota Wild. They have taken the lead 4-3. And is it frickin' Kessel of all people? No, it's not. It's Travis Boyd. I thought Kessel might have gotten an assist on the goal, though. But 4-3 Arizona is what it is right now. Although Minnesota hinting that they might challenge for offside here on this
Really?
Arizona goal. So let's hold the phone on that. Ooh, it's close. Was Goss Despair and even Schmaltz ahead of the puck carrier before and Kessel actually way over at the left side. Oh, and I think that's probably coming back. Looks like Memphis has beaten Minnesota 111-109. So there we go. We've got ourselves a Grizzlies win in the NBA playoffs.
Yes.
There you go. 3-2 series lead for the Memphis Grizzlies, and they'll have a chance to close it out on whatever the fuck the next game. I forget. The NBA is always sometimes 2 days off.
I think it's Friday night.
Friday night. Okay. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Yeah.
Right. I actually just jumped in on Memphis at plus 260, kind of late in the third or whatever, because Minnesota, they haven't shown an ability to hold on to leads.
Yeah.
You're right about that. Yeah. They're reviewing this. I don't think this is going to stand. Let's see. Puck is it's still very close. Oh man. Oh jeez. Okay. Puck is across now. That skate might actually be off the ice, and if that's the case, it might stand this goal. Oh, that's a really close one. Dean Evison with that looks like an axe murderer look on the bench, always like this, like ready to kill someone. That's just a staring face, but it always looks like he's angry and pissed and ready to just slaughter someone. Seriously, yeah.
Where are you guys?
St. Louis on the power play, by the way, but it doesn't look like they're going to score on it. Only a few seconds left on it, so still scoreless there with the.
Oh, yeah, almost here. Okay, she's hungry. I was about to feed her, so you can.
4-3 still, where there's the reviewing the goal.
Do you want to just do a kiss on the head?
Yeah.
There, I'll just mute Josh's microphone just for a second while there's chatter in the background. There we go. We'll let that. Yeah, that's what that is. SoCal. That's just Josh's roommates there in the background. It's all good. By the way, 3-3. We're still waiting for a call on this. They're really looking at this long and hard. I see why. I mean, this is a goal that could give Arizona the lead. They want to make sure they get this right. But boy, it's a tough one. This is literally a 50-50 call. This is literally a situation that could go either way, with whether this goal counts or not. That's really where we're at here right now.
That looks offside to me.
I think so, but man, it's razor thin. Like, it's really close. I think so too. Like, wow. It's good.
Dean Evison is pissed.
Oh, yeah. Look at it. If you think he looks like a man ready to kill someone in a normal situation.
He just started turning beet red out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it might be time to go back to the Wild. Let's see.
Yeah. He's not happy there. Not a happy coach.
Yeah.
Not a happy coach. That's all right. He's intense. That's all right. They needed someone like that, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
They needed someone. See, the thing with Bruce Boudreau, and it's good for Vancouver right now because Vancouver needed someone that the players could be relaxed under and, enjoy the game a little bit more. Bruce is like that. But, Dean Evison's not a hard ass, but he's like very, very intense. Like, he wants you to work hard. He wants you to be, he just wants his team to be tough mentally, physically, and work their tails off all the time. That's the kind of coach he is for them. And it was a good time for that to bring someone in like that.
Yep, definitely. No, yeah, the culture change with Evison and Guerin has been huge for them.
Yeah, no, it was a great hire. Great job by Guerin bringing him in.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great hire from day one, and good stuff there. Seattle's on the power play, trailing 2-0. I think I could pretty much set the if I had a ticket on Seattle first period, an actual paper ticket, I could probably set it on fire. I don't think that's coming through right now. See, that's why I took them first period, because if they lose the first period, they're probably losing the game too. By the way, first period is coming to an end almost, scoreless potentially with St. Louis and Colorado. So 4-3, and keep in mind Arizona's on the power play up 4-3. Delay a game to Minnesota because the challenge failed. So keep that in mind. 2-1 Vegas early in the third period in that game. 2-1 Golden Knights leading the Stars first minute of the third period there. That is underway, and it is scoreless after one now with St. Louis and Colorado. So that's where we stand with that. Still 2-0 Vancouver. Still 3-3 Calgary and Nashville with 11 minutes to go in the third period there. Alex, was the Memphis bet like pregame for you, or was that a live?
No, that was live.
Okay.
As soon as I saw that the Timberwolves were up, I was like, okay, I'm grabbing plus 210 and plus 4.5. So
I didn't know who scored the Vancouver goal. Dries? Oh, very good. Dries, I should say. Dries got it. Sheldon Dries got the goal for Vancouver. Wow, unbelievable. Great job, because he actually hasn't scored in the last few games, and sure enough, he gets the one of the two Vancouver goals here in this opening period to crack it open, no pun intended, against Seattle in this first period. So no score, St. Louis, Colorado after one. 2-1 Vegas early in the third. Arizona, Minnesota, 4-3 Arizona, 3-3 Calgary, Nashville.
Miles about to kill the power play, about to kill this penalty.
Yeah, it looks like, yep, penalty just ended. Good call there. So still 4-3. And I got over 3.5 Minnesota. We still need some work. We need one more Minnesota goal for that.
I'm jumping in with next to score for the Wild at plus 110 and Wild money line plus 215.
Yeah. Wow. Blue Jays just tied it in the ninth inning, by the way, against Boston. I don't know how I ended up with this game on. I guess one of the feeds was Sportsnet for the Leafs, and Sportsnet went to the Jays right after. So George Springer just hit a game-tying 2-run home run in the ninth against Boston. Wow. They're delivering the offense we thought the White Sox would so far this year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. Yep. Sorry about that. A couple minutes ago, guys, about the noise.
No, that's okay. You got roommates. It's okay, Josh. No problem. It is what it is. You have roommates. They're loud. They come in and out. They make noise. It is what it is. Let me ask you a question. You're a Colorado fan. How confident are you? I mean, they've had some flameouts first round, second round. There's now big pressure on them to at least get to a conference final. How confident are you?
I'm feeling pretty good about their path through the West. You're right. The 3 straight second round game sevens haven't been able to get past it. I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm a little surprised at what's going on right now. And correct me if I'm wrong, but in the finals, the home team will be whoever has the best record between the two teams, right?
Most points. Yeah, most points. Yep.
So I'm kind of surprised they're giving that to Florida in a potential finals matchup. But they've been fairly banged up with McKinnon and Landeskog and a couple other guys. So
you just answered your own question, Josh, right there. The President's Trophy is not important enough to Colorado. They would just say, you know what, if Florida wins it, so be it. We're not going to go balls to the wall here in these last couple weeks since we clinched the 1 seed in the West to get the President's Trophy, as opposed to resting certain players, getting them healthy, bumps, bruises, nicks that, Rantanen's dealing with, Landeskog's been dealing with, Devon Taves didn't travel on the road trip they just had. They want everyone to get some rest, load management, heal up some minor injuries, and they value all of that ahead of winning this President's Trophy. And I can't blame them. I can't blame Joe Sakic. I can't blame Jared Bednar for that, especially when the President's Trophy winner year after year is just an absolute flameout as far as the Stanley Cup playoffs go.
Yeah. And they've I feel like this season they've got enough playoff experience recently, last few years, to where they feel confident enough to win. Even if they don't finish the season strong, they're going to walk into the playoffs and immediately they'll ramp back up that intensity.
Oh, we got a tying goal. Dallas, deflection, right in the slot area, and it's 2-2. Golden Knights and Stars. Wow. There's Eichel doing a bang-up job, not taking a man or doing anything, really, in the defensive zone right there. I know I'm harsh on him, but, man, alive, you got to be better than this for everything you traded away to get him.
Yeah, so I've also
Look at that. He loses the puck along the boards, soft along the boards, and then slow to get any sort of back check to anybody in a green jersey. That's another horse shit shift by Jack Eichel. Sorry. I mean, maybe I'm harsh, but come on. You gave up a shit ton of guys and draft capital and prospects and players to Buffalo to get this guy in here because you think he's an impact guy. He's healthy now, and he puts a shift like that on the board for you with a 1-goal lead on the road in a must-have game.
Yeah.
That doesn't cut it. I'm sorry. That's not good enough. Simple as that. There's no way that's a shift that's good enough from a guy of that caliber.
Yeah, he'll be a guy I think that's going to learn through experience probably in the playoffs what got to be better on defense and be more consistent. Can't give up. Can't have those bad shifts.
No, you can't. There's no doubt. That's bad defensive shift there in the zone. And that ended up being an issue right there. By the way, Nashville is on the power play right now. Again,
so the Wild.
And so are Minnesota. So we got dual power plays here. A chance to get this, hopefully get this 4th goal here for Minnesota that we need for the team total. A minute to go, or just a little over a minute to go with the power play here for Minnesota. Oh, a goal for Nashville with their power play just now. What a snapshot. Forsberg again. His 2nd goal, his 2nd power play goal, 4-3 Predators. I felt like a play-by-play guy saying that. Yeah. All right, so it's 4-3 Nashville. There's only about 10 minutes to go. Well, there's still lots of time there. 4-3, 10 minutes to go. Minnesota on their power play, which is down to about 40 seconds left.
Yeah.
Wow. Now this becomes potentially advantage St. Louis, but St. Louis is scoreless with Colorado after the first period of that game. Yep. Wild aren't. There's not a good power play right now for the Wild. They've
been 0 for 5, and well, now looking like 0 for 6. So.
They're losing puck battles. Look, Arizona's winning races to lose pucks on this Minnesota power play, clearing the zone. That's not going to make Dean Evison happy. This is a work ethic issue right now on this power play. You're getting outworked. The Arizona penalty kill is outworking the Minnesota power play personnel.
Not something we expect to see.
No. Fuck no. No, that is for damn sure. Yeah.
So I've also been I mentioned it last week, but Alex, a couple weeks ago you mentioned that draw season.
Yeah. I mean that's what it is right now. This is overtime season going into the playoffs, and the draws have been cashing left and right. So
yeah, I've been playing them every day since I heard that, and so I'll given the slate, it depends on how big it is and which games I think are going to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
But on most days, I'm able to come up with at least 3 that I like, and I'll put like a quarter, half unit on them singles, and then I like to parlay them. And so in the past maybe about 3 weeks, I hit a couple of them like 80 to 1 a piece. Or whatever.
Wow!
So,
okay,
yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah. That's awesome, man.
It's been big.
Yeah, it's going to continue right into the playoffs. I mean, we see it all the time. You see games going, multiple overtimes in the postseason. So
yeah,
hoping for another year like that.
Yeah, I've also been avoiding like in regulation bets. I play them from time to time, but I have gotten burned on those so many times with the team I'm betting on. They'll win the game, but they do it in overtime.
Go to overtime, yeah.
So those draws have been making a lot of sense to me. But that's been good money right there.
Nice, good stuff. Good to hear it.
Yeah.
Then Alex is right on the money in terms of this being the time of year you look at draws late in the regular season, final few weeks, final month, and then certainly in the playoffs. Even then, even though there's not quote unquote points in your regular season standings on the line, there's still that trepidation. We don't want to make a mistake. We don't want to take that risk. We don't want to make that cross ice pass that might, cost us an odd man rush or a rush chance the other way or something bad to happen. And you still see tentative play, and that's how it ends up going to overtime. And once it gets into overtime, a lot of times it'll even get more and more cautious.
Yeah, and like a lot of these teams in the last couple of weeks, jockeying for playoff positioning, when the game gets late and it's tied, I feel like I've been seeing teams, they take their foot off the gas, both teams kind of willing to play for overtime that last handful of minutes. So
Yep.
Take the point in the standings. That's the goal this time of year for most of these teams. So
yeah. I actually have a 3-pick one right now. So like those 3-pick parlays, I just put a few dollars on them, you know,
right.
those crazy odds. So I got one right now going, and hopefully I don't jinx it. And you know, it's kind of in the air right now, but it's the Flames Predators.
Yep.
Which, you know, that goal wasn't good for me on that one.
Right.
The Knights and the Stars.
3-0 Vancouver. Wow, it's just going to be a ass kicking. It looks like for Seattle.
That's crazy.
And then the last leg is the Avs and the Blues. So
those are all decent. Like especially that Vegas Dallas. I mean, that makes a ton of sense. Obviously.
Yeah, that was the first one I identified for sure.
Yeah.
But I actually, I was watching the show earlier today, and I know Ian, you and I think it was Andrew, you guys like the Blues tonight, which I get what you've been saying on the show every day. It makes a lot of sense, but I was kind of hoping personally, like ESPN game, the Avs would show up for this one. I think they might actually win it, but I actually don't feel that confident in it right now. But I definitely think they're going to be competitive tonight. So that was my last leg of my draw or whatever tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ESPN's got a doubleheader tonight, of course, including this St. Louis and Colorado game, which is scoreless through one period of play. It's still 2-2 Vegas-Dallas. They're in a TV timeout. Same with Arizona-Minnesota. We are on the verge of Arizona as an insanely high underdog. Like, we're talking like plus. Minnesota was as high as minus 600 in a lot of spots before this game started tonight. You could have gotten Arizona on the money line in this game tonight at as high as plus 450 is what you could have gotten on the Arizona Coyotes tonight. And here they are trying to close it out up by 1 with 2 minutes to go. Yeah, I think plus 450. Yep. Huge price. Alex, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, the Wild. Yeah, a lot of people probably do the Wild than parlay. So this would be a big parlay killer if Arizona hangs on.
Yeah, it would be. It would be parlay buster of the night. Here we go now. Minnesota is back from break. Last push. You know they're going to be pulling Fleury from the net soon.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No, he's already out. Yeah,
already out.
Pulled him at the... All right, come on, Wild.
And Everson does have a quick hook with the goalie pull. He will do it early.
Yeah, he did in the timeout. Like I think, yeah. Well, the TV timeout. They pulled him. So.
All right, so there we go. It is indeed all hands on deck right now for Minnesota. Trying to tie it up here with the Arizona Coyotes. This would be one hell of a loss in terms of the battle for second in the Central Division.
Yep. Ooh.
Nashville power play, by the way, coming up against Calgary. So they've got the 4-3 lead and the man advantage right now as they try to assault this game away against the Flames. A power play goal would certainly go a long way toward accomplishing that.
Shit. Arizona empty net going.
Yep. There it is. Just saw it after you did. Yep.
So
there it goes.
Wow.
Arizona is going to pull off a shocker. Way to go, John Massey. Credit to him. He bet at the intermission, plus 340, Arizona. You just had that gut feel, you know, when it was 1-1, that Minnesota's playing with fire here, and great bet. Great call. Wow. You know what? They deserve the win if you look at the advanced numbers.
Yeah, they did.
On naturalstattrick.com. Here's what for the whole game, Coyotes 2 to 1.81 expected goals, 11 to 10 high danger chances, 22-17 Arizona scoring chances. Now Minnesota closed the gap in the third. I think the third was Minnesota's best period. But still, overall for the game, Arizona had slightly better numbers. They deserve the win. Wow. So now all of a sudden, what an incredible opportunity for the St. Louis Blues to pull ahead of Minnesota with just barely a game or two left. for them in that battle for second in the Central. And we're not like a lot of times the road teams in the playoffs can go on the road and win. Maybe that's the case in the Blues Wild, but if you believe in what they've done in the regular season, the home ice is enormous in that series because they're both just so terrific at home and not quite the same on the road.
Yeah, the Wild more than any team in the playoff picture needs home ice.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and Fleury's got to continue to keep battling through, but it's been a little bit of not a rough stretch, but disappointing stretch. You know, you like to see him up his game a little bit. He hasn't been awful. He hasn't been awful, but he's not been great either. He's kind of been in between. All right, Anaheim San Jose, by the way, which we are not staying on for the whole game, by the way. It's just underway, first period. Anaheim San Jose scoreless, just underway, puck drop. I am on the Sharks in that game, by the way. San Jose at -140. I was tempted to go puck line for good value there, but just decided to be a little more safe with the money line there in that. Still 2-2. That's the game I'm really focused in on right now. It is the game between the Flames and the Predators, and it is still 4-3 there for Nashville with under 5 minutes to go. And of course, Vegas-Dallas goes without saying, keeping a close eye on that. And it is 2-2 still with the Golden Knights and the Stars. And if you're Vegas, Melissa brought it up earlier, you know, you almost can't let Dallas get anything here. Do you consider a goalie pull if it's 2-2 with like 2 or 3 minutes left in the third?
No, the reason why is because of the Golden Knights have the tiebreaker. Like
Yes.
I tweeted this out. So basically what it would mean is that if the game goes to OT, then one of the two losses that Dallas needs would have to be in regulation instead
Regulation.
of
Okay.
Right. So yeah, no, it wouldn't help them.
Yeah, that's just too risky. Then now you're risking not picking.
No,
up
I mean
anything.
there are times where it makes sense, but because they have the tiebreaker, I tweeted this maybe like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Somebody I retweeted it from someone else, but because they have the tiebreaker, that's the reason why they shouldn't do that. Yeah, but there are rare instances during the season where you see that happen. I can't remember the last time I've seen it. Probably been maybe 10 years ago. Longer than that.
Yeah, that's you're right. I mean, the rare instance where we've seen goalie pull in a tie game has been rare.
Yeah,
very rare. It's got to be an extreme.
It was like the last day.
situation.
I feel like way back in the day, like 2006, 2007, I think the Islanders got in the playoffs the last day of the season.
Yep.
And they pulled the goalie to force overtime.
Yeah.
And I think then they left the net empty with like maybe 15 seconds left. You know, even though they could have risked losing it, but they went on and won in OT and made the playoffs. And I think that might be the last time.
I'm on the Blues +120 in the second period in this Blues Avs game. I'm going to jump on that. I'm going to look at over 1.5, but wait to see if I get a good price. I'm going to come right back to give it over 1.5 another shot in the second period of that Blues Avs game. But I'm already on +120 second period St. Louis. I really think they're going to catch wind of that score in Minnesota in the intermission.
Yeah.
Like, they're not stupid. Don't tell me they're not. Someone's not getting in their ear in the intermission. Oh, Minnesota just lost to Arizona 5-3. Watch them come out flying now. They know, hey, we got a chance to grab the 2-point lead on this team tonight, which would be huge with just a game or two left. So I like Blues in the second period.
Yeah, I might take them to score the next goal in that game actually.
That's not bad either, just in case Colorado which is always dangerous response. And I'm gonna do a little split bet with these. It's 1 unit across the board, but it's going to be half unit across the board. It's going to be a quarter unit each on +110 first goal, St. Louis, and also that +120 second period. So I'm really in on the Blues now, and I'm already on them pregame best bet on the show today, +150.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to open up now in the second period because, like I said, they know the result of that game. Someone's gonna let them know.
Definitely.
And like I said, I think the Avs are going to be competitive tonight, being an ESPN game. So I think you're going to start to see the juice turn up in that game for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at odds right now. I like that second period over as well.
Yeah, it's -180 right now. I'm going to wait just a little bit for that. And I'm going to hope that I'm going to go refill my beer right now. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and hopefully by then we'll get a better price and a good enough price to bet.
Yep, hopefully so.
I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right. So Josh, yeah, you said you're an Avs fan. Did you live in Denver or?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Denver,
Oh, okay.
Colorado. So
Nice.
yeah, I've never moved out of here, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm a hometown guy. All the home teams, all the sports.
Cool. I just visited Denver for the first time in February during the All-Star break. Actually, I was out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Visiting like friends or family.
Yeah, friend. Yeah. It was a lady I was seeing out there at the time. So.
Yeah. Did you go experience anything while you're out there? Or?
Yeah, we drove through the mountains, and then we just explored like a bunch of different like local like restaurants. Went to a place called Fish and Beer, the great like, that's where, and Mr. Oso.
Yep.
Taco place. Yeah.
Yeah, those some good spots for sure.
Yeah. So we did that, and
yeah,
definitely partaked in a little smoking as well. So
yeah. You know man, this state since they legalized it, whatever that was. 7-8 years ago or whatever, man, the city's been filling up. It was already kind of growing or whatever, but I'm telling you, when they legalized weed, man, it flew off the handle immediately.
It's such a weird experience for people. I think for those who aren't in legal states to go to a state where it's legal and like going into the different shops and stuff, like the process of it was pretty fascinating, to be honest. Like, it's a cool thing.
Yeah. I used to smoke weed too. And so when they legalized it, even for me going in the shops, it was just like kind of a,
it's like just a bizarre kind of, like a Twilight Zone kind of moment almost. So,
almost made me kind of nervous the first few times.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. I definitely the first time, the day I landed there, and I think it was maybe like 40 minutes after like leaving the airport, and finally went into shop. Shout out to Buddy Boy, that's the place that I checked out. So they hooked it up. So
man, they're all over the place. They're damn near they're like wherever you see a gas station, there's a shop right next to it.
Right. Yep. So good times out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's people are laid back, casual with their partying, and then you got the mountains, got sports. So the city's doing well.
Nice, good stuff. So let's see, we got still 4-3 Nashville. 2.5 left in the third period. Still tied 2-2 with Vegas, Dallas. 9.5 left in regulation there. No score still with St. Louis, Colorado. That second period just started. Vancouver up 3-0. That's about the end of the first. No score early in the first with Anaheim and San Jose.
Very good. All right, we're back with our second, probably final beer, because we're going to be on for about an hour and 15 minutes, which will probably be approximately the end of the Colorado game. So that's where we're at. So I'll try to nurse this beer home for the next hour. It is the middle of the week. Yeah.
This Nashville on the power play again is not helping my potential draw parlay here.
Yeah.
But I just being at the rate I'm hitting them, just a few dollars a day on them.
Yeah.
Man, if I hit one a week, I'm happy.
I mean that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm probably hitting maybe 38% with my draw plays, but when they're all at 3-1,
Colorado score.
Right.
God damn it!
I saw it lock up. I didn't know what happened. Okay.
Not only that, but it fucked up my opportunity to get in on the 1.5 as well.
Yeah.
First period. Yeah. Missed it.
Yeah.
I got back and I was going to look at it. It pissed me off just now. It really did. This is bad for the St. Louis second period, and I missed the shot on the over 1.5.
Right.
Hopefully it comes back around here. We have a scoreless few minutes, and it'll come back around.
Yeah, and it's still very early in the second period. Like I definitely think this game's going to open up. So I was just looking at the odds. They're not good. They're not what I would play right now. But over 2.5 for the second period, it's I do think is in play at this time with still 17 minutes in the second period.
Yeah, that being said, I do want to point out one thing. It's that the Nichushkin propcast. That's the one bit of good news with that Colorado goal. I've just been taking him every game recently to score or get a point. Absolutely. Oh, we got our guy, John. He's the late night warrior of the Betcast. It's always this time. John Massey's joining us in a few minutes now. And he dazzles us with his dry wit at this time of night. like I say, he is the Storm and Norman Rumack of the Ice Guys Betcast. He's the late night man. He's the midnight shift, the graveyard shift guy. He comes on in the late games.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
me too out here in Denver. And I have a young family, I have 2 young kids, so that's kind of what you were seeing earlier.
Yeah.
When it starts, the games start at 5:00 here. I'm still kind of busy with dinner and kids and stuff. So
Right.
I have the Betcast open, but I don't really get much opportunity to join it. So for me, it's still only not even 9:00, so it's not late here. So
Right, yeah.
it's kind of the time where I could really start focusing in myself.
Right. No, exactly. And this is the time that John Massey starts focusing in on joining the Betcast usually
Hey, John, how's
every
it going?
Tuesday. Yeah.
How's it go, guys? How's it going?
Very good. Took a turn for the worst here in the last couple. This Colorado goal really sucks. That it happened when it did, by the way, because we've got a situation where that was very, very costly because we got St. Louis in the second, missed the chance on the over 1.5. Just a lot of things that. Really frustrating.
I think Calgary might have
Did
scored.
Flames tie it?
They might have. Actually, I'm just seeing it now.
This
Wow.
is getting reviewed,
It's getting reviewed to see. Oh my goodness.
and it would be Kachuk if it's in.
Is this for my draw? It's in. That's definitely in.
Nice.
That is definitely in. That puck's in at 0.1. Yes, it is. It's got, see, it looks like it's just turning to 0, but I think it's already across. Even then, if it's under the goalie, it was already past that's got to count.
So
Please, for the draw here, plus 310. Come on.
and then I don't want to hear about how bad a night it's been. Look at me coming on.
Being the good luck charm, right?
I've had a good night, thank you, Arizona.
Yeah.
Just watching that game, I'm just
This is
like,
fucking going to count. Yeah, it's going to count. There it is.
after reviewing the play, we have a good hockey goal because if it's a hockey goal, I don't give a shit if it were good or bad.
I love how they say, you know what pisses me off? It really does with these announcers, John, when they say, "Oh, that was a great hockey play. Oh, that was a great as opposed to a football play, soccer play."
I mean, you could have a couple of good soccer plays that happen. You know, when a goalie heads it away, they would call that a. I think Colorado just scored again too.
Wow. Here's Binnington falling apart on us here. That's always the fucking concern with that guy. Well, let me see the goal before I blame him.
Well, I mean, you can still blame him. It's whether or not it's rational to blame him.
Yeah. Here it is, round the net. I guess Colorado decided, hey, let's play. Let's
it's on the D.
Yeah, that's
turnover.
Yeah, see, turn right there. Oh, right there, chunked it up.
Four guys followed one, and
that's just a calamity of errors there. That's just Keystone Cops. That's just 2-0 Colorado. Yep.
That's not how you draw the defensive coverage up.
No, that is not. It's people falling down like bowling pins left and right there in the Colorado zone. Terrible. Yeah, let's go Kochetkov. I'm telling you what, you're not totally.
I said earlier, I think he's starting game 1 for Carolina. I think that's what they're going to go with. They want the young, athletic goaltender whom right now they trust and play hard in front of.
But what if Ronta is healthy and good to start, though? Because he was backing up tonight. Obviously, he would have been available if it was an emergency situation. But, I think what happened was with that lower body injury, he was available to back up, but he wasn't going to start. But if it was an emergency and something happened to Kochetkov, he would have went in there. So who knows what that means?
I'd go with the young Russian goaltender.
You still think they might go with him if Ronta's 100%? That's an interesting call there.
I think that what they would do and what I would do probably are not the same thing right now.
Now, would Rod Brindamore start a healthy, or it would not? Would he start Kochetkov over a healthy Ronta?
I don't think he would.
I don't think he would either. But I know what you're saying, that you might give him that chance because he's actually been good in tough spots here. This kid so far.
So,
hey, Ian, real quick, I'm gonna step out for a second. I'm gonna get a beer to join you. Should I just hit the stop cam and then I can start it when I get back?
Just hit the mute and the stop cam so you don't hear your audio, and the stop cam at the bottom. Both of those, and you're good.
All right, I'll be back in just a minute.
All right. There you go. He got it. All right.
Who's saying
Yeah.
I'm crazy?
I would.
Yes.
Part of me wants to see Kochetkov play, to be quite honest, no doubt. So yeah, disappointing here. St. Louis needs the next goal. 2-0 now for the Avs. I guess we can throw the second period bet in the garbage chute. Yeah, it's been it's been a grind of a night. Pre-game bets have been like I lost the Rangers, Tampa team total lost, 1 Edmonton, 1 Ottawa, 1 New Jersey, Ottawa over, lost the Islanders, Capitals over, Detroit puck line was never had a shot. Detroit Toronto over, never had a shot. Did cash at least Toronto team total over 2.5 in that game. Calgary Nashville over got there. The draw was big, significant. Now that
Well,
draw hit.
didn't you get the Rangers plus 1.5?
Oh yeah, the live bets. That's good.
The live bet.
Yeah, I was thinking more to my pregame, how I've done tonight, pregame bets. But yeah, that was big. Plus 2.5, plus 1.5 live. That helped out. And late here, it's not going too well. We've got Blues plus 150 are in trouble. We've got I do have a little over 6.5 with the Blues game, but we need some work.
It takes 2 to tango to get to over 6.5. And like the Blues, they don't have the puck.
And I'm on Vegas. I forgot to mention that I'm on Vegas minus 110, and I'm Seattle first period. That was an abortion of a bet for me. An abortion of a bet. Seattle first period. Terrible. My goodness. I guess Vancouver still is fighting the good fight, even right till the very end. That or Seattle's really bad. It actually could be the latter.
I mean, well, if Calgary does them a favor, I mean, Nashville's already got the point. If Vegas could win before.
I was just watching the Calgary and Nashville. It looked like Nashville intentionally. I thought they were going to review and see if that was intentionally knocking the net off of the 2-on-1 for Calgary. But
yeah, they were looking at
Johansson dove the way he dove for the net. It looked like he intentionally did that.
Yeah, there's definitely some truth to that. That could have been the case right there. Yep.
Which would have been a goal.
Yep.
Would have been a goal in the game. I just grabbed Calgary minus $1.15 as I was seeing that because it was still up. So.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how I lost. That's how the Tigers lost, really?
I just saw that too. The Twins, yeah, like just a goofy double air.
Run. What the hell happened here? And then he throws it. Oh my goodness gracious!
Little League.
Oh my God, that's just. And I had Detroit there in the plus money because I was backing a good who's pitching for that. Oh, it's fading Paddock. I hate that guy for Minnesota. Terrible pitcher. Wasn't good in San Diego last year either with the Padres. He had so much promise and he's terrible out there. Tough start to the year this year, so I faded him again tonight. And somehow Minnesota wins because Detroit's got a shitty defensive outfield and infield in that ninth inning.
This is I joked earlier that I had like no doubt in my mind that Dallas and Vegas would be a draw because I just feel Dallas is that team that at home I just think it's going to be an under, and I think it's going to be a draw against anybody. I mean, I thought it was going to be 0-0 through regulation, like it had been in a couple of those games against Tampa and 0-0, 0-0.
Yeah, I'd rather have Dallas get in over Vegas just because of that, because they're such a good draw team.
Yeah,
they could be one of those teams that goes and has like 3 or 4 overtime games in a 7-game series.
Yeah,
like easily. So
I had said earlier that I think Dallas is a tough matchup for Calgary.
Historically, that's true, John. It was a head-to-head. I mean, they beat Calgary in the playoffs in the bubble 2 years ago.
They're just one of those big, heavy teams that lean on you, and especially the undersized forwards can struggle for Calgary against Dallas. And Dallas does have
size.
Move the puck.
Yep. They do. It's been tough. I got to think there's a good chance the worm turns this year, but sometimes you can't beat a certain team. Look at the Leafs and Bruins in the playoffs all these years, right? Yeah. There's that one team for everybody.
Yeah. Calgary wins it.
Nice. All right.
Oh, against wins in overtime. Okay. I flipped it off for a sec here. Yep.
Sorry, I have to realize that I probably have the faster stream. And Calgary denies Riddick a victory.
Yep. Yep. There it was. 2-on-1. Yep.
Elias Lindholm with the winner.
Yep.
All right, so that's another overtime winner I catch. I had Ottawa in overtime, and
that's a terrible goal for Riddick to give up. Terrible.
It is.
You got to stop that. You got to stop. That's what Riddick's a big sieve. Big sieve. Dave came out there in that overtime
And
goal. Yeah.
the dam has opened on Bennington too.
Yeah, that's right. Big Civ.
Yeah.
So 3-0 Colorado, and now 2-0 Anaheim. Oh my gosh, just freaking. Here's my late slate in the NHL tonight. LLLLL.
I did say, you have San Jose coming off the big emotional victory in Vegas on Sunday night. And Anaheim coming off a good first period and then not showing up for the rest of the game and receding like Getzlav's hairline. So a perfect representation of his career, fade away in the game, just like his hair faded away.
Start off strong and then fade away later in his life. Yep. Yeah, just like his hairline. Yep.
So and honestly, trusting San Jose just always feels.
And laying minus 140 with them too. I actually did that. Now it is early, although actually, you know what? There might be a challenge on this goal. Hold on. Let's see. It's not for sure that it's might be being reviewed here. Let's see on that. We'll just update that. Again, we're not going to be on for that whole Anaheim game.
Oh, really? But it has so many implications.
Playing for exercise, yeah. Playing to take money away from me, apparently. Yeah.
Who knows what contracts are loaded with, and who's playing for what? Who needs those goals? Who needs those points?
Yep.
Who needs those saves?
Wow, Blues and the Wild on the verge of both spitting the bit tonight, which means we're back to square one and they're even again in points, assuming this Blues-Avs score holds. Yep.
There's a difference between losing in Colorado and losing at home to the Coyotes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Minnesota, you have to think that you're going up 2 points tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
At least one.
Yep.
It's worse than spit in the bit.
Yeah.
Spit in the bit would
have problem right there.
Spit in the bit implies that you actually ran in the race at some point and they're just giving it up.
What a save by Ottinger just now on Theodore. Terrific stop to keep it 2-2. Yep. Yeah, they're seeing if it's a kicking that sure as hell looks like a kicking motion to me right there. That's probably going to be 1-0. So that's good. San Jose at least might still only be down 1-0 in that game.
Going to make me put that on. Ugh. I kind of swore off that game.
The one good thing I did tonight, though, with these bets is kept everything smaller than usual. Like
it's the only way to play this point of the season.
Yep.
I am not putting on Seattle.
Like I did my usual high volume. That never changes, but they were smaller in terms of the amount per bet. That's going to help me out a little bit, especially when you're talking about a season where you're up almost 40 units. You don't want to give away a lot of that on a bad night.
I was kind of surprised. I know the NBA was being discussed earlier, so I'll only say it. I was kind of surprised how slow the books were to adjust the totals.
Yep.
Because they were all very high for these first rounds. And it's just like, you're looking at teams like Miami and Boston. And like Boston's been a good offensive team, but they're also a good defensive team.
Yeah.
Right. And Miami the same way. And even today, Miami was like, 217 or 218 for the over-under?
Yep.
And they didn't even crack 200.
Nope. Yeah, that was a high number. Yeah, very high. Yeah, definitely.
And it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's a trap because it looks too easy. But for these playoff numbers, I mean, do you really want to be talking about sevens involving the Florida Panthers in the opening round of the playoffs?
No. Yeah, you always got to worry about your, as you say that, your Admiral Akbar moments. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. Yeah. If you're a Star Wars fan, you know what that one's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I will refrain from doing the Wookiee. It comes across as loud over the stream.
That's right. Yeah. All right. So no goal confirmed. Still 1-0 Anaheim. Whew. I mean, we need every bit help we can. I do have St. Louis, Colorado over 6.5. So that one actually looks like there's hope there. And St. Louis can still pop some goals. We know offensively they're capable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see the Avs kind of taking their foot off the gas, building a quick lead like that, and letting them back in the game. They've had a tendency to do that throughout the season.
You got to laugh sometimes. It's been a great run for me in the NHL. It's clearly not going to be one of my better nights, but you got to laugh at some of this shit. I mean, here I am in the first intermission saying, guess what? St. Louis is going to get the final score told to them what happened in Minnesota 5-3. Come on, guys, let's go. We can take the lead here in the second place for the Central Division. Next thing you know, 10 minutes later, 3-0 Avs.
Yeah. That seems to be the way it always goes in sports.
Yeah,
opportunities open up and then teams choke.
Yeah.
In all sports, I feel like I see it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm going to pose a question here because it's the teacher in me to ask a lot of questions.
Right.
These teams from the Central, Nashville, St. Louis, Minnesota, whom do you trust defensively? Because this is what, to me, makes Dallas and LA a pain.
Yeah.
Because defensively, they have like that playoff structure where they can just lean on you, take away space, and then where are the goals coming from? And do you trust the D on these other teams to actually hold up?
Yeah, that's the ultimate big question. I think I'd make a case even tonight. No one's going to want to make a case for them after what we saw tonight. But Minnesota with Middleton there, if Fleury can be consistent, Talbot's actually played pretty well for them. I think there's potential for Minnesota to be that team.
I mean, because I trust the firepower.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's a lot less space in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then you see these pond hockey games break out in these matchups. So when St. Louis and Minnesota play, it's like the old Philadelphia-Pittsburgh matchups of a few years ago where you think the over-under is going to be 7.
Yeah.
Because the D just attacks and doesn't sit back and feel so comfortable with the puck on their stick. But it's why I don't trust Nashville also. Because I just think for the last month and a half, they've been bad defensively. They just look that they're giving up 5 goals a game.
They've all of a sudden become a team that's got to outscore their problems.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Nashville, the last several. Yeah, DJ's good. DJ was really good. You're right, Drew.
Yeah.
DJ Mitchell's good with props. I mean, I've never heard someone talk so well about props and, shots on goal, especially the shots on goal. He's good with them, but yeah, just points and what he's looking for. He's on top of the line combos, all that stuff. So yeah, he's definitely a good a person to have on the show from that standpoint. Very good with the props in that discussion.
Yeah. Going back to your question, John, man, I want to say, I would lean Minnesota to hold up defensively with Fleury, but I don't know. I just don't, especially on the road. I feel like on the road, I don't know. It's just going to be problems all throughout the playoffs for however long they go.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why home ice advantage in this series is so important.
Yeah.
And it looks
I would probably favor St. Louis, even though like they got the goalie problems, but I don't know. Like I said, that's a tough question. I want to say St. Louis, and maybe it's more based on some of their two-way players like O'Reilly compared to their goalie. And then Minnesota's kind of the opposite. You'd be relying completely on Fleury because I don't think their defense is going to hold up. Definitely not on the road. Even at home, sometimes they get in these wild shootouts.
I will say this about Minnesota's D. There have been a lot of games where you haven't seen their actual top D-men play. They haven't had Dumba and Greenway together.
Yep.
Brodin's been in and out. So, I mean, there's just been – they've had to cycle a lot of guys to play a lot of minutes on the defensive end. So I do like
Spurgeon out. Spurgeon, how could we forget that? Spurgeon out.
It's Spurgeon out too.
Yeah. Spurgeon's huge.
Spurgeon's gigantic.
A shut down guy. Yep.
So it's like these things to keep in mind about Minnesota defensively. So if you think that Minnesota's got the better goalie, because right now to me Talbot's the better goalie, is the best of the 4 of Husso, Binnington, Talbot, Fleury. Cam Talbot's playing the best. He's got to be the one I go with.
Yeah.
Personally, I know you brought Fleury in, but it's just pretty evident.
That might be an issue in the playoffs. It's they might not know who to go with from game to game. Maybe Talbot's the way to go, but you bring in Fleury, they're kind of be like, well, we didn't bring him in for nothing. He's a playoff guy. He's got the rings, you know. So I think they might have interesting situation on their hands with those two come playoff time.
There you go. Here's something you needed, Ian.
What?
The Sod Father. Power play goal, St. Louis.
All right, there we go. Brandon Saad. Yeah, I'm just about to see that right now. I can tell. There it is. Yep.
Sorry.
Bingo. 3-1. That's right. I'm actually only a few seconds back, so that's not bad.
Spoilers.
2-2, by the way, with Dallas and Vegas with about 10 seconds left. So we're about going OT. There we go. 3-1. It's good for the over, too, actually.
That's what I was thinking for. Yeah.
I just seen that goal from the Blues, so I'm definitely a little behind both of you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what's the big deal with people complaining that I have sell picks? I've sold picks for 12 years, you know, since I started in this business. That's the way it was back when I started. You weren't a handicapper or a bettor or any sort of sports bettor unless you sold picks. Now, I want to get out of that, to be quite honest. I'm close to getting out. I want this to be just, and even though I sell picks now, I give out everything for free, essentially, on these shows. Like, I don't hide anything.
They got to watch it. They
on the show.
They got a view count. You know, they got to dedicate themselves.
Yep. Content. I want to be all content for all my income through content and betting. I'm at the point now where I want to be done with the selling picks probably within a year. And, you know, unfortunately, the tax man dings me very, very, very much at this time of year, every year. And so once we get to a point where, you know, the tax situation's not killing me so much every year, and I actually do a better job of planning ahead for it, then we're going to ditch the service. We're going to finally not sell picks anymore. We're going to have all our income through selling, or not selling, but doing content, doing videos, doing shows, which I get paid to do for the most part, and my own betting. So there you go. Which is going very well in the NHL, except for not so well tonight.
Yeah, but small.
Yep. That's right.
So Dallas is up to 94 points now.
Yep.
Vegas is up to 91 points because they have officially drawn.
Yep.
So playing for that extra point. Nashville got 1 point today.
Yep.
So they're on 95.
Yep. So this is a must for Vegas. You got to get this extra point. Simple as that. You got to get it.
Yep.
Yes.
Must get it. Yeah.
Must
get it.
And if they fail to get it, I think that clinches for LA. Because LA has a magic number of 1.
Yep.
On 96.
Yes.
And Vegas can get to 96, but with their 3 games left, but they have to win this game.
Yep.
You know, with that Vegas game just becoming a draw, that's the first 2 legs of that 3-legger I was talking about a little bit ago.
All right, so you have one more to go. Yep.
Right, and so like I said, I bet them straight. So I got those 2, the Flames game and then the Stars. Now it's this Avs game is the last one, which St. Louis getting that goal definitely helps. Hopefully they can climb back into it. I definitely don't want to see the Avs lose, but I'll take the draw.
Seattle on the board. Seattle just scored 3-1. So there we go, Seattle.
Oh, nice to show up.
Nice to showing up 1 period too late, motherfuckers. Not impressed. Yeah. Where was that in the first period? Ass wipes. Yeah. Where were you on that one, dipshit? There it is. There's a Happy Gilmore line. Yeah, on the first period. Yeah.
They just pick on Ian because he's Canadian, and they know he's not going to talk back to them because he's too nice for that. He's not going to engage because he's too busy because he's got 18 streams going.
Yep, 18 streams. Yep,
and he's too busy talking and giving out picks.
Yeah. All right, so 1-0 Anaheim there against with San Jose and Anaheim still 3-1. Like I said, Seattle on the board. 3-1 Colorado now. 4 minutes to go in the second, and now we are in OT. OT is underway with the Golden Knights and the Stars. Oh, this is a must here for the Vegas Golden Knights, and we'll see if they can find a way here. With a win here, 2 points behind Dallas for the second wild card. With a loss, they would need to win the final 2 games. Dallas would need to lose all remaining games in regulation. Look at the difference. They would need to win their final 2 games, Vegas, if they lose here in OT or a shootout, and Dallas can't even get a point against Arizona and Anaheim. Hey, we just saw Arizona win.
Arizona's hot. You got to watch out.
Look out, tomorrow night in Dallas, 5-3 Arizona. Maybe. We'll see, just like tonight. Crazier shit has happened right now. Yeah, Beniers gets a point. That's not surprising. Beniers with the point props, just incredible.
Gift
right
that
now.
keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Otto on a winning streak, man.
Yeah.
I will be considerate of the crowd and not give things away about overtime. I'm a man of the people. What can I say?
He is. Now John is working on an ultra fast feed that he's got right now. So it'll be interesting to see. Like, that's why he's trying to mute himself when something happens right away. St. Louis is starting to wake up a little. A couple of nice shifts after they got that first goal. So I'm liking the life, the energy we're seeing here from the Blues since they got that first goal. Blues plus 800 live right now, if you're really feeling gutsy.
Nah.
The Mets are leading the Cardinals 3-0. That's good. I like that. I've got a piece of the Mets there.
I don't like them.
Yeah, I actually had a chance. Game 3 for Minnesota and Memphis, that series. I wanted to take Memphis like plus 1,200 live when they kept getting down 20-something. And then third, I wanted to bet it, and I passed. And of course, they came back and won. So these live dogs, these prices are in all sports are just crazy all the time.
Yeah, especially NBA playoffs have even proven that you should take a shot with them.
Yeah.
We've seen multiple Memphis has done it twice to Minnesota.
Yeah.
There's been multiple examples of comebacks and blown leads. And, how many times did Brooklyn blow it against Boston? Game 2, they blew it. Game 3, they blew it.
Yeah, that never got old.
Yeah.
That did. That was great to see that. You're right about that. Seattle on the power play now, so they're building some momentum. 3-1, and now they're on the man advantage against Vancouver in that game. All right, so I got too many windows open here. Way too many. Let's close a shit ton of these right now. There we go.
Oh.
Here comes Hintz. Glove save by Thompson, and he holds.
Yeah, still overtime. We're still going here. Vegas and Dallas. Everybody I hate in Dallas that they all decide we need to stand up for the entire overtime. Dallas is known for that with their home fans, standing up for the whole overtime.
And they need a quick exit.
Yeah.
They're trained from watching the Cowboys.
That is a great stop, Thompson. Great glove stop right there. Yep.
Should have been a penalty.
This kid looks like he's got some talent and some ability in that net. I'll give him that. Logan Thompson.
Yeah, I wonder if they make the playoffs, how he would do. Maybe coming in with not really much expectations.
Yep.
I got higher expectations for him than Jack Eichel, so there's that.
Yep.
I feel like sometimes in the in the playoffs, I see these goalies that I haven't seen very much of, and all of a sudden they, have a great playoff. They kind of get thrust in the position because the starter wasn't playing well or an injury.
Our
next thing you know, they're a good goalie.
Yep.
MDR, you just said Logan's run, and I'm going to follow that up with Logan's been run over because he just got Kreidered.
Yeah. Yes, he just got wow. And then, you know what? When I saw that crash to the net by, I think it was Nemesnikov.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. It was Vladislav Nemesnikov for Dallas, and he just took the knees and the legs right out from under Logan Thompson. That had danger written all over it, that collision.
And this won't be said, and obviously it'll be he's looking like Mendoza. But those little tugs on the back that Stevenson just gave, Mestikov, those do throw off your balance.
Yes.
Like when you're driving hard to the net, and especially when it's at your center of gravity. So he's going to try to shake this off, but yeah, he's in pain.
Yeah. There's definitely some belief. There's definitely some belief within the organization for the Vegas Golden Knights that Logan Thompson could be their number one at some point. There's no doubt. I mean, he's again, we'll see how he continues to develop, but he was very good with the Silver Knights with Henderson. And I think he's been more good than bad, you know, in his starting stints here with Vegas in a tough situation with a lot of pressure to make the playoffs with Leonard, obviously injuries, mental issues, struggles, inconsistencies, and he's had to come in here in a tough spot. And I think you can't really ask for much more.
It's good that the Vegas Golden Knights have shown that they have so much loyalty to their goaltenders. So even if they're fans of them now, they have as much loyalty to their goaltenders as they do to their head coaches.
Yeah. So basically, fast forward 3 years from now, Vegas Golden Knights will be trading away Logan Thompson and not calling him to let him know about the trade. Yeah.
I'll take the under. I think it happens sooner.
Or even 2 years from now. Yeah.
Well, 3-year shelf life for coaches and Vegas goalies.
Yeah. There we go. So we'll come back, circle back around 2024 or 25. We'll be talking about Logan Thompson dumped and not even alerted about the trade. He finds out on Twitter about it. Yeah. Marc-Andre Fleury can sympathize with that.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they did that. That's what you did to the guy. Really terrible. Absolutely awful. All right, we're at intermission, by the way, with 2 games. Anaheim, San Jose, first intermission, 1-0 Anaheim. St. Louis, Colorado, second intermission, and it is 3-1 Colorado there. We will be on until the end of the Avs game, and then we're pulling the plug because we got the Sisters of the Poor from an important game standpoint with the San Jose and the Vancouver games.
Yeah, I'm not even tracking those 2 games at all.
No, exactly. The big ones that are of utmost importance right now are these 2 games here: Vegas, Dallas, and St. Louis, Colorado, which is obviously very important for St. Louis. Trying to take advantage of Minnesota losing at home to the Arizona Coyotes, which I'm still trying to get over that one. Just absolutely stunning what we saw there tonight in Minnesota with the Coyotes and the Wild in that game. All right, so we've got Arizona and Dallas. Another very good save right there by Thompson. Less than 20 seconds to go now in overtime. Looks like we might have a shootout to maybe determine whether Vegas is still has any sort of pulse here in this playoff race or not. Gotta love it when a shootout is going to determine something that important.
No, I don't.
No, of course, I'm being facetious. You know.
I know, but as a New York Ranger fan, I'm particularly sensitive to that topic.
Yes, yeah.
As one of the first to have,
this is as good as an elimination for Vegas if they don't win this shootout, because again, they have to win their last 2 games, no ifs, ands, or buts. And Dallas can't even pick up 1 bloody point against Arizona and Anaheim at home. By the way, Peyton Clark's going to be at the game Friday. Our good friend Anaheim at Dallas. He was on the Betcast last Tuesday. That game might mean something.
Kraken 3-2.
Yeah, I know now. I should bet them live now. I mean, maybe I got it all wrong.
You missed that.
Yeah.
Too
late.
You
now.
had 3-0.
Yeah.
Man,
Too late now.
Morgan Geeky.
Yeah, don't be a geek. Don't be geeky. Yeah. All right, so the Kraken, they were plus 800. Wow, if you got in on them, wow, that's probably all the way down now. Yep.
Yeah. Not the right price.
Kraken.
No. So Kraken and Canucks now, as John just mentioned, 3-2. All of a sudden, the Seattle Kraken very much back in that game. Yep. Yeah, Sharks. I don't want to know if I don't know if I want to add on with them, but the Ducks played a horse. They didn't even play a good first period against St. Louis.
They didn't.
They got dominated, but they were up 2-0.
Shots.
Yeah, the chickens came home to roost after that. So San Jose, maybe you do look at them, but I'm already invested enough on a shit game, so I'm not adding on. Even though at plus 150, that's kind of appealing.
So a shootout involving the Dallas Stars at home. This is my shocked face.
Yeah, here we go. It's a typical, yeah. It's typical Dallas. They don't do anything easily. They play these tight games. Here we go again now. Shootout here in a big playoff implication game. All right, let's see how it plays out here.
But if they make the playoffs, then Bonas probably remains their coach, and I know that will thrill the Dallas Stars supporters.
Yeah. Oops. I think they want him gone even if they do make the playoffs.
Absolutely.
It's look, I know they were boxed into a corner when they went to the Stanley Cup final. You couldn't have fired him after taking them to the Stanley Cup final in the bubble against Tampa. You had to stick by him. Robertson, by the way, the first shot, too slow. Thompson got over and made the save. So empty on the first shootout attempt for Dallas.
Oh, it's Jack Eichel. I wonder what he'll do.
It's Eichel next, because I know John's a little bit ahead of me. We'll see how he does. Probably not much. We'll end up. I'm on an anti-Jack Eichel tirade, like you wouldn't believe, with this guy right now.
He's earned it.
Yeah. Here he goes, slowing down, and easy save for Ottinger. No deep.
Yeah.
No faker of any kind. Yep.
Eichel shot like his career half-assed.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Now he did have a nice assist. He's been better than he was against, for the most part, this game than he was against San Jose the other night. But still, that goal that tied the game was a result of his lackluster play with the puck and just turning it over and losing a puck battle, losing the physical battle.
Yeah, I feel like for fans, those are the most frustrating athletes in general, are the ones that are uber talented that you just see not giving it their all the time, kind of taking for granted the position they're in. Like, I feel like those are the ones the fans hate the most. I see on Twitter every day, getting the hardest time or whatever, but definitely for a reason.
Wow, this is really something. I mean, no goals yet in this shootout, 2 apiece, and now it's Dallas's third shot. It is Pavelski stopped by Thompson, so Vegas is going to have a chance to win it if they can find the back of the net here with this third shot of theirs.
I want to see these teams put a kid out, like Bordelot going out for San Jose. They've got these two creativity.
This has 12 rounds written all over it, this shootout.
Yeah, it's 0-0 because it's the Dallas Stars.
Yep.
They have the creativity of a colonoscopy.
Yeah, it is not pretty right now in this. Yep, we're going extra round.
And it's like always after, if the top shooters are struggling to score in the shootout, you're only getting worse from there on out. So then, you usually are good for another 3 or 4 rounds at least.
Yep. Strap in, over under 11.5 shootout rounds. I'm going to go over.
I'm gonna go under, only because I think somebody will throw out a shooter that there's no book on, and they'll do something that you had no idea they were capable of and score.
That's a good point, Leon. We might be on till the end of the Anaheim San Jose game by default because the shootout will still be going. Yeah.
How long till Marek Malik?
Yeah. Here we go. 4th round, no goals. So here we go. We're going to the 5th round now. My goodness. No goal. Not just a 5th round. There hasn't been a single freaking shootout goal yet.
Yeah, and these shot attempts are just, man.
They're pathetic.
Come on.
Who the hell is this now? Foxa for Dallas. What the hell is that? You just shoot it at him. Just shoot it at Thompson. I told you, we're going to be here we'll see in 2 hours. I'll come back and the shootout's still going. Round 58. Another miss. 5 rounds, and not a single one of these 2 teams has scored a goal in this shootout. That's 10 shootout attempts. The 2 teams combined, no goals.
I'm telling you, none of these guys are making any moves
No.
You know, they're not getting the goalies going left to right to left at all. You know what I mean?
Man alive.
I'm going to do all these dekes just so the goalie can sit in the middle in the butterfly and close the 5-hole.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all this
Steve
is. Time after time.
Take them out of the playoffs, both of them, for this a debacle of a display. Are you kidding me? 6 rounds now with not a damn goal for either team. What the fuck is this? Seriously.
Can anybody shoot to the backhand?
Can anybody put the puck actually through the goaltender? That'd be asking a lot. Oh my gosh. This is the 7th round now coming up in this damn thing.
The goalies look like they're getting bored.
Yeah, we're still waiting for something here. It's like we got now. Oh, we're going to the defenseman now. Miro Heiskanen now for Dallas here. Oh my gosh, a backhand.
Best move.
Backhand goal as called by John Massey. There we go. Dallas with the lead, and now Vegas. They've got to answer now, or else this is a costly lost point.
I said under, and it took a defenseman. See, I told you.
How about that? Great move. Look at that. A little deke. Faked it. Fake forehand. Went to the backhand. That's how you do it. William Karlsson, who's not had the season anyone expected, and he keeps it going with a terrible shootout attempt. Save Ottinger. Dallas wins the shootout.
You mean it's difficult to score goals when you just shoot it right at the leg pad?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What's happened to William Karlsson this year, by the way? Remember, this guy was just a blaze for the Golden Knights a couple of years ago, and not this year. Wow.
That is one of the worst shootouts I've ever watched.
That's brutal. I got to post this on Twitter. It's bothering me so much. Just for those of you that aren't watching the Betcast right now, that might have been the worst fucking shootout I've ever seen. That's exactly the way.
Let's all go console the goalie for our being so shitty at our job.
Yeah.
When you save 6 out of 7, it's never the goalie's fault. Don't go console him.
Yeah.
Practice. Get a move. Learn something.
Yeah, maybe they're just apologizing. I would hope.
There we go. I had to get it off my chest. There we go.
Sorry we suck, dude.
So now we kind of got an open minute here. It's interesting. Like earlier on the show today, when you guys were going over the Florida game, and I think Andrew was saying they're looking to bring in some like their AHL guys the last couple of games or whatever. And so Andrew was saying to someone in the chat, I can't remember exactly how it went, but that the Panthers needed to win today to kind of clinch that President's Trophy if they're going to if they might be kind of giving away these last 2 games. And with the Avs looking like they might win tonight, like they might be back in the mix for it. You know what I mean?
Did Sagan shoot? Where the hell was Sagan?
He got stopped. I think he was round 4.
He was round 4. Ben?
I don't know about that. I can't remember all of
Eric
them.
Leduc is saying, or who the captain of the Golden Knights, you mean? Yeah. Stone? Yeah. Where the hell was he?
I didn't see Stone shoot.
No.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, Stone.
Marchessault shot. Carlson shot. Eichel shot. All right, I got 4 of the shooters. They all looked the same. Just shooting right at the goalie.
Yeah. My God, that shootout was just abysmal, man. Terrible.
It was awful. It was just brutal. I might live bet San Jose. God help me.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do this.
Seriously, that's what I said. Seriously, kick them both out of the playoffs. Yeah.
No, but I mean, sometimes you have to, sometimes goalies are deserving of credit.
Yeah.
This was not one of those nights.
No.
There were a couple of saves made in the overtime, but nothing flashy. I mean, the biggest key with Thompson tonight was surviving the hit from Nemesnikov.
Yeah. I mean, my God, that's one of those games where it looks like, holy shit, man. Did either of these teams belong in the playoffs when you see a disaster of a shootout like that?
But I'm closer to my no on Vegas. to make the playoff.
Yeah. Eric Leduc. Yeah, welcome, Eric. Eric Leduc, that name's familiar. You're right. You're in the chat sometimes on Morency's show, I think. I might be wrong, but I think that's where I remember your name from. Eric Leduc. Bobano, I'm from Ottawa. Carlson trade was the best in our franchise, and also Stone now looks better every day. Yeah. There's been a couple nice little moves, and trading away. Well, Stone was good initially for Vegas. It's just right now he's going through a tough time. He's gripping the stick. He's got no confidence. When you lose your confidence, it's tough to get it back.
Back injuries also.
Yep.
They're tough.
They're debilitating, and it's harder and harder to recover from them each time you have it.
Yep.
Each time it happens. Yeah.
So it's just like it adds up.
Yep. Colorado up 3-1. That third period's about to begin. Again, we'll stick around for the third period of St. Louis, Colorado, and then we will be putting a bow on the betcast for tonight. But remember, we're going to have our betcasts all throughout the playoffs. I don't know if we're going to go with every Tuesday. There might be weeks where, maybe we do a Tuesday, but then the following week we do it on a Wednesday, or we do it on a Friday, or, we're going to change it up a little bit.
I think you should do the Friday betcast with all the games on.
Oh, you mean this week?
This week, yeah.
Oh,
you got 15 games on.
I know a ton of games, but half of them don't freaking matter worth a tinker's damn.
I'll take the over on that. More than half don't worth a damn.
Yeah. Yeah, but we might do some Friday betcasts during the playoffs, though. I will say that definitely. Yeah. Oh my God! Yeah, everyone's agreeing. This is getting wildfire. People agreeing with me with this tweet I sent out. What the worst goddamn shootout I've ever seen.
I was saying it as it happened, so I was just like, it was disgusting. It was just nothing.
Yeah, it was. Oh my goodness, terrible. Yep. So now Vegas is in the position. I'll tweet about this too. Vegas now. They need to win out. Now must win both of their remaining 2 games and hope that Dallas doesn't get a single point in 2 home games against the Coyotes and the Ducks. Good luck with that.
Yeah, they're done.
Vegas. Yeah. Wow.
It was just that type of season for Vegas all year long.
Yeah.
That's
asking for too much. Yeah.
Or Nashville to get no points in Colorado and at Arizona. I just have to throw that out there because
wouldn't it be so Dallas though to lose both of those games at the same time? There's part of me that says we just saw Arizona win in Minnesota, a much better Minnesota team,
especially their home games. So yes, it's very apropos. Yeah. Colorado just scores.
Yeah, 4-1. God damn it. Yep, that might right off the hop too in the third period. My goodness,
is that Lehkonen?
That did not take long. Well, I've already got Nichushkin goal scorer prop. That's good. Yep.
That's bad. But we knew that about Bennington. Oh my Lord. Oh no.
This is a disaster for Vegas to not make the playoffs, especially now with Jack Eichel here. And this was supposed to be the year. He's at least finally going to be in the playoffs. And wow, to just see that all of a sudden, that's beyond awful, right? Awful stuff right here for Vegas, that they're like most assuredly just about going to miss the play. If this was anyone but Dallas, I'd say, oh yeah, 100% they're out. I don't even have to think twice. They're out. There's no way they're making it. But this is Dallas still, and there's that little bit of me that says the ultimate failure could still happen for them because they are just so flighty. They just barely beat San Jose 2-1 at home recently. They just barely beat Seattle 3-2 at home recently. It's not like they were home and cool in those 2 wins.
Congratulations to the Los Angeles Kings for clinching a playoff spot. We know that they will be third and that they will be playing Edmonton in the first round of the playoffs.
Yes, congrats. Definitely. I agree with you there. Congrats.
That is locked in because Vegas on 91 points with only 2 games left cannot catch 96.
Yep.
You guys see that goal by the Avs?
You mean, did I see that turnover by Binnington to donate a goal to Lehkonen? Yes.
Yeah. The more goalies with their stick handling there, Ian.
Yep.
It is the comparison between soccer and hockey.
Yep.
Goalies insisting on having the ball at their feet to make plays happen, and goalies wanting the puck on their stick to make plays happen. More often than not, that's not what they're paid for. So therefore, they shouldn't do it. And as a lineman or as a center, when you're told, "Where's a guard? Where's a guard? Where's a guard?" You're not a ball handler. Don't worry about the ball. Just fall on it. Don't try to pick it up and run. This goes for these goalies of know your role. What are you doing? You're paid to stop the puck, not play the puck forward. Is it an advantage when a goalie can move the puck forward? Absolutely. However, it's also a disadvantage when you fail and turn the puck over while trying to move it up and it ends up in the back of your net.
Yeah, it's usually a lot more costly.
I don't believe that, MDR. I don't believe that Florida lost tonight. Now we're playing. I think there's a part of them that says, look, we at the same time, we don't want to be going into the playoffs losing every single game here these last 2 weeks, Colorado. And they are back at home, like home cooking after a road trip. That's probably picked their spirits up a little bit. And let's be honest, St. Louis has been dog shit defensively, and their goalie just gave them a goal on the silver platter. So let's not act totally like this is all Colorado playing phenomenal here tonight in this game. I don't buy into that totally. I think it's just, hey, we try to get a win on the board. We've lost 4 in a row. I know we've clinched everything, but don't want to lose every single game the rest of the regular season if you're a Colorado. But tonight, no, they've been better. There's no doubt. But St. Louis has been just shooting themselves in the foot time and time again here in this game tonight. That's also been a problem here. And they got the offense. They get a goal here on this power play with 40 seconds left in at 4-2. It's still a pulse here. And we know they can strike quickly, but this reminds me of the playoff series with St. Louis and Colorado, though, when Colorado gets it going and they just totally snuffed out St. Louis at times for most of that series, actually. It's reminded me of that. When Colorado wants to play D and turn it on at that end of the ice, you talk about teams that are capable of turning it on with the D, Colorado is. And Kemper, I've seen a couple of games this year with Kemper where he's just looking like Brodeur in his prime. And if they can get that Kemper in the playoffs, that's a hell of a combo.
Yeah, I think the rest of the Western Conference is going to struggle with the Avs this year with the improvements they made on D, the trades.
Yep.
And honestly, I think they upgraded that goalie with Kemper over Grubauer.
Even though he was great last year, I mean, you obviously see him step back with Seattle this year. There's no doubt that Kemper's a very quality goalie. I mean, in Arizona, he was good last year. He's just a late bloomer. Didn't look like he was going to be anything more than a backup for years with Minnesota. And look at him now.
Makes it 2-0 Anaheim.
Let me just, there we go. Yeah, 2-0 Ducks. So, yeah, San Jose, you're right. That was a huge win against Vegas. They're just not bringing that same pop tonight against the Ducks. And that looks like.
But also, that was another shootout in which Vegas sucked.
Yes. That is absolutely true. Yeah. 3-2, by the way, going into the third period with Seattle, Vancouver. All right, so we have about
3-0 Ducks.
They added another one just as
Milano.
I turned my back. Yeah, Sonny Milano. Yep. Yeah, this is rough for the San Jose Sharks. Where the hell was this on Getzlaff night, you stupid Ducks? God damn it.
Well, the Blues are a little bit better than the San Jose Sharks.
Yeah, that's true. A lot better. And San Jose, played that game like a Stanley. They reacted to it like a Stanley Cup win. Or a playoff win, beating Vegas the other night. See, I forgot about that. Or I didn't forget about that, but I thought that wouldn't be as big of a deal as Anaheim coming off the Getzlaff night, and they just totally pack it in on the road. But no, San Jose's been worse.
Oh, San Jose's awful.
Yeah.
But just brutal. You know, and sometimes the emotion of doing everything for Getzlaf, you forget to play the game. Like you're just caught in the pregame.
Yeah, it's a good reminder, Tread. Like the good news is, like with these bets for me tonight, the high volume as always, but lower amounts. So it's not going to be as much damage as it could have been. It's some damage, but not irreparable or significant damage.
I also deserve things like this for betting on bad teams.
Yeah. See, tomorrow night, what do you do? Let's look ahead to tomorrow. Philly, Winnipeg. What do you do?
I'm golfing tomorrow. I have a band practice. I don't care because even Rangers Canadians, it doesn't matter. I just want the Rangers to I don't want Kopp playing. I don't want Panarin playing. They're injured. They don't play. Guess what, McKegg, Brzezinski, you're back. Like, don't care.
That's a Montreal or pass spot, but my gosh, you see Montreal right now. They look like they've got nothing left.
I know this is a betcast, and we're supposed to be talking about like betting.
Yeah.
But knowing when it's a good day to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is a very good day. Watch baseball. Watch the NBA.
Yeah.
On hockey, handicap Thursday.
That's right.
Like there are a lot of games on Thursday. There are a lot of games on Friday. Plenty to look forward to. You don't need to bet Wednesday.
I might take Chicago, to be quite honest with you, against Vegas. I
liked Chicago on Monday.
I like that it's their final home games too. Like right here, I think there is something to these teams wanting to win their final home games, even the bad non-playoff. Look at Ottawa tonight, perfect example. Teams that actually want to, the final home game, tough year. Let's at least end right. Let's play hard, play well. Chance to knock out Vegas for good, even though Vegas might already be out. And they did play pretty. That was about as good a defensive game as I've seen in ages from the Blackhawks. It was against Philly, but
Philly coming off the big win over Pittsburgh too. It was just a great spot to play Chicago.
And back to back, correct. Back to back. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's final home game. In Chicago, by the way, Chicago I think shows up. I don't know about win because Vegas is better, but I think Chicago could be live tomorrow night, and I hope. And I might take Chicago, and I hope, obviously, if I take them, I hope they win. And if they win, it is fade their ass in their finale at Buffalo on Rick Jennerat's final call night.
Oh.
Buffalo's going to lay a freaking woodshed.
That's
on Chicago.
That's first period Buffalo. That's puck line Buffalo.
Yep.
It's Tage Thompson and Skinner to score Buffalo.
Yep.
I'll tell you what.
Though Patrick Kane.
I've had that spot circled, John, for a good couple of weeks since I saw it. Chicago at Buffalo. Knowing Chicago had their final home game against Vegas on Wednesday. Meaningless finale at Buffalo. Buffalo, their final home game. Rick Jennerat's final call in the broadcast booth before he retires. Yep.
So, are you taking Boston on Thursday? Because that's a back-to-back for Buffalo. They're at Boston on Thursday and then home for Chicago on Friday.
Well, I wouldn't take Buffalo on Thursday. I know that. Yeah.
So there's the thing. Boston becomes the Thursday play because Buffalo's gearing up for the big day the next day.
That's right. Yeah.
And sorry to cut you off, Josh.
Yeah, no worries. But tomorrow, like I said, look kind of ugly. I wouldn't have any early leans, but I wouldn't mind taking a couple more draws tomorrow. The Knights Blackhawks would be one I would look at.
Yep.
And I'm not sure about those other two early games, the Flyers Jets, Canadians Rangers. I'm not really sure about Rangers motivation, but like I said, Canadians, they look done after they had that little surge after they fired their coach, but they haven't looked too good recently. But I would, as usual, I would look at a couple draws and parlay them. Call it good.
Yeah. Look for some draws. And what was the other game we haven't even mentioned yet? Arizona Dallas is minus 500. You can screw off with Dallas minus 500 in that game.
Give me Arizona to go back to back.
Yes.
Take care of the old stars. Take care of the new stars. Let's go.
I'm serious though. Arizona could win that game. Like that. I'd put 20, 30, $50.
Here's the problem. It's
yeah,
probably a Terry.
Yeah.
And he's not good.
Yeah.
Like
so just so everyone knows, my smallest amount that I'll like in terms of an actual bet that I'll record in my spreadsheet and keep track for record keeping and units, profit, loss, etc. is $250. That's a quarter unit for me. $500 a half unit. Majority of my bets are that amount. Once in a while, I really, really like something. I'll step out. We'll go 1K or even 2K, 1 unit, 2 units. Rare does that happen. Like last night, it happened with Dallas in the NBA against Utah. I went 1 unit, 1K on Dallas because I felt that good about it. -3, cheap price, back home. They lost the tough one in Luka Doncic's return. He'd be sharper in the second game. They'd have more. They'd shake off the disruption in chemistry and rhythm, which they had in the first game when he came back in Utah, and they'd be a whole lot better last night than they were. So that one worked. I really like that, and it paid off. But for the majority, I keep it to that 250, 500 because I'm so high volume. And because I'm so high volume, I'm 250 and 500 per bet. And sometimes, on a day like when there's full baseball card, NBA card, NHL card, I still end up with like 5 to 10K in play for the day, wagered. It can be that much, yeah.
Yeah, that's one dare I say issue I'm having right now is trying to manage between all the sports.
Yeah, people
how do I
look
want to
at me
spend
and say,
my
"Are you
bankroll every
insane?"
day?
Yeah, people say, "Are you insane, Ian? 5K to 10K at risk wagered on a single day?" But you don't realize though these are like 30 bets, 35 bets, and they're all like in that 250 to 500 range. So it's just we're just trying to grind it out. We're just trying to grind out a little profit. I'm perfectly okay with just plus 0.5 unit profit day, plus 2.2 unit profit day. If I get a 1-2 unit profit day, obviously phenomenal, but we'll take a little bit. We'll win some breadcrumbs and we'll move on to the next day. That's the way I always look at it.
And I will say occupancy. Yes, very chill. When you're the overnight crew and you come in, you have to have the deep voice. You have to have soothing, not get too high, not get too low. You want to be able to soothe people.
Yep.
The comforter.
That's right.
As someone who grew up on Steve Summers on the overnight, Steve Summers here and you there, under the covers, Captain Midnight, for a late night schmooze until Imus in the morning at 5:30 on the Fan, New York City.
Yeah, he was a legendary voice. There's no question. And many legendary voices with WFAN, no question. And he was absolutely one of them.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike.
Yep. McKinnon dangling just, I think, drew a penalty here on St. Louis. Yes, he did. So we got a penalty to the Blues. It's a power play for Colorado. It's not what St. Louis needed, down by 3 goals here, 4-1 with half the third period left.
Yes, the New York Icelanders at the Nassau Memorial Veterans Mausoleum. Nassau Veterans Memorial Mausoleum. But do we remember this? Clip of 94.
Steve Summers. Yeah, you know what? You don't even recognize WFAN anymore. Everyone's gone.
Summers here and you there at 11:51 and 56 seconds on the Fan, New York City. So, God, why
Seth is gone. Of course, Russo left ages ago, and he's been on Sirius. Russo's everywhere again. Russo now has not only got his Sirius channel, Chris Mad Dog Russo. He's on MLB Network High Heat every day. He's on with Stephen A. Smith on First Take every Wednesday now. Two can yell louder with those two guys. Yeah. I love how he's always bringing up too. He's just one of those. He's such a hardcore sports historian, that he's always going to bring up freaking like
Bob Cousy,
and freaking all those old basketball players. Yeah, there we go. And Bill Russell and freaking Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar.
Sacker Tomato, the Oakland Anabolics.
Yep. And baseball, they'll bring up the Big Red Machine in the 70s and freaking 60s and freaking Joe DiMaggio, as he would always say. Yeah, that's how he would say, Joe DiMaggio. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you give him credit though. The one thing you can't deny about Russo, you can hate his takes, you could agree with his takes, you think he's annoying, but he's got energy to burn, and he's actually entertaining and getting engaging the viewer or the listener. He always has been like that.
Kevin Calabro, Rick, is one of the best voices to do play-by-play of basketball. Period. End of story. And
Just
we
a
don't
great
get it
vocal
nearly
voice.
enough.
Right. Yeah. He didn't really get that bump in his career that maybe he should have. He never got a big TNT gig. He never got a big national television opportunity.
I mean, I remember those on the radio, which I think Calabro does a lot more ESPN radio now.
Yeah.
When we get later in the playoffs, when TNT is down at 2 series, 1 series.
Yeah.
But when it used to be JD, Durham, and Dr. Jack doing the NBA Finals, it's just like the amount of basketball you learned. And then Westwood One was Kugler, Raftery, and John Thompson.
Yes.
It's just like the amount of basketball that you actually learned just from hearing them on the radio. I don't need to see it. And I'm going to listen to Clark Kellogg on TV with Jim Nance. It's just like I'm listening to John Thompson and Bill Raftery talk old Big East and talk about basketball. They've forgotten more basketball than most of these other color guys now.
No. Yep. That'll be a sad day for college basketball when Bill is, retired.
I wouldn't be surprised. My prediction, as if I'm part of the McLaughlin group, prediction is Jay Wright replaces Bill Raftery eventually. It won't be forced out, but father and son, they joke about it all the time after Villanova games on Fox. Bill Raftery's dad for Jay Wright.
Yes. Oh yeah, they've obviously interacted with each other for forever and a day.
Yeah. And it's just like,
Yep.
And when he wants it, and it's just like I also think that he just needs time for himself, time for his family. Such a grind.
I mean, well, yeah. I was going to say Jay Wright just wants some family time. Imagine that. We're going to ridicule a guy in his 60s for retiring. Yeah.
Guy who's 60 retires.
Yeah.
I mean, in most other fields, that's normal.
Yeah. But apparently college basketball head coach, big time program, it's not allowed. We got to be like Coach K. We got to ring this thing out right up into the 70s. Yeah.
And we got to keep it going. We have to have a retirement chore. We need the rocking chairs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Roy Williams even hung on longer than some people thought. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of a trend right now. It makes me wonder, like, I feel like Tom Izzo is next,
Yeah.
And Boeheim is still at the Qs. Maybe the renaming of the Carrier Dome. Maybe that will finally do it.
Yeah. It kind of looked like it might be coming into an era here in the next couple of years with all those coaches.
Berube sometimes, I believe he's one of the coaches that sometimes will pull a goalie down by 3. I bring that up because if this live over 5.5 falls into a range that's playable for me, I might take it.
He's looking to fire. One
last bet before the end of the betcast. It's certainly not going to be in any of the other 2 games.
Well, you mean you're not jumping back on Seattle? You're not going to release your Kraken?
Not going to release the Kraken, yeah. I'll be so pissed if they win that game. And I took them in the first period like a schmuck. Oh, my goodness. I will not be happy. I'll be front. I'll survive. Like I say, this NHL season's been terrific for me, but still, those are the things that drive me nuts.
I'm just mad at myself for getting involved in Anaheim and San Jose like a loser.
Yeah, I've seen instances where St. Louis and Craig Berube have pulled a goalie down by 3, so I think that could happen here. And look, they're trying to get 2 points still.
What'd you think about Colorado scoring the next goal?
That's definitely got a possibility, especially if they pull the goalie, and that's plus 137, plus 140. You just wouldn't want it to be St. Louis, though, with the net empty.
Yeah, I know. Because they're pushing for the goal, too.
Yes. They're pushing. In Colorado, are they really aiming for the empty net with a 3-goal lead already? They'll take it if it's there. But, yeah, Dean Evison, John Cooper, definitely. Those are the top 2. Yes. They are the absolute – they are definitely the penultimate coaches that always pull the goalie down 3, sometimes even 4. Dave Mishkin's a radio voice occupancy, so he will not be on the list that I do. That's television only. It's not radio.
I don't know. Part of me feels like I have a hidden look at this because this has been a subject of conversation in the late night betcast.
Yes.
Talking about announcers because I complain about them all the time.
Yeah, we're going to have some fun. There's going to definitely be some people disagreeing with some of my rankings there. Those TV play-by-play voices in the NHL when I do them in the off season. There'll be some people that agree with a lot of them. It's all subjective. Everyone's got a different, opinion and feel for what they think is a great NHL broadcaster. It's pretty much it. Yeah, Michigan is something else. I mean, Michigan just is almost score, Kucherov, Lightning win it, the Lightning win it, 3-2 in overtime. I mean, he just goes nuts. He's like bonkers, but he gets into it. I mean, it's like a shrieking when Tampa scores. Fires, score. I mean, he just goes nuts. Yeah, man, he's just
It's like when a goal scored in soccer.
No.
Goal!
Oh boy, Sharks power play. Let the comeback begin.
Oh, screw them. They've been definned.
All right, let me see what we got here. Over 5.5, minus 130. Wait for just 30 more seconds. See if we get something a little better, and we'll jump in on that. One last kick at the can of a winning bet tonight.
Oh, it's been an all right night.
I was given an invisibility cloak by my grandfather, but it was stolen in 2015. After investigating this issue, I have come to the conclusion it was Jack Eichel. That's why he was invisible in every game since February 16, 2022. Very good tweet. Not bad. Not bad.
Anaheim, dull. San Jose, dull. Vancouver, dull.
Yep.
Minnesota State of Hockey, you can do better.
Yep.
Seattle, possibly the best. Definitely up there.
Here's the question. Is Vancouver, as of right now, this moment, with Dallas winning, with Nashville getting a point, that makes Vancouver officially out right now. That's got to be the case. Let me just check here, double check on this.
Nashville's on 95. Dallas is on 95. Vancouver can only get to
Vancouver's
92.
out. Yeah, Vancouver's out. Vancouver's out. Yep, 3 games. After tonight, they have 2 games left, and they'd have 89, even if they win. So they'd be 6 back of that. Yeah, they're out. They're done. They're officially out, which means there is some appeal to Seattle right now. Reality, betting them live. I'm going to do it. Do it. Yes, I am. Plus 400. I'm in. Just based on the situation, there's some fucking reason to take them right now.
Just like the Blues showing up knowing Minnesota lost.
Yeah.
We're in.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Kraken +3. I'm going to post this on Twitter. I feel just given the situation, Kraken.
Now we can't retire early. Now we got to stick around and watch the end of these games.
No, I'm not sticking around. I'm going to watch it in my own misery.
What have I done?
Gonna lose.
What have I done?
Man, you guys, I can't do it betting on these bum teams at this point.
Yeah.
No, it just doesn't interest me. I already fired enough shots at the rest of the slate tonight.
Yeah. I'm already bloodied. What's another couple of wounds?
Right.
Yep.
I guess I have those days too, but
St. Louis. O'Reilly.
Auto parts, yeah.
Scored a goal.
Hey, Blues. Yep, there it is. Well, it's good for the over 6. See, I missed it. I didn't bet it. I'm talking about it. It was right there. It was a minus 130. I said, let's be stupid. Let's be cheeky and wait another minute. And cost me.
Yeah, but now, don't you have the full game?
I have the over 6.5 though, so that's
looking. Now you still need the empty
possible.
net with 4 minutes left, and now a 2-goal game.
Yeah. Good for our guy Nathan here, who's been on the Betcast a couple of times, and I know he does some stuff with he's basically a Stars fan. He's been on our Betcast before. He's a big Stars fan, and he got the big win tonight. So congrats to him.
Is it a congratulations? Because we know how he feels about bonus.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't like him. Nathan does not like him. So maybe, yeah. But does he want his team? Does he hate bonus that much? He doesn't want his team in the playoffs? Yeah.
You would have to ask him
Yep,
that.
I would. Yeah.
Not going to speak for him.
Yeah.
I just know that he doesn't like him all that much.
Yeah.
So, but
It's you know what? I'm at ease with this Seattle bet plus 400 because just based on the situation. Because now Vancouver gets word in the second intermission. You know what? Dallas won. Nashville got a point. See you next season.
we tried.
Yeah. And Seattle's got momentum because they were down 3-0. They're down 3-2 now. So they're thinking is, hey, we're back in the game. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get after it. And remember, it's Spencer Martin in net. You don't have exactly Thatcher Demko to worry about tonight.
That has been a problem for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons they ran him to the ground.
Seattle's actually carrying the play here in the third. They're in the Vancouver zone a lot here these first 5 minutes. So I like what I'm seeing with that.
Yeah, I think Cheshire got that both teams have scored 2 goals in 2 separate games with those odds. That sounds like who was that guy last week that was in the Betcast? He was doing a lot of that.
Yep.
Was that MDR?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
He was talking about doing those last week or whatever.
What about that Seattle team total? What's that at? 2.5 minus 120. I'm going to take a little of that too. Firing shots here in the waning minutes of this betcast here. Yeah. I hope someone took that over 5.5. I said it. I heard it. I mentioned it. Yeah.
That's why I was on my phone so much.
Yeah.
It was down in a couple of books, and I was hunting, looking, searching, and I found it.
Yeah. Josh, been great, good avenue here on this for the first time. You know your hockey. I like it.
Yeah, and it was kind of when I DM'd you earlier for the link, I immediately got kind of nervous because this is my first time.
Well, now you won't be
any type of betting show or whatever.
No. No, that's good. You're a big hockey fan. You're a big Avs fan. Who else would you think you're an Avs fan in the West? Who is your biggest worry, like in terms of knocking off the Avs? What team scares you the most?
In
the West,
Colorado.
It's funny because I don't know. I just maybe the Flames or the Blues, but really, honestly, maybe just me or just how I feel this year.
I really like what I'm seeing out of Calgary. I will admit, Calgary really does look good to me.
I really don't think they're going to have too much problems in the West this year. I know people have been on Calgary since they started making that run a couple months ago, but they played the Avs 3 times since then, and I think they won the first one, and then lost the next 2, and that last one in Calgary without McKinnon and Landeskog, were they both out that game?
I think so.
And the Avs
Rantanen and Landeskog were out. Yep.
And I think the Avs won 3-0 in that game or 3-1.
Honestly,
I don't see it with Calgary.
Oh yeah,
O'Reilly
4-3. There's the over.
Come on, San Jose. Let's go.
San Jose's scored 3-2 now.
I need one more goal from the Blues for that 3-pick draw parlay.
Yeah,
might actually be back in play. It looks like.
Yeah, there's still 3 minutes and change left.
I'm telling you what, right now, look at 4-3. I mean, we got ourselves a finish here now in Colorado in the Mile High City. Blues now are going to be feeling it because, hey, we can get a point. Even a point will put them ahead of Minnesota.
Yep, looks like we hung around long enough for the game to get interesting again.
Plus 14.50 or 15-1 in most books now with the money line for St. Louis, if you're really, really frisky.
But
Come
yeah,
on, Blues. I'm already enough in on St. Louis. I got the over now, which is good. That one. LGB, come on, let's go Blues. Yeah.
just to kind of finish what I was saying a minute ago, like in the West, I feel like the Avs got a pretty clean shot to the finals. But if they were in the East, I'd be a lot more worried about Tampa Bay, the way Toronto's been playing. Like if they were to swap places with Florida, I'd be more concerned with their path in the East. So
Yeah.
I like them to get through the West this year, like barring injuries. But I guess I would probably say the Flames would be their biggest test, but I really don't see the Flames beating them.
I'm not going to like when it comes to the East, I still think Carolina can get their shit together enough to be there. So I'm going to stick to my guns with Carolina, especially now that they've righted the ship a little bit these last few games. That was a nice win for them tonight in New York. Very nice.
I worry
win.
about them against Boston, though.
Yeah.
Because Boston has routinely been that team
that
they struggle against because they're very similar.
Yep.
But they do it with players that have done it before.
Yes.
Well, and the Rangers are still interesting too with Shesterkin.
Carolina and the Rangers.
Like
I'm trying to answer Jay's question in the chat, but I'm going to stick with that. Carolina and the Rangers, if I had to choose two. I mean, it's not that Florida, Tampa, and Toronto are not so much Toronto. I got to see them win a series first, but Florida and Tampa are worthy choices, but not at the prices you're getting right now.
And it's also one of them makes the conference finals because Toronto and Tampa are playing in the first round.
Yep.
So that means Florida against Washington in a good old-fashioned Southeastern Division matchup.
Yep.
And then they would play, you would think, the winner of possibly Carolina and New York, but Carolina against somebody.
Yeah.
So Carolina's got the easier path.
Yes, they do. Yep. They definitely do.
But in the first round, I think there's a considerable difference between Boston and Washington or Boston and Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yep. I think the East really, the West, I really think Colorado, Calgary, and the winner or the home ice advantage team in that St. Louis, Minnesota series are all legit threats.
I have futures for the Western Conference from way back on Calgary, Minnesota, St. Louis.
Yep.
Those are the three teams that I had pegged.
Off the post just now for St. Louis. Wow.
They are all over them.
Jeez. I mean, just swarming Colorado here in this final minute with the net empty. Unbelievable. They woke up, St. Louis, that's for sure.
And Colorado sagged back and played defensively, which I think I'm comparing to soccer again. I'm more of the score as many goals as humanly possible at all times, and the best defense is having the puck and going the other way.
Yeah.
Like,
what a save there on O'Reilly, and now timeout Blues. Yep.
Yeah, I mentioned that a little while when I first got on about the Avs. They tend to get them that big leads throughout the season and kind of let up or whatever, and then things get interesting. They've been able to pull out most of those games throughout the season, but they definitely make them interesting.
Isn't this the problem with Dallas? That you think of playoff hockey, they have played playoff hockey type games for 82 of them already because it's all they do.
Yeah.
All they do are these tight, low scoring, boring games.
Yeah. That's their calling card. Yep.
So, and those teams become tough in the playoffs because the playoff hockey becomes a grinder. I'm like talking myself into Dallas, and it feels dirty. But it's just what they do.
All right, so here we go out of the timeout. All hands on deck for St. Louis. Going to have one last crack at trying to tie this game up and avoid squandering a night where the Minnesota Wild, in stunning horrific fashion if you're Terry Edelman. Lose to the Arizona Coyotes at home. I had to do it, Terry. Sorry.
I can't even remember the last time Carolina played Boston this year.
God damn it. Right off the face-off. Empty net.
Is it February?
5-3 Colorado. The dream dies.
Damn.
Happy for you, though, Josh, as an Avs fan. Hey,
Yeah,
and the brace for the President's Trophy that nobody should want is on between Colorado and Florida.
I mean, the number one seed is the seed that has won the most Stanley Cups, though.
Yeah,
like we
the
talk
overall,
about we talk about the bad luck of the President's Trophy. It depends.
Yes.
I mean, didn't Tampa Bay win it like at least once in the last 2 years, and then had no issue winning the cup?
Yeah, it's that's disappointing though, right there for St. Louis. Battled back valiantly. Give them credit, but
Yep, happy the Avs won, but I was really kind of hoping for the draw right there. That would definitely been a big bang to finish the night.
Yeah. So 5-3 Avs. Good win for them. It's a good win for them because look, they lost 4 in a row. They kind of looked lethargic, out of sync, uninterested for much of it, and to get back on track in the win column was definitely a good thing for them tonight. So 5-3 Colorado. Like I say, this is now we're back to square one again with the Blues and the Wild. We're right back where we start. It's like that song that they play every time the Leafs win at home. All right, it's coming on. Get right back where we started from. That's what they are. Right back where they started from here. The Blues and the Wild still tied in that battle for second in the Central and home ice in the first round.
It's a bad break for Minnesota that last game of the year with St. Louis and Vegas might mean absolutely nothing for Vegas now.
Yeah.
Because they dropped 3 points in 4. 3 points out of 4 at home to the Devils and the San Jose Sharks. It's not tonight. If you had thought coming into this stretch of games for Vegas that they would get 1 point in Dallas, you'd say, oh, they're fine. They're in good shape because of what they've got left. And you would have expected them to have at least 4 more points. Or at least 2 more points. You can't expect them to lose both the San Jose and the Jersey game. But they did. And they only have themselves to blame.
Exactly right.
And the breaks.
Yeah. So there we go, Colorado with the 5-3 win. We've got Vancouver up on Seattle 3-2, and they're on a power play with 9 minutes to go in the third there. 3-2 at the end of 2. So I do have some life with San Jose. We'll see how those games finish. But we will see how they finish after the betcast. We're going to wrap it up here in a couple minutes. We thank everybody for joining us. Great betcast. Once again, our final betcast of the regular season. Hit the like button. Please do that. Anyone that's still left watching us here in the final few minutes, hit that like button on the way out. Josh, we want to thank you for joining us. It's been great having you on the betcast for the first time. You're welcome back anytime. We're going to have a bunch of them during the playoffs. Just give us some final thoughts and final words before we sign off.
Yeah, guys. First, thanks for having me. Like I said, I've been wanting to join for a while, but always busy at home with the 2 young kids, so haven't had much opportunity.
Yep.
As far as thoughts, like I kind of missed a lot of the early games. I was busy with stuff, so these late games is more what I was able to see tonight. And I don't know. It's kind of like what I took from it is like these teams on the bubble, like there's been talk of like some if the Knights get in, based on their experience, what they could do in the playoffs, and these other teams, I don't know. I just don't see it. Like whichever teams do creep in the West, I don't see them going anywhere. They're all too inconsistent. I'm not seeing good goalie play from any of the teams really. So that's kind of the little bit that I noticed tonight. And then obviously as an Avs fan, I was hoping they would show up tonight.
And they did. Back home, at some point, yeah, you don't really care as much with the 1 seed wrapped up, but you don't want to lose every single game the rest of the regular season. At some point, you do want to put a win on the board, and they did that tonight against a very good St. Louis team. So you got to give the Avs credit for that. And Bo Buddy's Nerfict is in the same boat as John Massey here with I would not start Ronta over Kochetkov. John Massey saying he would go with the youngster. Ronta's too inconsistent to me. He can't stay healthy. He's been up and down all year. I don't think he's been spectacular by any stretch for Carolina. And this guy kind of is your future in net. Why don't you test it out and see how he does? In a playoff. He's already shown you in a big road game tonight against the New York Rangers to sew up first place in the division. He could lead you to victory. So why not give him a shot here in game 1 of a playoff series? So I'm kind of with John here. I don't think Brind'Amour is going to play it that way. He's going to be loyal to his veterans, Anderson and Ronta, more so Ronta, because I think Anderson's not going to be ready for game 1. Ronta could be and probably will be. It's going to be what does Brind'Amour decide to do. John, final words before we shut it down.
Yes, the number 1, the Leafs goal song is "You Make My Dreams Come True."
Yeah, I should say the Leaf victory song at the end of the game is that one. To get right back where we started from. Yeah, the victory song when they win at home. That's what that is. Yeah.
Number 2, I think Carolina is one of the deepest teams in the National Hockey League and in the Eastern Conference. I think they would be my favorite to come out of the Eastern Conference to make it to the Stanley Cup. But I do question the health of Freddie Anderson.
Yep.
And I think there's a considerable difference. I think Antti Raanta is a significant drop-off. I think the players in front of him make him better than he is, which is part of the system that Carolina has in place. But I think that come playoff time, you have to see these top skill players for Carolina score goals.
Yes.
And not take penalties and not lose their head. Because you know what? They took some bad, lazy, sloppy penalties today. They then killed the penalties against the Rangers, but these were reaching with the sticks, tripping,
lazy,
slashing,
not working, being outworked.
Being outworked a little bit, but then doing the work on the penalty kill. So they can't have those lapses in play and level in the playoffs when you have this less of a margin of error. So this is not poo-pooing on Carolina, but you're also talking about game theory and making wagers and making futures, and I like being involved in the futures market.
Yep.
So when you also look at the path and the bracket, would you rather have Carolina, depending on how their bracket plays off, and having likely Boston in the first round and then Rangers or Penguins or Capitals in the second round, versus Tampa Bay's playing Toronto in round 1.
Right. Yeah.
Florida plays the other of Washington and Pittsburgh, and then plays the winner of Tampa Bay and Toronto. So you probably like Carolina against the Rangers versus a coin flip of Florida and Tampa Bay, or Florida and Toronto. And you trust the structure and the players and the roster and the depth of Carolina, which I liked even more because I think the Max Domi pickup went completely under the radar and doesn't get enough credit for what he does to add to that depth on the Carolina team.
Yeah.
Vegas, I am very happy that they dropped points today and that they are on the precipice, because that means I am closer to hitting my much talked about bet of Vegas missing the playoffs. Dated from January 7th.
At a great price too.
Yeah, at 10-1. So the fact that Vancouver couldn't get in at 8-1, I will take going 1-1, splitting those bets and turning a hefty profit on Vegas missing the playoffs.
That's right. How about Edmonton? Let me just throw Edmonton out at you. Great win for them. Very impressive going into Pittsburgh. Are they? I always think of them as they're in that bottom rung in the Western Conference, right? They're not capable of stepping up against Colorado or Calgary or one of the I would say top 2 or 3 teams. But right now, this stretch of hockey that they've played outside of the it was an early game. It was a flat spot, and they were terrible in Columbus. Throw that out. Other than that, for the last 2-3 weeks, the Edmonton Oilers have been damn damn good, and so is Mike Smith. Are we buying in, or is it just going to be same old in the playoffs, fold like a cheap suit?
Well, I'll add in on Edmonton that you would, if you were surveying first round matchups, you would consider that they would have the weakest first round opponent in LA.
They should win a round. This would be disappointing, disheartening, big time if they don't win a series this year.
And I think even in that game against Columbus, Edmonton dominated the first period.
Yep.
And only scored one goal, which
That's
kept Columbus, because Merzlikins made some big saves in that first period. So Edmonton actually, by the game metrics, the first period, they should have been up 3 or 4-0. And then gradually tired out. And then the kids stepped up for Columbus. They score the one goal. And then storm back and then storm to the victory.
Yeah.
But I think Edmonton, you're then looking at that buzzsaw, though, that you know that then they're probably playing Calgary in the second round. And Battle of Alberta.
Yep.
Who are you trusting? Markstrom or Mike Smith or Koskinen?
Yes. The big goalie edge for Calgary. Yep.
And a coaching edge for Calgary.
Yeah.
I mean, Sutter's got a few rings.
Definitely an experience edge in coaching, but I don't think we can poo-poo what Jay Woodcroft's doing. Like, they actually have structure right now with this guy.
They do it. Their level of play has increased all around, especially on the defensive end. They've been far more responsible.
Yeah.
I think Edmonton can make that series interesting against Calgary, but late in the series, like potential game 6 and 7, Markstrom versus either one of Edmonton's goalies, like it ain't going to be enough for.
How's Smith going to deal with playing every other night? Like, there's not going to be load management and spots to give him a rest in the playoffs like there were throughout the regular season here down the stretch. So how's that fair for him? And
how's Edmonton going to clear out Lucic and Tkachuk down low?
Yeah.
I mean, because one of the things that makes Calgary so dangerous is they have so much scoring from the wing, because there's always traffic in front. There's always a screen. Right. There's always jostling, and those are bodies that don't move.
And those are ways to score goals, penultimate ways to score goals in the playoffs. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And they result in other fluky deflections also that aren't necessarily tipped by a Calgary player, but go off an Edmonton player while battling in front of Mike Smith, which then causes him to lose his cool, then causes him to snap his teammates, and then 1 becomes 2, 3, or 4 quickly. And then raise the questions, and then raise all the chatter about who's going to be the goalie, and then it's just another Edmonton Echo Dome in the playoffs and fold in 5.
Yeah.
Because we've seen that before.
Yeah.
Like, similar to Toronto, we've seen it in Edmonton. And we've seen it with Mike
Smith. Have a tough time
repeatedly.
generating those dirty, hard-nosed goals at playoff time. Let's be honest, both of them. Yeah.
So just putting that out there. But I think that's what makes this season in particular interesting, because I think you're looking at 7 of the 8 series being extremely close.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Markstrom, hasn't gone through. Well, he gone through the couple rounds he won for Vancouver a few years ago were very good. A few years ago, it was, I think, in the bubble, and they had a nice little run Vancouver that year, and Markstrom was a big part of it there. But you're right, with Calgary now, and expectation going to be interesting. Daryl Sutter, though, again, the coach that's won cups and has navigated teams through the playoffs and navigated Calgary to the Stanley Cup final against Tampa Bay way back yonder, in 2004, which is, I'm shocked. I can't believe it's almost 2 decades ago that we've been talking about that. Jerome McGinley, Craig Conroy, freaking Mika Kiprusoff. Jelena, that Calgary team, that went to the Stanley Cup final and lost to Tampa. But 2004, look what Sutter did there. So he knows how to navigate through the playoffs. And, that would be fascinating. Who wouldn't love a Battle of Alberta, in the second round? Wouldn't that be
those teams?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be something else if we get that in the second round. But we got work to do. I think from an Edmonton standpoint, they're going to get there, because I think I do like them against LA. For as much as I've liked LA this year, you got to learn to lose in the playoffs before you can learn how to win. So I think that's going to be a detriment to them. So definitely, I think you're going to see that be a situation. Yeah, 5-2. I don't mind that, because I have the over in that Vancouver. I'm going to lose the Seattle bet plus 400 OL, but the over is going to cash in that game with 5-2 now for the Canucks there.
People are making me think about this Calgary team. God.
Yep.
Jordan Leopold at D.
I know. Oh, that was a great team, and they made a great run. No question about that. That heartbroken that they lost in Game 7. The whole country was, at least here.
They lost in Game 6.
Yeah,
they got robbed in Game 6.
Yeah. That was a good series. That was the last series on ABC and ESPN before they lost the rights, and now of course this year they get the rights back. Last game for Gary Thorne too, last series for Gary Thorne doing play-by-play for hockey. Great play-by-play guy. Terrific.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. But yeah.
Well, you know what? Actually, hold on. We're gonna sign off, and so
Okay.
hold on just for a couple minutes. We'll all sign off together. We'll all just leave as one happy family right here. Thanks to Josh. Thanks to John. Thanks to Alex B. Smith earlier, of course, who was on. We saw Cheshire Cat on for a bit. Melissa Cunningham. Very nice betcast tonight. And again, we're going to be back next Tuesday with our first Stanley Cup playoff live betcast. We're looking forward to that next Tuesday, May the 3rd. So make sure you join us for that. Again, we got just a shit ton of special guests coming up during the playoffs. Great to get the hockey player perspective, right? All these players that played the game in some form, some NHL, AHL, ECHL, junior hockey, college hockey, whatever. To get that perspective from the player, it's going to be great for the show during the Stanley Cup playoffs. We had a bunch of player guests joining us throughout the next couple months. Great stuff. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, John. Thanks to everyone for joining us. I'm Ian Cameron, the Betcast for another Tuesday night, our final one of the regular season. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be back tomorrow on Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, with our regular daily edition of the Ice Guys, presented by the Hockey Podcast Network. Good night, everybody.